won all their games in the country so far, and Worcestershire are the only other unbeaten team.
This one pushed up to mid-on. Yeah, that's true. So obviously whoever wins this one is going to be at the top and is going to be unassailable. Well, not quite unassailable, but in a really good position with 3 games remaining. And so it means this is quite a big one. They've both done pretty well so far. It won't be the end of the world for either if they don't win it, but winning it would be really, really important. Left alone again outside the off stump, this one by Taylor. Isaac Mohammed's had a good start to most of his innings in this competition, but he's only gone on to make a score of any real significance on one occasion in this competition. He's tended to throw his wicket away would be a little bit strong. He's tended to, find the boundary early on, as he has this morning, and then perhaps just be a little bit over-ambitious. We talked about this before, the need for him to just add a little bit of watchfulness to his game. Beaten by a good one from Matt Taylor there.
Yeah, he made 63 against Essex, but it's been 2 8s and a 10 in his other 3 innings. I say that if you work on the theory that 5 wins normally gets you through, I mean, Derbyshire did win 5 last season and didn't get through, but if you take that as a sort of lower base, then Gloucestershire 1 win away from likely qualification, and Worcestershire 2 wins away.
Yeah. And certainly watchful on that occasion, Isaac Mohammed, as he plays that away on the offside. So the end of the first over, 4 runs came from it. It's 4 without loss.
Yeah, one good shot, that's over. Worcestershire have batted well in this competition. They've passed 300 every time except against Hampshire when they didn't need to. It was a low scoring game here. So batting first, they have managed to get beyond that 300 mark. So Josh Shaw is going to open the bowling for Gloucestershire from the Diglis end, and it'll be Brett D'Oliveira's first strike on the back of his brilliant 138 at Repton. Got a half century also against Hampshire, so he's on a little run of form with the bat. 2 slips in place for him. Happy to leave. Oh, that's gone through. The wicket-keeper, that's going to be... Is it going to be by? Yeah, by. It's not quite wide enough to be called a wide, but it's got through the wicket-keeper for 4 byes. Bonus runs for Worcestershire early on.
Yeah, that is a real bonus, isn't it? Don't often see a mistake like that from James Bracey. But it was pretty wayward to start with.
That one was nipped into D'Oliveira and it's bounced just over the head, a second slip. Who couldn't quite reach it. He's got through for 1 run just over the head of Cameron Bancroft there.
Well, that was a really nasty delivery, wasn't it? He's not the quickest, Josh Shaw. Hits the deck quite hard, but that one really hurried on off the surface. Nipped back a little bit. D'Oliveira just, pretty lucky to get away with that, to be honest.
Brings Isaac Mohammed onto the strike. Again, trying to work that to points, end up going behind him. That's a little suspicious look at the pitch. It's a low scoring game, the first game here. Worcestershire have played 3 of their matches away from home so far, so they still have 3 to go, including this one at home. First game here against Hampshire was quite low scoring. This time James Bracey takes that well, but it is called a wide. Shaw's played in all 4 of the matches so far. He's taken 3 wickets in each of his last 3 games, so he's got 9 wickets in total.
good going in this
Yeah,
competition.
it is.
It's getting a little bit of movement in the air. It's just about controlling it now, I think.
Oh, that's a hit at the moment, yeah. He's like, looks a little uncomfortable as he walks away. Decent crowd in again here on a Sunday. Worcestershire, so they're going well in this competition. There's a big incentive to finish top if you can, because the group winners don't have to mess around with a quarter-final or playoff, whatever you want to call it. They'll go straight to the semi-finals and be at home in those semi-finals. We'll get a single there to mid-wicket. It's potted away. At home advantage does mean something, it seems, in the one-day cup, which it doesn't in the T20 Blast. I'll drag up the T20 Blast statistics and compare them with the one-day cup. And it's been the same for the last couple of seasons. I've been keeping an eye on home and away.
Yeah.
And honestly, you could play the T20 matches anywhere. This season, 58 home wins, 61 away wins in the Blast. There have actually more away wins than home wins. Oh, that's gone past Olivier through to the wicket keeper.
That's a good over, you know.
It was.
Just really good over.
Well, he doesn't pay for the 4 byes. Yeah. And in the one-day cup this season, 20 home wins to 13 away wins. So there is a difference in this competition, which doesn't seem to apply in the T20.
Yeah, I wonder. I suppose the longer the format, the more kind of pitch conditions etc. might affect it. The one T20 away game that I this year particularly felt that there was home advantage as far as Worcestershire were concerned was when they went to Old Trafford, and it wasn't anything to do with the pitch. It was to do with the out cricket, really. Taylor starts a new over, another dot as Isaac plays that one back to him, and it's a vast playing area at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
And Rob Jones, who was not playing for Worcestershire but was on the bench sort of thing at the side, pointed out how effectively the Lancashire captain was able to get his fielders in the deep in exactly the right place in terms of how far they were in off the boundary, etc. Another dot, and local knowledge really prevailed, and Worcestershire ran about 3 twos in the innings, and then when they fielded it was completely the opposite, and Lancashire were running 2s all over the place. It was just that knowing which angles where to cut off, and that kind of thing it can make all the difference, really. But I agree with you, and I think even that would be taken out of the equation a bit more in the longer game, wouldn't it? Because you have more time to work it out for a start, really. Anyway, here's Matt Taylor again. Good start from Gloucestershire this morning. Very little for the Worcestershire batsmen to work with, and that's again the case here. But that is another aspect of this competition that I find appealing, Clive, is that these two batsmen have been put under pressure here by good bowling from Josh Shaw and Matt Taylor, but they don't have to do anything stupid. They don't have to be trying to score 8 and over in the power play. Nice if you can have a good start, but you don't have to. It's not imperative. You can work through it. That's what they're trying to do now. Bright sunshine. Taylor again. And again, Isaac is very watchful.
Well, just to underline that, another little stat that I've kept. I didn't bother with the Notts game because the power players were confused by the loss of overs, but in the other 3 matches, all the 3 matches Worcestershire have won, they've actually lost the power play in terms of score fewer runs than their opponents.
Yeah, and that would not often be the case in T20.
No.
I would suggest.
Worcestershire's most productive power play was actually at Derby, where they scored 49 for 2. Derbyshire had made 58 for 1 in theirs.
Very, very quick scoring. I mean, it basically on Friday in that game, if you beat the field, square of the wicket, certainly it was 4. It was as simple as that. The outfield was short square, but it was also incredibly quick. So yeah. Ooh, swing and a miss from Isaac, and that was a good over, a maiden from Matt Taylor. And as we said the other day, Clive, you don't see many maidens in one-day cricket. You do see a few, not many in T20 cricket these days, but it doesn't look easy out there at the moment.
Well, that's to keep dazzling you with numbers. That's the 7th maiden bowled against Worcestershire this season. Worcestershire themselves have bowled 6, although 4 of them by Ben Allison, who's not in the team for this game. So Josh Shaw to continue with 2 slips. Got a fielder at third. Just too loud on the boundary, of course. The other boundary fielders at mid-wicket. That's for the first 10 overs. The power play we've been talking about. And again, he's beaten the bat there of Brett D'Oliveira. Worcestershire batters having a few chats, being watchful early on. They may feel they just need to get through the early period when the ball's doing a bit. Quite struck by Gloucestershire's colours, the black and the yellow.
Yeah, quite a nice kit, isn't it?
And again, I might have been hit on the glove there, D'Oliveira, but certainly he's nipped into him. He just gave his hand a little shake as he went for the run. He's now taking his glove off. He's got a single for it, but a sore hand. So it's not comfortable for Worcestershire out there, especially against the pace of Josh Shaw.
This is testing stuff
Yeah.
from these Gloucestershire seams. They've started really nicely here. A couple of changes to the Worcestershire side. I mentioned Taylor and Home coming in for Latigan and Allison. 1 change for Gloucestershire. Dariush Ahmed coming in for his second game, and he replaces Zaman Akhtar. They didn't have any hesitation, I don't think, in having well, I say that, maybe they did, maybe they had to think about it, but they opted to bowl first, and so far it looks a good shout. Isaac decides he's got to try and use his feet to do something to impose himself on Shaw, but can't get a bat on it. Josh Shaw is one of those bowlers that gets into his run-up very early on, gets into a sort of full stride. He doesn't sort of build slowly up, he gets into a full stride quite early on, and when his rhythm's right, as it appears to be this morning, he's running at quite a tilt when he gets to the crease, but he's nicely balanced and bowling with some real venom.
It's going to get a run there, Isaac. I'm quite happy to run to the on-strikers, and he actually ran that quite quickly, hoping there might be a second, but there was no question of that. But he does take the score on to 13 without loss. Fielded down at third by Matt Taylor, one of 2 Taylor brothers in the Gloucestershire team, 2 Price brothers in the squad. Tom's actually played in the 100. Ollie's in this game again. Isaac coming down the D'Oliveira this time coming down the pitch to try and negate any movement. End of the 4th over, 13 without loss. But since I mentioned the 100, must send our best wishes to Adam Hose, who suffered a nasty looking injury playing for Trent Rockets. Wish him well.
Yeah, absolutely. The news suggesting that he will be out at least for the rest of the season. It really was a very, very unpleasant injury, and somebody who's recently become a dad for the first time, I think life could be quite tricky for Adam for a few weeks, so certainly wish him all the best. There's Taylor in, bowls, and that's a really nice shot from Isaac. I think Taylor's got a hand on it as he drives it back, but they still pick up a single. But Isaac, so far at least, and I recognise that he's 17 years old, he's hugely talented. I mean, he plays some extraordinary shots for somebody of his young years, but I have said I think he's got to add a little bit of circumspection to his game if he's going to turn these little cameos into significant scores. So I'm pleased to see him getting stuck in a bit this morning. I don't think it's easy at all at the moment. The surface appears to be offering a little bit of lateral movement and quite a bit of carry in it. Taylor bowls to D'Oliveira and goes past the outside edge. It really is tough out there at the moment for these batters, and that's great credit to the Gloucestershire seamers. Gloucestershire, I think, a team that they go under the radar, don't they? There's no doubt about that. We know all about that, really, being followers of another small county, Worcestershire, ourselves, but obviously did so well last year to win the Blast, and had some good years in the past in one-day cricket, of course, famously. But these days, one of the sort of smaller counties in terms of budget and so on, and like Worcestershire, they pick up players from elsewhere every now and again, and they've had one or two sort of stars move on and retire in the last year or two, but they just quietly go about their business, I think. And in the Price brothers and the Taylor brothers, that's another good one from Matt Taylor there, that D'Oliveira ducks underneath. They have very, very capable cricketers. I mean, they're just 4 examples, those 2 sets of brothers, but you've got the Charlesworths as well. James Bracey, who had a little go with England and it didn't go well for him, but has regained top form since then. They're just a proper workmanlike outfit that makes the most of its resources, and I have great admiration for them. Graham Van Buren, been a brilliant servant over the years as well. In comes Taylor again. D'Oliveira just steers this one down. Runs are hard to come by at the moment for Worcestershire in this power play.
Well, they won the Blast in classical style last season, in that they scraped through the group stages. Yeah. So often happens they were actually a little fortunate with other results in the final round of matches, which saw them scrape through into 4th place, went away to Edgbaston to play the Bears, who had dominated their group, and I still think they cost Mark Robinson his job long term by beating the Bears in that quarter final.
Maybe they did. D'Oliveira given his arms for the first time, and by that I mean given a bit of width. Throws his hands through this last ball and cracks it down the ground for a much needed boundary. So 5 runs coming off that over. 5 overs gone. Worcestershire are 18 without loss.
So often happens with a team that just about gets through the group stages and goes on to win the competition. Yeah,
momentum is the cliche they use, isn't it? But I going back to my overall point is that, you know, you don't reel off a list of star names when you talk about Gloucestershire, but you're talking about a solid unit that is well led and makes the most of its resources, I think.
So left that one by Isaac. Yeah, because they used to in the olden days when smaller counties could have the star names, like Jack Russell, Mark Elaine.
Jack Russell was at Repton on Friday,
painting
the ground, not for the first time.
He's so good to talk to, Jack Russell. He was painting at a match that I was covering, another outground somewhere, forget where, Guildford I think it was, and I asked him for a quick chat, and honestly I could have gone on for about 2 hours with him. I had to think, well, I think I've got enough here now, I'm going to have to stop.
It was his birthday on Friday as well.
Was it? Okay.
He was tucked away though. Couldn't be approached by most of the public.
Once again, he might have played inside the line of that one, Isaac, to be fair to him. 18 without loss. Yeah, one of the stories he told me, he was going around the outgrounds that he had played at years ago to sort of repaint them, and he said that he went to the ground in Nuneaton where he played a match at years ago, and he said the puddle that was there when I played was still there. 30 years later or whatever it was. Sure, it is again. Just a little shuffle down the pitch, but it doesn't help him because he's beaten.
He didn't play at the one before, having looked at the replay, but he played at that one. You can see what he's trying to do. He's both of them. They're trying to put a little bit of pressure on the bowlers. Isak's faced 22 deliveries for 7. I don't think I've ever seen him do that before. And he's trying to do something about it, but it's extraordinarily difficult. And he might get himself out trying to be too ambitious. Probably just got to see it through.
Yeah. He's going to get runs there. Oh, well, he's not going to get runs there, actually. It looks as if he was going to, but a good tumbling stop by Jack Taylor denies him. They might have been a bit more decisive, have got a single there.
It's a good shot, though. He'll feel better for having felt one in the middle of the bat. But yeah, it's tough work out there. Tough work.
Gloucestershire, of course, will be full of confidence in the field, as will Worcestershire, because they're both on winning runs. Use that one. No clouds in the sky as we speak. A bit of a breeze blowing. St George's flag on top of the cathedral is fluttering a little bit. But a big crowd here for this one. Again, he's happy to leave that. He says it's interesting watching the bat here. Is adjusting a little bit to the circumstances. He scored just 8 of 23 balls, but crucially for Worcestershire, he's still there. 19 without loss after 6 overs. It's been hard work, but they haven't lost any wickets.
I'm puzzled, Clive.
Are you?
Yeah, because I'm looking at that over and it says shorter Isak. Shorter Isak 1 run. He didn't get a run, did he?
No, they're giving him the run that they thought he was going to get when he hit that to Taylor.
It's on the board as well.
Okay, so it has.
It was actually a maiden, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's the best shot of the day probably so far from D'Oliveira. A bit more width from Taylor, and he cracks it away through the offside. Yeah, I'm
So 22 without loss, isn't it?
Yeah, and it says that D'Oliveira faced the last 2 balls of that previous over. Well, he didn't, did he? So that
they're correcting it now, I think.
Yeah, they are, I think. So it was definitely a maiden from short.
They always have to go backwards, don't they, in order to correct it?
These computers are terrible things, aren't they?
We're right now, though.
Yeah. D'Oliveira covering up this time. So 22 without loss, Worcestershire. And as I say, that was a maiden from short. So the scorers saw that run and sliding stop and considered that the batters had got through. But obviously we saw Isak check and regain his ground at the striker's end. One worked away on the leg side by D'Oliveira, just off his hip, just a little dab down on the onside, and they go through for a single.
It doesn't always get corrected, you know. There was an incident at a T20 game at Edgerton I was covering last season, where we, the commentators, spotted it, but no one else seemed to.
Right.
An extra run was put on the, and I'm not even sure it wasn't that quarter final against Gloucestershire. It didn't matter, and it didn't affect the final outcome.
Yeah.
But basically, they'd run 2, and then they turned to go for a third, but then changed their minds.
Yeah.
But they were credited with the run, and it never went off.
Isak tries to flick this one away on the leg side, misses it. An appeal from behind the stumps from James Bracey, but umpire Conor McGarry, who's a well-known Birmingham League umpire actually at this New Road End, decides that that was just a leg bite. Signals it as such. Be a big day for him, really. He's on the reserve list. Some of these less experienced umpires get a game or 2 in these one-day cup games, and if they do well, they might get themselves elevated to the first-class list, which would be obviously a dream come true for many of them, I think. Round the wicket now, Taylor to D'Oliveira, who plays this one back up the pitch to him. So far so good then for Worcestershire, but it's been a struggle. They're 24 without loss. One ball left in the 7th over, and it's been a real struggle. And it's not. This is not a power play where they're looking to get 50 or 60. This is a power play where they're looking to get through it without too much damage, I would suggest. Taylor short this time to D'Oliveira, who looks to pull it away on the leg side and misses it. Just either cloths it or taken on the body by it or whatever. Looking for a big shot. We're all looking to square leg for the ball, and it ends up dropping down in front of him. So the end of the over, I think 6 runs came from that one. 24 without loss off 7.
Yeah. Still hard work, but still all wickets intact. 3 more overs of the power play to go. Worcestershire, I wonder what they'll feel is a good score. They bowled Hampshire out for 194 here.
Yeah, I think they thought that pitch 240, 250 was about par.
Yeah. Josh Shaw continuing again. He's coming down the pitch again, not meeting the ball though. This is through to Bracey.
This is a new pitch. That was one that had been used before. Right. And when I spoke to some of the players afterwards, and they said, I don't think there's any life left in that one, that's for sure. So this is a new one, but certainly so far, I would say it's offered plenty of assistance to the bowlers. But of course, the white ball, even though there's one at each end in this competition, doesn't do a lot for very long. Doing plenty at the moment.
Yes,
but it doesn't do a lot for very long, and the onus is on you if you've won the toss and had a bowl to make the most of it and pick up wickets early on.
He's just coming down the pitch. You seem to be asking Brett D'Oliveira, what did that one do?
Well, what shall I do?
Yeah,
and what would you do? They're different players, of course, Isaac and Brett D'Oliveira, not least because of their size and their reach. But and generally speaking, from what I've seen, Isaac looks to try and be dominant despite his youth, but hard work against bowling like this. Josh Shaw's gone round the wicket this time.
I wonder if he's feeling a bit stressed to be on 7 off 28. He goes for the big shot there and misses that. He just feels he's getting frustrated now.
And I think Josh Shaw's gone Josh Shaw's gone round the wicket to try and stop him from using his arms, getting a big swing in, tucking him up with that line. Having said that, he wasn't really under any pressure to do so, because when he was bowling over the wicket he wasn't getting a bat on it anyway, but he might have anticipated that he was going to go and try and go big. This is a real examination, isn't it? Excellent bowling from the more experienced Josh Shaw, and he's thoroughly nonplussed out there at the moment.
He hasn't conceded a run for at least 10 deliveries now, Shaw.
He hasn't got a bat on it, basically. He just and he's tried the big hit, he's tried the little dab. He's under pressure. It's good bowling, really good bowling. Pushing for a breakthrough.
Might be the only frustration for Gloucestershire. They haven't got a wicket for all this so far.
Gets a bat on that one and he'll feel relieved. 50 overs or not, what he does not want to do here is go and throw his wicket away, because it's good bowling. They're allowed to bowl well. It won't go on forever, and you can capitalise later, but you can't capitalise if you're sat back in the dugout.
No, and having battled this far as well, it'd be unfortunate if you were to give it away in a moment of frustration. And he nearly does there, but he misses with the drive. Another great over from Josh Taylor, Josh Shaw's second consecutive maiden, and at the end of the first half hour, 8 overs Worcestershire 24 without loss. I'm going to make way and we'll bring Brian Halford.
Thanks very much. That's Clive Eakin. And I'm Frank Watson. Brian Halford coming in alongside me any moment now. We're bringing you live coverage of this one here from Visit Worcestershire New Road. And hope you're enjoying our coverage. Nice for Worcestershire and Gloucestershire to meet, as they're in different divisions in the Championship now. Local derby, as Taylor Bowles and D'Oliveira gets a welcome run, just steering this one down to third man for a single. If you'd like to get in touch, best way is via X or Twitter. My handle is @FrankWatson58. Happy to hear from you to discuss either Gloucestershire or Worcestershire or cricket in general, this game, whatever you like, @FrankWatson58. So Taylor back over the wicket to Isaac Mohammed, who is forward to this one, pushing it back up the pitch, and there's no run on this occasion. Runs are hard to come by at the moment. Josh Shaw 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 4. Matt Taylor in his 5th has only conceded 14. Been very little loose and lots of playing and missing as the ball's nipped around. Taylor in again, bowls, and well, that is a big shot from Isaac. Given width, he will usually try and get his arm through the ball, and he's got this one away over mid-off for 4. Difference between that one and the ones where he's played and missed it, Josh Shaw, was a little bit of balance and stillness about him as he went into the shot, whereas he was on the move a little bit as he tried to get a bat on Josh Shaw's excellent deliveries. He'll feel better. Goes into double figures. Both batsmen have 11. And another run for Isaac here as he steers it down to third man. Good morning, Brian. And first impressions are it's been tough out there. Really good bowling this morning.
Good morning, Frank, and good morning to everybody. You can see why Gloucestershire thought they'd have first go with the ball. They bowled really well. I guess both sides will be relatively happy with this start, won't they? Because Gloucestershire have very much prevented the Rapids getting a flyer, but the Rapids haven't lost any wickets, so they've still got a reasonably solid foundation.
Yeah, I think we were talking just before, Brian, about the nature of the power play in this competition. It's nothing like. I mean, it's nice if you get 60 on the board, but it's nowhere near as significant in the longer format as the power play in the T20. And on a morning like this, I think you feel that the white ball won't do a great deal for a particularly long time. That first hour really is more like wicket preservation than anything else is a priority, especially when they bowl as accurate as they have this morning.
Indeed, and I think in 2020 as well, people can get a little bit carried away with the power play.
Definitely.
Plenty of teams have got themselves into a tangle by going at it too strong.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's certainly been the case this year. I mentioned the other day that it appears that in T20 these days, even if you lose 4 wickets early on, whereas there used to be a feeling that, well, let's still try and hold it together and get to 130 or something like that, coaches generally now thinking that's pointless. You're only going to lose if you get that anyway, so you might as well just keep going all guns blazing. So you get some really low scoring first innings if you get a bad start. Here's Josh Shaw around the wicket, bowled really well so far, and Isaac Mohammed has no answers at all at the moment, and he's again on the walk here trying to make something happen. Shaw's gone around the wicket, I think, to try and stop him from freeing his arms and make it difficult for him. He didn't really need to because he was beating him anyway, but he's trying to get him out now rather than just bowl dots.
Yeah,
and Isaac is really struggling against Shaw.
I think the skipper's just sort of walked down and had a chat to his younger partner there. Some advice from Brett Oliveira.
Play and miss from where you are rather than play and miss from walking down. It's a crazy bowling. So I mean, this is really excellent stuff from Josh Shaw.
It is. He's taken 3 wickets in each of the previous 3 games. He's having a great tournament and could easily have had 3 wickets already today. He hasn't got any though, and Rapids will be just thinking, well, we've got away with these playing and misses, and it's not a bad start.
I think he dropped his hands away from that one. Shaw's bowling with pretty good pace. He's bowled really good line, and he's got quite a bit of lift. I don't think it's the easiest surface either at the moment. Matt's been in touch. He says, nice to see these two sides are in the same T20 group again from next season. I agree. For 2 counties so close, it's a shame they don't play more often. For those in the north of Gloucestershire, New Road is closer than Bristol. Indeed it is. And I've played quite a bit of cricket in South Worcestershire, where there were lots of players that I played with and against who were more interested in Gloucestershire than Worcestershire. Shaw in, round the wicket. Isaac again is beaten outside the off stump. And well, he's just got to keep his nerve here, the young man. I mean, the last thing he wants to do now is just go and do something stupid and give it away, having faced 39 deliveries. I think the attitude of a seasoned pro would be, well, if you face 39 deliveries for 12, you've got to make sure that you now go on and get something like, at least a 40 or a 50, because you've used up those deliveries. If you get out now, you've used them up, and you put the next batter under a bit of pressure. And Shaw is in again, bowls, and that's a good shot from Isaac. Fair play to the young man. He's waited for opportunity to score, and he's taken it. Not a 4, but a good punch away square on the offside for a couple, and the first run's off Josh Shaw for some time.
Yes, he's showed a bit of patience, hasn't he? He's far from gung-ho this morning, and
that's right.
He batted well, and he's showing signs of that other aspect which the better batters show, which is it doesn't matter how many times you've been beaten, it's the next ball that counts.
Absolutely. And if there's anything he needs to add to his game, I think we've observed early on that is what it is, and he lets this one go outside the off stump. But it's good from Josh Shaw. He's absolutely at you if you're batting out there, and although he hasn't taken a wicket, he's bowled exceptionally well. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 6. And the Rapids, their opening partnership still intact at the end of the power play, but it's been a low scoring one. 2 off that over, 32 without loss off 10.
Gloucestershire captain Jack Taylor must be pondering whether just to give Shaw another over, see if he can make the breakthrough, but he will want to keep a fair few overs in the bank from Shaw. 32 without loss. I think if even though it is a relatively sedate start, I wonder if the Rapids might be just slightly happier with this, because they've got away with a few play-in misses, and they've still got 10 wickets in hand.
And they've managed to get through the first bowling change without losing a wicket. So a new man on at the New Road end is Dariush Ahmed, just playing his second game, I think. Saka Academy, South Asian Cricket Academy recruit, and he starts with a ball which Oliveira pushes up to mid-on for a single. Haven't seen him before, Brian. I don't know if you have.
No, I don't think many people have. As you say, just brand new into the team.
Nice easy approach, right arm over the wicket, medium pace, pushed back up the pitch by Isaac. I think he's played 1 game, hasn't he, in this competition so far? Yeah.
The South Asian Cricket Academy, of course, really sending some players through now. I've just been last week at rugby school, saw Vanchani looking very good for Warwickshire.
Made a good start, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, great work the South Asian Cricket Academy does under the leadership of Tom Brown. And as you say, quite a few players beginning to make a mark. And a good start from Ahmed so far. Nice and tidy. No great pace, lively medium. Slightly built, but good rhythmic approach.
Made his debut earlier in the tournament. None for 22. Sorry, none for 23 against Surrey, and the 29 with the bat. So clearly an
all-round potential, yeah. Nice shot from Isaac, but unfortunately for him, straight to Jack Taylor at extra. Nudged away for a single. Yeah, it's quite an old-fashioned start, really. If they can get through, you know, to say 50 without loss, and it takes 15 overs, and then gradually start to increase the momentum, it would be the sort of start that would have been regarded as absolutely ideal back in the early days of one-day cricket and the longer one-day competitions like the Benson Hedges Cup and the Gillette Cup. But not the sort of start that you often see these days, because since T20's come in, there's been this emphasis on massively quick scoring at the top of the innings. End of a tidy over then from Ahmed. His first, just 2 runs came from it. Worcestershire put into about 34 without loss off 11.
Yes, it will be nice to see these two sides back in the same group in the Blast. Of course, they've reverted to type, as cricket is cyclical in so many ways, wasn't it? They've gone back to the groups that the 2020 competition was in for the first 10 years or so, and it does get a few more local derbies back into the mix, which has to be good.
Yeah, you can imagine if you do live in the northern half of Gloucestershire, it's quite nice to be able to go to an away game without having to set off at 6 o'clock in the morning. Shaw is continuing from the Diglis end, and well he might, because he's hardly bowled a bad ball, to be fair, this morning. I don't think he has really bowled a bad ball. Been very, very accurate and pacey.
Yeah, it remains to be seen how much this pitch settles down. They have bowled very well. There has been some encouragement for the seamers.
That's a quick bouncer from Josh Shaw. Ducked underneath it, Isaac, but he had to take evasive action pretty quickly. That's threatening stuff. Craig Nicholson says, watching this bowling this morning bringing back painful memories of Lord's finals against Gloucestershire in 2003 and 2004. Oh, don't worry about that, Craig, that's a long time ago. Here comes Shaw again. Ooh, goodness me, he must wonder how he hasn't found the edge at least once this morning. He's living a charmed life out there at the moment. Just goes for a walk, reflecting perhaps on just what the step up is like, really. He's made big runs in the Birmingham League, he's been a prolific run scorer in academy cricket, got runs in second team cricket, but probably hasn't experienced this sort of examination too many times, and he gets a bit lucky with this one as he perhaps just loses concentration and gets hit on the pad, but he got a nick on it and the appeal was strangled. Lovely morning here at New Road. It really is beautiful, sunny, and
it is a glorious morning.
A good crowd in as well. It
is the perfect day for watching cricket and the perfect place for watching cricket. With a super delivery from Josh Shaw. And I think it'll be one for Isaac Mohammed to remember if he goes on to get a big score here. Having scored 15 from his first 50 deliveries faced, it will be a real marker that he can apply himself, he can be patient. He really dominated the strike. He's faced 50 balls, Brett D'Oliveira just 21. Crowd building very nicely.
Yeah, it's going to be a good crowd. It was a very good crowd here on Wednesday in the game against Hampshire. I think probably something like 2,500 were in. Very good crowd at Repton School against Derbyshire on Friday, similar at 2,500, and looking already as though I would say we're getting up towards 2,000 already here, and it could build as the day goes on. There's Ahmed again, bowls, and D'Oliveira. Ooh, this leading edge just goes out on the offside.
Yeah, similarly,
no run.
The crowds at Rugby School were excellent for Warwickshire's 3 games there, and the schools, of course, do deliver some lovely settings, and also give counties the options, as you've been saying, to get to different parts of their patches, isn't it? Which is really great to see, because county cricket should not be just about the headquarters.
Absolutely. It's just about enjoyment, isn't it? That's a good shot from D'Oliveira, and it's the first 6 of the day, over pitched from Ahmed in the slot, and D'Oliveira, who made 100 on Friday in that game at Repton School, wastes no time in seizing on the opportunity to score, having been tied down for so long, and the first 6 lifted over long on, and Worcestershire go up to 40 without loss. Ahmed in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira smashes this one away on the offside, this time only for a single because it's a sweeper out on the boundary.
I don't think that 6 came totally out of the
No, nor do I. No.
It went very, very high.
Yeah.
But it had enough on it to make it over the boundary over at long on. The mid on is up, so
yeah,
it was a good percentage shot, and the first 6 of the day.
Ooh, good from Ahmed. Beats Isaac outside the off stump. To be fair to Isaac, when we look at the board, and he's faced 51 deliveries for his 15, D'Oliveira 19 off 24, he's had the brunt of Shaw, hasn't he, to face? To be fair, D'Oliveira's not faced much from Shaw, and Shaw has been the pick of the bowlers. 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 6. Extraordinary figures, really, from Josh Shaw. Isaac down the pitch has chipped this one away in the air, and he has given it away. After such a vigil, he has chipped it up in the air and has basically hardly got hold of it at all, and given a fairly straightforward catch to the fielder out on the mid-wicket boundary. So he's used up 52 deliveries for 15, and it's all part of his experience, of course, Brian, as he learns the game, but valuable experience. But what he's got to do, as I've said several times in recent weeks, is turn these starts into significant scores, and it's a lot to ask of a 17-year-old. He's being given the opportunity, and with each game that passes, I'm sure he becomes more aware of how he's got to develop his game. Kashivali is the new man.
Yes, it is a big ask, isn't it? Opening the batting at 17 and You just seen Brett D'Oliveira break the shackles and hit the first 6 of the game, tried to emulate it but didn't really get anything on it at all. And Isaac Mohammed is the first man to go for 15, 41 for 1. And Kashif Ali walks to the crease like most of this Worcestershire top order, with some runs under his belt in the tournament.
It was a substitute fielder who took the catch, which is why I was a bit uncertain. Phillips, who was left out of the squad presumably this morning. Just looking for my squad list now. Joe Phillips, who took the catch, took it very well actually, out of a bright sky. Wouldn't have been that easy. And so it's Kashif Ali, and it's Saka to Saka, because he too came through the South Asian Cricket Academy, and he's beaten by a very good one first up. So well bowled to Dariush Ahmed, his first wicket, 41 for 1 off 12. The thing I would say that when you talk about Isaac and having seen D'Oliveira break the shackles, the thing I would say about that is that, you know, maybe when he's had his little sit down in the dressing room and got his pads and gloves off and he sits down with the coach, he might say, you know, we've already got 7 off that over.
Yeah.
You didn't need to do that. You could have just pushed a single. But then again, if he'd have whacked it for 4 or 6, we'd have been saying what a great shot it was. As it is the first wicket, and now we have the second bowling change of the morning. Craig Miles is coming into the attack at the Diglis end, a very experienced seam bowler.
Josh Shaw, 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6. What a remarkable opening spell.
Nice start from Craig Miles. Now there's the Bob Willis Cancer charity of having a big day here in aid of prostate cancer today, and they've done a big walk and had a bit of publicity and whatever, and we're going to have a chat with 1 or 2 of them a bit later. Just trying to work out when that might work. I think Bob's daughter Katie is here, along with Katie Reeves Juliet. Bob's daughter is here. Katie Reeves Juliet Willis, and going to come into the box and have a chat with us about the Bob Willis Prostate Cancer Charity and the walk they've done today. I think they're making collections around the ground as well, so I'll try and arrange for them to come in at some point during the afternoon. If I'm going off about 12 and I'm back at 12, maybe about 12:30 would be a good time. There's Miles again. This one pushed out on the offside. Great awareness around prostate cancer through sport, I think, in the last few years, and great that the Bob Willis Foundation, I think it is, has been set up, and his daughter is playing a prominent role in that. We'll hear a bit more about that later on. Good run from Kashif, just seeing that when Miles missed that in his follow through, it was straight enough for them to be able to get through for a single. So he's off the mark.
Good start from Craig Miles. coming into the attack, as you say, Frank, a very experienced bowler.
Yeah.
But all the Gloucestershire bowlers so far have made the Rapids batters work hard. There's been very little loose stuff. As I say that, Dave delivers a half volley, so it will be cut off just a couple of runs there to Brett Donavera. Nice sight to see so many of the seats at the Diglis end occupied. Very nice, good crowd building up. I think the ice cream van can expect good business. A lovely scene here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. The Rapids 45 for 1 from 14 overs.
Ooh, swing and a miss from Kashif outside the stump. He can be an absolutely storming starter, Kashif Ali. You know, he can come in and just whack it to all parts from ball one, or he can be quite an uncertain starter. And I think the reason is quite simply that, and I've talked to him about this, he doesn't necessarily have a particular plan when he goes out there. And by that, what I mean is, you know, sometimes a batter will go out and he'll talk to his partner and he'll say, well, this is what we're going to do over the next 5 overs, and he'll play appropriately. But Kashif tends to be, by his own admission, much more instinctive. And you say to him, was that in the plan? And he says, well, I didn't really have a plan. I just waited to see what came along. And, you know, you could call it bluntly see ball, hit ball, but he just tends to clear his mind and see whatever comes along. And if it happens to be a day where he gets it where he wants it, then he can be destructive from ball one. If he gets a day where the bowlers are on top like they are this morning, it can look a whole lot different for him.
Well, he got himself a 29 ball duck at Edgbaston in the Championship a couple of weeks ago. That was one of those days.
Whereas the year before he got 100 in either innings and played as though he hadn't got a care in the world.
But he is a really fluent player, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
But that was the afternoon at Worcester at Edgbaston, when Worcestershire just really
lost the game. Really.
They had a big first innings lead and didn't really seem to know quite what to do with it. Yeah. And the score, as reflected in Kashif's 29 ball duck, it almost was static.
Yeah.
And Rapids lost momentum and ultimately lost the game.
Oh, and he might almost have run himself out there if that throw from Graham Van Buren at mid-off had hit the stumps. He looked second favourite from the minute he said yes there, I thought, Kashif.
It was strange, wasn't it?
It was not an easy single at all.
He said yes and didn't really go for it 100%, did he? So.
And he was lucky to get away with that, I think, to be fair. But he did get away with it. It was a lovely looking shot. I mean, he almost is incapable of playing ugly shots. Occasionally he might go for a big slog and he doesn't look so good, but generally speaking he's such an elegant player. But an ill-judged single on that occasion. Ooh, Donovan was beaten by this one. That was a genuine play and miss. So a good over again from Ahmed. 5 runs came from it, but at the end of 13 overs, Worcestershire, 15 overs I should say, Worcestershire put into bat 46 for 1.
Ahmed.
Actually just 1 off the over, I beg your pardon.
1 for 10 off 3 overs. Really following on well from the impressive stuff from the openers we've spoken about. Josh Shaw, 6 overs, none for 6. Matt Taylor also asked a few questions, none for 20 from 5. Craig Miles has opened with an over for just 4 runs, so Gloucestershire have collectively bowled really well. You can see they're confident, you can see why they're at the top of the group, but this is a more expansive shot. from Kashif. There is a man covering at in front of the ladies' pavilion on the extra cover boundary though, so it's 2 rather than 4 as Clive Eakin rejoins us.
Just like old times ahead, Yes, interesting start to this match. Hard work for Worcestershire. They have only lost 1 wicket. I wonder what a competitive score would be. That's a single down to 3rd. Kashif.
Gloucestershire have won the last 2 games chasing. Won the toss and chose to do it that way around again, and as you say, Clive, it's hard to exactly know what a good score is. How much is this pitch going to settle down, and how much is it going to continue to assist the seamers as the day wears on?
That's a wide from Craig Miles. And Craig Miles back. That's his home county after a long spell at Warwickshire. That's 50 up, by the way, which is why you're hearing applause, which hasty mathematics tells me it's in 92 balls at 50. One slip in place now. He's gone for the big shot there, Dolliver. It just clears backward point, but it's going to bisect the 2 boundary fielders there, and he's going to get 4 runs. A little risky, but he's hit it hard enough, well enough to claim a boundary.
Again, he got enough on it to be safe. I'm not sure it quite came off the middle. In fact, I'd be interested to know how many of the 54 runs so far have come off the middle, because there's been quite a lot of thickest edges, many of them controlled.
And that is an edge that's gone to the wicket keeper. So D'Oliveira is crossing himself, having hit the 4. A little tentative prod at that. He's caught behind by Bracey, and the 2 openers have gone now. D'Oliveira for 26. It's 54 for 2. Worcestershire in the 16th over.
A good delivery from Craig Miles. It lifted a bit and it just jagged away, and D'Oliveira angry with himself. He'd have been much more angry with himself if it was a 4-day game and he played that shot. But in 1-day cricket, and especially after a relatively slow start, you've got to put your foot on the gas at some stage. So it was a risk, probably, which is defendable to take, but it's cost him his wicket. A warm ovation as he reached the pavilion. He's still berating himself, Brett D'Oliveira, because I think he felt that he was just starting to get going at 6 in the previous over at 4 in this one. But now he's gone for 26, and a man in excellent form, Jake Libby, comes to the crease.
Yes, D'Oliveira on the back of that 138. Must have felt he was beginning to look to build on that. But you say Jake Libby really hasn't had a failure yet in this competition. 32 in a low scoring game here against Hampshire. His lowest score is past 50 in all 3 of the other matches, including unbeaten 112 in the first game against Notts. So he is in good form. What could do with him getting runs here? 41 for the first wicket off just under 13 overs. They've now lost 2 for 13 in about 3 overs. So perhaps trying to accelerate, and they've lost wickets.
Gloucestershire will be very pleased with the last 10 minutes, because now Worcestershire got 2 new batsmen in, 2 new batters in, and that normally means a bit of retrenchment just when the Rapids would be wanting to accelerate a little bit.
Oh, and Libby plays loosely at that. If they can get Libby early on, they really will be a happy Gloucestershire. It wasn't a best of starts from an informed batter, 5th top scorer in the competition this season currently with 283 runs. Craig Miles was saying he's a long spell at Warwickshire. He joined them with Liam Norwell from Gloucestershire. won the county championship with them, but now back at his home county. That's better from Libby, and he's timed that nicely. Two fielders giving chase. Probably will get there, will they? No, they won't. That's a really nice time shot from Jake Libby. And 4 welcome runs for Worcestershire. 58 for 2. So, slight mixed bag in that over. 8, 9, 10, 12 came off it, but also a wicket. 58 for 2 from 16.
It's really noticeable there how as soon as that ball pierced the infield, it wasn't going to be caught. It's a fast outfield. Brown in certain areas down towards the pavilion and the ladies' pavilion. So if the pitch does quieten down, I reckon 250, 260 would be the minimum that Worcestershire want. What do you think, Clive?
Yes, that sounds about right. We were saying for the Hampshire game here, admittedly on a different pitch as they take a single there, that Hampshire looked at various stages of innings as if they were likely to get around the 240, 250 mark. In the end they fell away and didn't. Of course, as you say, they are playing against a team that have been chasing rather well so far in the competition this season. He's giving him out, and that is a big blow. Jake Libby goes for just 4, his first failure in the competition, giving LBW Ahmed strikes, and Gloucestershire really getting on top here. Just maybe hit him on the back leg. He might have thought it was a bit high, but he was close to the stumps. Clearly the umpire felt that was going to knock off the bails, and he goes.
18 wickets for 3 runs. Sorry, 18 runs for 3 wickets in 25 balls. That's a really good little spell for Gloucestershire. And after an uncertain but wicketless start for the Rapids, suddenly the wickets have started to fall, and that's a huge one. Jake Libby, as you say, Clive, in absolutely sensational form, but let's hear it for Darius Ahmed. 2 huge wickets, and Gloucestershire now, from being quietly on top, have really seized the initiative here as Ethan Brooks comes to the crease now. Ethan can be very destructive, but I would say, Clive, at the moment the Rapids just need to retrench a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Got 1 half century in the competition this season. That was against Essex. Got 35 against Hampshire. But maybe a bit of rebuilding required now here for Worcestershire. That 240, 250 we're talking about looks a bit of a way off now.
It does. It's been a very good reaction from Gloucestershire to Worcestershire having got through a very testing new ball spell, seen both opening bowlers off. It's the change bowlers that have struck. Darius Ahmed 2 wickets, Craig Miles 1, and the Rapids on the back foot.
That'll be a wide. The extras column has been helpful for Worcestershire. That's the the 3rd wide, but we had 4 byes in the first over. A couple of leg byes since, so it's now 9 extras. That run there. Sunny, hot day out there. Crowds built up nicely. Tea and cakes will be served in the ladies' pavilion later, we're told. He tries to take a little step down the pitch there, Brooks, but still struggles with that delivery.
Very good stuff from Derek Jarman. 2 for 12. His 4th over. And Captain Jack Taylor will be delighted with this. The whole Gloucestershire seam unit has applied pressure. You can see why they're 100% top of the group.
No run there. Yeah, the opening bowlers did really well, and then the first change bowlers have kept the pressure on. There's been no weak link so far, really, in the Gloucestershire bowling. Matt Taylor did go for 20 in his 5 overs, but caused a lot of trouble in that time. Josh Shaw going for just 6 in his 6 overs. The A run there for Brooks to get off the mark, and Worcestershire with a lot of work to do on 61 for 3 after 17 overs.
Gloucestershire, of course, in a previous era were very much the team, weren't they, in this day cricket. Had a great era just after the turn of the century, and Mark Alleyne was at the helm of that, of course, on the field.
And what they tended to do, didn't they, was quite similar to this, really, is they strangle the opposition, just make it so hard to score runs against them. Won a lot of low scoring games. And there's, of course, when Jack, we were talking about it earlier, Jack Russell was wicket keeper.
Ethan Brooks takes guard at the New Road end, about to face his former colleague and pal Craig Miles, and you couldn't meet 2 nicer fellas in county cricket, or indeed in the world.
Got a nice bat on that, but straight to Matt Taylor at mid-off. Conventional wisdom is 5 wins needed in this competition to have a chance of getting through, and the fact that Worcestershire have got a tie to the name means that 5 wins would almost certainly do it for them. So they still need 2 more from the last 4 games, including this one. Through for 4. Fielder beats the ground in frustration, well timed by Ethan Brooks, and the ball races off the surface. And Matt Taylor was cross with himself, but he didn't have a great deal of time to get across to that one.
He didn't. It was beautifully timed, wasn't it? It absolutely flew across the grass, never rose from the grass. Lovely classical off drive.
7th 4 for Worcestershire, plus 1/6 in this innings.
Well, we've seen Brett D'Oliveira and Jake Libby both strike a handsome boundary and then almost immediately perish, so the Rapids absolutely can't afford that to happen to Ethan Brooks. 65 for 3, a bit precarious, but still plenty of overs to go, so selectivity is the key for the next half an hour or so, I would say, for the Rapids.
I get 2, just the 1 this time. Thought about 2, but Tommy Borman was quickly onto the ball, the boundary rider, to get the throw in. There's a chatter down below us. Coming down the pitch there, Kashi Valley just well to get the single. All parts of the ground nicely populated. A few of the sponsors marquee enjoying the shade of the tree there. I'm not an expert on trees. What is that, Brian? Yeah.
Chestnut tree.
Chestnut tree, yeah, of course it is, yeah. Looks very pleasant under there.
He used to have a few friends over there, of course, didn't it?
Yes, indeed. So left, so the end of the over. The boundary meant there were 6 runs off the over, 67 for 3. Craig Miles actually been a little bit more expensive than his colleagues. He's got a crucial wicket, but 22 runs from his first 3 overs. He's felt at Warwickshire, I think some of the coaches said at Brian, you'll know, he's regarded as a bit of a confidence player. He's at his best if he has the self-belief.
He is, and I guess that is the case with many sports people, isn't it? But Craig had a great start for Warwickshire, didn't he? He was really pivotal to their championship triumph in 2021, and then of course took something like 6 for 14, wasn't it, on the first morning at Lord's in the Bob Willis Trophy final, and then just drifted out of the reckoning a little bit in subsequent years at Edgbaston, and I think he's a good pick-up for Gloucestershire.
Ahmed continues a no run. That was a surreal occasion, wasn't it, the Bob Willis Trophy? Cricket at Lord's in October.
Yeah, and Warwickshire turned up absolutely ecstatic, having won the championship in really thrilling fashion. It was a 3-way tussle, wasn't it, in the last game. Lancashire absolutely devastated, and they had to go and play one more game in the Bob Willis Trophy. They clearly wanted to be there, not.
Yeah. Defended by Kashif Ali.
And that's no disrespect to Lancashire, but it had been a long season, and it just culminated in them being pipped at the post in agonising fashion, and they had to go and play another game.
I mean, I really enjoyed the game, but I'm not hugely surprised that it hasn't been repeated since.
That's right, Warwickshire will retain the Bob Willis Trophy forever. Good bowling this from Darish Ahmed. He's impressive. We will have when Ethan Brooks gets down to face the unusual sight of number 77 bowling to number 77. You don't see that every day.
Do always like that though. And that's a well run quick single. Well, Ahmed's second List A game.
And now we do have the exciting clash of the 77s. Now, a little extra spice, and so I'm the best 77 in this game is at stake here.
Yeah.
Keeper standing up, which is a good effort. That one lifts a little bit. The pitch is doing plenty, and Bracey's standing up. He's going to have his wits about him if anything gets through. Clearly with an eye on the batters coming down the track a little bit.
I always think when players a number like 77 suggests they wanted to be number 7, but it was already taken. Would be my guess. Somebody's just disturbing the batter a little bit. And he has to. Umpires. Be part of the game with Shiraz here, trying to mine what he wants. Not sure the message has got through yet. I wonder if it's a door they want closing or opening, possibly, if the sun is glaring off it. 68 for 3. One ball, the 19th over to go. She got to 41 without loss before losing Isaac Mohammed off Ahmed for 15. Brett D'Oliveira followed off Craig Miles for 26, and then Jake Libby off Ahmed for 4. Inside edge on that one, but it will be a run. to Ethan Brooks.
Yeah, Gloucestershire very much on top, but still quite on the defensive. I know what Ethan Brooks is capable of. Got two fielders on the leg side boundary, so there is a single pretty much anywhere if he can just get it onto the leg side. But Gloucestershire don't want to allow him to free those arms and get the boundaries, so they're protecting that leg side boundary, and pretty much everything Gloucestershire have done so far this morning has worked nicely. Ahmed fielding just down here in front of us. I feel very pleased. 2 for 15 for his first 5 overs.
Craig Miles continuing. That's a dot ball. They do seem to be doing a good job, the South Asian Cricket Academy. Players that have come from there have made an impression. A remarkable story of Zen Malik, who after 12 rejections from counties over the years has finally, after a stint with Saka, got his opportunity at Warwickshire and done pretty well. Tidy bowling there from Miles. Brooks plays it to mid-on.
Worcestershire, of course, digesting the very unfortunate development with Adam Hose in the 100. It's a very serious injury. All our best wishes go to Adam. Appear to be in with a chance of playing again this season, but let's hope the recovery is full and as fast as possible.
That's a nice shot from Brooks, and that's going to go all the way. I mentioned the fast outfield, and Josh Shaw chased in vain. 73 for 3.
Craig Miles is an attacking bowler, isn't he? He's not the sort of guy to bang in dot ball after dot ball. He's always probing, searching for a wicket taking delivery that can be a little bit on the expensive side. Just over pitched a little there, and nicely put away by Brooks, who's moved into double figures.
That's another there. .74 for 3. Ahmed down below us, keeping himself loose. He's going to continue to bowl. Just maybe strain on the leg side a little bit this over, Craig Miles. That's another one that Brooks is able to turn around his body for 1.
Gloucestershire still have Zaman Akhtar to come on if they want to just stick completely with seam. A couple of spin bowling options, of course, as well, in Van Buren and Borman.
Single there for Brooks, so with 3 singles plus the boundary earlier, 7 off the over. So should have worked their way to 76 for 3 after 20 overs. The first 10 overs had yielded 32, so they have accelerated a bit, 44, but they've lost 3 wickets in doing so.
Yeah, as Frank was saying, this is an old style score, isn't it? Back, remember the John Player League days, 76 for 3 after 20 overs. It'd be about par. Long distant days. Another good delivery from Ahmed, well watched by Ethan Brooks. Of course, this is a huge game in the context of the group. Whoever wins really have 1 foot in the top 3 in the qualification zone. Whoever loses will still be in a decent position, of course. They're both unbeaten, but the winners today here will really take some momentum forward. So we have a tweak in the field, and I think for the first time today Gloucestershire go without a slip. A slip moves to a very straight short mid-on.
Yeah, maybe we're seeing the ball softening up, as Frank was saying earlier. Whiteboard, even though they use one at each end, does tend to start doing somewhat less as the innings goes on. Of course, finishing top of the group is a big incentive. Takes you straight into the semi-finals, and you get home advantage in those semis. Defended by Kashif, who's on 9 off 19 balls, so he's going cautiously. That's well fielded and preventing any runs there. Jack Taylor it was, diving on that and getting the throw in quickly. They've looked keen in the field, haven't they, Gloucestershire?
They've done very little wrong so far. They look very sharp. Bowlers have been accurate and testing. It's going for the Rapids at the moment.
Well, that's hit straight down the ground from Kashif, and that will roll over the ropes, having cleared mid-off. And Kashif Ali hitting his first boundary off his 21st delivery, 81 for 3.
Staying down, never mind the keeper standing up, backed himself to connect, and he did, not quite as cleanly as he might have hoped, but mid-on and mid-off were up, so nice and safe.
Well, that's an edge.
I think he might have regretted moving the slip out there.
Indeed.
I think he would have swallowed that one.
As it is, it's 1 run. Again, quite a productive over for Worcestershire, 6 off it. Without looking entirely on top, they are accumulating runs quite well of late, 82 for 3.
Still to come, Henry Cullen, Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, Jack Home, Fateh Singh and Kuram Shahzad. Plenty of guys who can hold a bat there, but I think the Rapids would like at least one of these two to bat for most of the rest of this innings. If somebody is going to deliver a real big match-shaping knock, you would think it would be one of these two. Miles to continue. Good delivery. Beats Kashif. It's rather tentative prod outside off stump. Darius Ahmed just having a chat with the 12th man right in front of us. His beard, he looks a little bit like W.G. Grace, I think, one of his Gloucestershire predecessors.
Yeah. Yes. What W.G. Grace would have made of the modern game.
Well, I don't think he'd in favour of the review, would he? Because he tended to review his own dismissals, didn't he? And even the ones that are bold, he sometimes carried on if he was enjoying himself.
They've paid to watch me play, not you, was his supposed line to the bowler. Whether that's actually true or not, I don't know. It's a good line. There's a few players that could probably try and use it. Yes,
I'm not sure that WG's first class figures actually quite as accurate as they should be, are they? So it does help if you have 2 or 3 goes every time you go out to bat, or sometimes when you go out to bat.
Just to play that into the ground there, Cashy Valley to claim a single, short delivery. 83 for 3.
And I shall depart, Clive, and leave Frank to answer the question: how would WG Grace have fared in 2020 cricket?
Thank you, Brian. Haven't had Frank's quiz question yet, have we? Do you want me to pass this on to you?
Thanks, Brian. Clive just moving across. We're going to be joined in a few minutes, I think, by some representatives from the Bob Willis Cancer Charity, who have got a walk on here today, and I think a couple of them are coming to join us, and we're going to have one of them on air with me, Clive, which is why I've moved you across there. So I'll get an update from them shortly. Nicely timed run by Ethan Brooks.
Yeah, they're just steadily ticking along at the moment. These two came together at 59 for 3. So not quite a partnership yet. They've had it 25. They've done that in they've done that in about 6 overs.
Yeah, so 84 for 3. Kashif on 15. Ethan Brooks on 15. Bit of rebuilding work to do. And Clive, I'm going to ask you to step aside, and I'm going to be joined as we have a bowling change at the Diglis end. I'll just break off as we describe this first delivery of the new over from the Diglis end, which is bowled by Ben Charlesworth and driven out on the offside by Ethan Brooks. There's no run. 84 for 3. I am delighted to say that I'm joined by Ron Headley from the Bob Willis Cancer Charity. Ron Headley, a very famous name on this ground, Ron, as no doubt people have already told you today.
Yes.
Slight different spelling, I think.
Yes.
Beautiful shot from Brooks off the back foot here as he takes the first run to be scored off Charlesworth, a couple. So I'm going to try and keep the commentary going while we chat for a few minutes. Ron, I think a lot of people already know about the Bob Willis Cancer Charity, but just give us an idea of how it all started.
Well, from my point of view, I'm chairman of Bucks over 60s cricket, over 70s cricket. I did a prostate cancer walk with Jeff Stelling, the sports presenter. A year later discovered I'd got prostate cancer and had to find a way of dealing with it. We raised money locally in Buckinghamshire through over 60s cricket, and when we did our last one was a lunch with a dinner, and we got introduced to Lauren Clark, Bob's widow, who then introduced us to Katie, Bob's daughter, who had just started the Bob Willis Fund, and I came up with this strange idea of doing a walk in every county that plays over 60s cricket. At the time there were 32 counties plus Wales that play as a county. There are now 34 because Dorset have joined. We have now done, this is the 41st walk we've done, and we've raised £74,000, and we get support from the Bob Willis Fund, which is looking to raise awareness and better testing, which is what the money's for. But more than anything, it's about awareness. There's so many people who walk with us. Say I went for a test because of the walk, and now I'm being treated for prostate cancer.
Yeah.
1 in 8 men, 1 in 4 black men. We have to get the message out there. And when I got it, I had to decide how to deal with it, and this is the only way I could deal with it.
Brilliant. Well, obviously it's a fantastic charity, and it's just impossible not to feel that you're doing great work. I'll just break off as Ethan Brooks takes another single, which takes Worcestershire on to 89 for 3 in the 23rd over. At the end of the 23rd over, and the men out: Isaac 15, Brett Dolliver 26, and Jake Libby 4. So you've been here today. You've done your walk today.
Yes,
I think you did that quite early this morning.
Yes, we did.
Have you sort of passed a bucket around today or anything like that? Or?
We had a bucket while we were walking, and lots of people put money in, and we're hoping that somebody will wander around the ground at some point in the lunch interval and collect more.
Because it's quite a decent crowd in today.
Yes,
but in any case, people that are watching this and listening to us can contribute.
Yes, correct, definitely. If they Google Ron's March, Bob Willis Fund, they'll find out how to donate. We're doing a walk at the Utilita Bowl in September, and the most amazing thing out of this, there's some, because I don't know if you're aware, when I came up with this idea, I met a friend who worked for Worcestershire Cricket Club.
Right.
And he said, if Worcester do a walk, you're doing it at New Road. And the very first walk in September 2022 was here. On a beautiful sunny day in a championship game against Middlesex. And we've now walked and had tickets to games at about 6 different county grounds. And the response has been incredible. But we're now also, on the 30th of October, as part of this, we've been invited to go to Rome to play the Vatican cricket team to raise awareness of prostate cancer in the Catholic world. And that is just absolutely amazing.
Matt Taylor back into the attack, by the way, at the Diglis end, has started with a couple of dots against Ethan Brooks. It's 89 for 3. Oh, well, that's great. So a cricket game in the Vatican then.
Well, just outside the Vatican, but it's against
St Peter's Square.
Yeah,
just be
not far off. Well, they're all priests that work and train in Rome.
Yeah.
They're all very young, and they'll be bowling a bit quick, and for a load of over 60s.
Matt Taylor again, another dot. Interesting, Ron, you might find this hard to believe. My dad was a priest who trained in Rome, because after my mum died, at the age of 59, he decided to become a Catholic priest, and he was sent to the Beda College in Rome for 4 years, where he was sort of accelerated training, and he became a priest age 63 and had 20 years as a parish priest before he passed away. Yeah. So that'll be close to my heart. Yeah, brilliant.
The funny thing was, I'd actually, before I met the Vatican team, which was at Paul Getty's place at Wormsley, near us, through the England cricket manager, the over 60s cricket manager, I'd actually, through the Bob Willis Fund lunch with John Major, had bought in the auction a 2-night stay in Rome, which is how, when we went, the manager, Father Amon, said, if you're coming to Rome, you're coming to lunch with me. And when we were there, he said, you have to bring a team out here.
That's brilliant. Brilliant. Here's Matt Taylor again around the wicket. Bowls. Kashif just steers this to third man. 91 for 3 Worcestershire.
Yeah, so he said, we want to get the message of prostate cancer testing, PSA testing, out to the Catholic world, and we're going to use you through social media, report the match and everything. So on the plane back, I said to Pat, my wife, we'll probably get 3 or 4 people from Bucks, and I'll have to ring people. We've got 37
I should imagine
people.
It's quite a popular one, isn't it?
37 people going, and it'll be incredible.
In September?
Yeah.
Perfect time to go.
No, it's the 30th of October.
Okay.
That's the perfect time to play cricket in Rome.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not a bad time, is it? Excellent stuff. End of the over from Matt Taylor. Nicely bowled, just a couple of runs coming from it. Ethan Brooks has 18, Kashif Ali 19. Worcestershire are 91 for 3 after 24 overs. I am talking at the moment to Ron Headley, not that Ron Headley, no A in this Ron Headley's name. You're not a left-handed dashing opening batter,
no,
are you?
I'm a left-handed, extremely boring opening bat.
Yeah.
I've actually, even Tom Grave and his wife Jackie, when I rang up Tom one day, said, "How are the children?" And I suddenly realised she thinks it's the other Ron Ridley.
Well, he's an old teammate of mine from League cricket days, Ron, at Old Hill, so I knew him very well. Still around. And Dean, his son, who played here, was a pupil of mine at RGS Worcester many years ago as well. Now master in charge of cricket himself down in
So you must know
Phil
Devon. Newport well.
I know Phil Newport extremely well.
Could you give him my regards?
Yeah.
I used to play table tennis against his dad.
Okay, yeah.
And his dad was a fiery character on the table tennis table.
I know Phil very well. Phil took my job at RGS Worcester when I left as cricket pro there. I left there to go up to Repton School, where Worcestershire played the other day. I'll just break off to describe a magnificent shot over long on by Kashif Ali, just given a little bit of room to get his arms away by that one from Ben Charlesworth, and breaking the shackles a little bit with a 6 over long on Kashif. Moves on to 25. So Phil, and he was here the other day, came back for the Old Players' Day quite recently. Still lives in Worcester and still working at the Royal Grammar School, still enjoying it, I think. And as I always say about Phil, if he picked you up an apple from the fruit bowl and threw it to you, it would swing, because he just can't bowl a ball without, and he's teaching lots of boys still how to swing it. Talking of swinging, Kashif Ali swings this one away over mid-wicket. 2 bounces down to the ropes in front of the Graham Hick Pavilion, and the 100 is up for Worcestershire. You'll hear the applause from a good crowd in at New Road on this lovely sunny afternoon, and a bit of a clash of the top 2 teams in this one-day cup competition. Gloucestershire bowled really well this morning. Worcestershire just Teeth and Brooks both been in decent form this season in the white ball game, and they are attempting to put a little bit of pressure back onto the bowlers. So Phil Newport, who had a great career here at New Road. I think people often underestimate Phil, and I was able to play with him and against him and to commentate on many of his performances. And I often say to people, there aren't many bowlers like Phil around anymore that swung it properly and both ways and quite late. And his numbers are phenomenal. When you look at Phil Newport's, the number of wickets that he actually took for Worcestershire and the frequency with which he took them, and because he was in a side that occasionally had Dilly and Botham and Radford, people didn't quite appreciate his contribution. Another single for Kashif, well judged this time, up to mid-on, and they get through quite comfortably, and that is the end of the over. 102 for 3, Worcestershire at the halfway point. He had a great career here, of course, and I know. Funnily enough, he came back last winter to speak to the Worcestershire Cricket Society that meets here in the winter, and I tend to sort of do the interviews with in front of the audience and whatever. And there's always one chap who always asks, "How did it all start for you?" And in Phil's case, it was basically my dad, and being taken around cricket grounds of Buckinghamshire on a Sunday afternoon for years and years and years. And
his dad played for Booker, a little village just outside part of High Wycombe. And then Phil was at High Wycombe Cricket Club.
And then RGS High Wycombe he went to, didn't he?
And then came here.
Yeah, and he's and still here. Saw him just about 3 or 4 weeks ago on a Sunday morning. I was walking my dog and I heard this voice shout across, and there it was Phil. And he'd just come back from the RGS festival. They have a festival at sort of High Wycombe, Worcester, Newcastle, Lancaster, the various, and I think they'd been up at Newcastle this year, and he'd just come back from that. But and I said, "When are you going to retire?" And he said, "I'm still enjoying it too much, But
I'm 75 and I still work because I enjoy it.
Well, that's it. We're not only working, Ron, genuinely doing great work with this Bob Willis Fund. Just absolutely fantastic to see you and to hear about it. I've heard quite a bit about it, obviously being quite involved with cricket, but brilliant what you do. You're a bit of a cancer roadshow, really, aren't you? You're taking it around the grounds, aren't you, really?
It seems just the over 60s is the age. They're now reducing it to over 50, over 40 for PSA testing, which is brilliant. We'll get a better test than the PSA test soon, hopefully, through all the research that's being done. But I just thought, well, how can I get the word out? And the over six, I had an audience to get to.
Yeah.
And I was told the other day, we hosted an England versus the USA over 16 international at Winchmore Hill in Bucks 2 weeks ago. And somebody told me that in an interview there that there's 3,700 people, men, playing over 60s cricket. There are 3 or 4 ladies as well. Worcestershire have a lady who plays for their over 70s, which is brilliant. But we've got an audience there to say, you get tested. And every time we walk, somebody comes up to us afterwards and says, I came on the walk, I heard the message, I went for a test, had no symptoms, and I'm being treated for prostate cancer. And that is, we just love it. That's better than every.
That's what it's all about.
Every £1,000, but one person saying, I said when I started this walk, if I could stop one person going through what I went through, which isn't very pleasant. And I've got bone and cancer as well, and I still have treatment every 3 months. It's not pleasant, but I'm still here. I'm pleased to say I've lost friends who didn't go for tests, etc. So we just, I suppose some people would say it's become an obsession, but it's an obsession.
It's a good
hopefully saving lives.
You're not missing any cricket, by the way. We've had a drinks break. Worcestershire at the halfway stage, 102 for 3. I'm just speaking to Ron Headley from the Bob Willis Cancer Fund, who's here leading a prostate cancer walk today. The bucket will be going round. If you're in the ground, and I know some people do listen in the ground, you can make another contribution. If you're not here and you would like to contribute, go online, look up the Bob Willis Cancer charity.
Ron's March. Go to Ron's March.
Ron's March is the other way, and you can find ways to contribute. And the message is, make a contribution, support the charity, and also if you're a male over 50, get yourself tested. And that's the message that is being put around, so you can support it or you can respond to it. And on behalf of Worcestershire and on behalf of all the counties that you visit, Ron, may I just say thanks very much and congratulations on your really good work.
And thank you for having us up here.
Great to have you on. Thanks, Ron. Get Clive Eakin back in now. I could have a quick chat with Katie, would be good, maybe. Yeah, that would be good. Okay. We might just get someone else on, so I'll keep talking about the cricket for a while. So Gloucestershire started really well, bowled very tidily early on, particularly Josh Shaw. 6 overs 3 maidens, no wicket for 6. Matt Taylor is now in his 7th over, just starting it from the Diglis end, and Kashif Ali steers it away on the offside for a single. And I think we are going to be joined by Katie Reeves in a minute, who is Bob Willis's daughter, I believe. And so Clive gets the boot again. Sorry, Clive, in and out of the seat alongside me. 103 for 3. Kashif Ali 31. Ethan Brooks on 18. And Katie Reeves coming in alongside me, I'm pleased to say, for a quick chat, as Ethan Brooks turns this one away on the leg side for a single. So, good afternoon to you, Katie. We've had a good chat with Ron about the charity, and we've put it out there to people how they can get involved and support, and what it's all about as well, because that's obviously quite important. Was it your idea in the first place?
So it was actually my stepmother that started up the fund. We had a book that we put together. It's called A Cricketer and a Gentleman.
Yeah, I've seen the book. Yeah.
And there was a lot of support from that. We realised there was quite a lot of love out there for my dad still.
Yeah.
He was obviously quite iconic in his bowling, but then his broadcasting career. So she was of the thinking of, we could make this bigger, we could do something, influential, and try and do something positive from a bad situation for our family. And yes, we started sort of 5 years ago, and the response has been brilliant.
I think the response that there has been has reflected, as you quite rightly say, the affection that the nation had for your dad. I mean, I watched him when I was a schoolboy, used to get off the bus on the way home from school at Edgbaston and watch him when he first joined Warwickshire, and I remember him as that real tearaway with the big mop of hair and so on. Obviously also much of the great things that he did with an England shirt on, I think, have made him fondly remembered, but he also became a cricket pundit that people loved as well. And I don't know, it's an odd thing for he was quite a stroppy cricketer at times, as you probably know, and quite an angry bowler at times, and could be, as a pundit, a little bit kind of a little bit critical, but yet clearly a tremendous affection for him, I think, not just amongst the public but all the other pundits and everything else. That's perfect, isn't it, for your purposes, really, in a way.
Exactly, and I think, if we can use that affection to help other people, to raise awareness. We've had people, from watching our Blue for Bob Day campaign that say, because I watched that game, I went to get checked. Because Bob did it, I would do it, and if we can use that to help others, that's brilliant.
Another single here for Kashif, down to third man, 108 for 3 then, Worcestershire, in the 27th over. Bit of rebuilding being done by these two, and they're doing a decent job. Yeah, and I mean, I've done a little bit of prep for this, just loosely. I mean, I've had 2 or 3 friends. I'm 67 years old, which is a similar age to what your dad was when he was diagnosed, who've had prostate cancer. And I mean, it's 1 in 8 men, isn't it? That's what they say. 1 in 8 men.
1 in 8 men, and it's 1 in 4 if you're black. So it's the main thing with this disease is knowing your risk. If you have family history of it, or if you're black, then your risk is higher, and you do need to be aware of it.
Nice little clip for 4 by Ethan Brooks there, takes Worcestershire to 112 for 3. I'm talking to Katie, Bob Willis's daughter, here about the Bob Willis Cancer charity that she and her stepmum have set up, and which is going along so well. They're here today doing a walk here at New Road, as you may well know. Personal question, Katie, if I may. And I often think this when I watch on the news or on a local news programme or whatever, subsequent to a tragedy, such as, for example, the mother of a victim of knife crime or something sets up a charity to try and reduce the number of knives on the street. Has it helped you?
It's very difficult. I do struggle with it because obviously I am faced with talking about my dad every day, which is wonderful, but it is really hard.
But the feeling that you're doing something positive as a result of tragedy.
So that's good. It's wonderful coming to things like today to meet these people who either have been affected by prostate cancer or they just want to help support. And generally some of them have stories of my dad, and like you said, remember his run up, or had various people over.
I used to wear the same boots. Do you know, seriously, daft, this sounds really daft, but there was a tiny little company in Birmingham, in King's Heath near Edgbaston, called Quaif and Lilly, and they used to stock these boots that were made by a company called Wicket, and they had that red tongue. I don't know if you've ever seen the pictures of your dad. And I used to literally go to the factory and climb up amongst them, pick out these boots, and I had the same boots as he did. And you would only find people that lived in the Birmingham area that ever wore those boots, and he was wearing them in test matches and people. Amazing. The marketing these days would be very different. It did. It would. Did you watch cricket? Did you like cricket?
I didn't. No, I mean, I love the social side of cricket, definitely, but my mum and I would go to these amazing places that you get to go to in cricket, Australia, South Africa, the Caribbean, but we tended to just not go to the cricket, and Dad would be talking about it all day, so the last thing he wanted to do is come home and talk about it, but it's provided a wonderful time. I've got some brilliant memories of fun trips away, and the community around cricket is brilliant, and that's what we're trying to use for the charity.
Yeah, well, I was a young Warwickshire player. Never played in the first team, but I was in the Warwickshire sort of setup when he was captain, and it was if you saw him come in, you sort of stepped out of the way, and you had to make sure you were very, very well behaved. But he captained a Warwickshire side in the early '80s that was a very, very successful side, but it was a tight ship, and they did what they were told, I think, most of the time, really, And if they were around now, he'd be saying, "Get yourself tested," wouldn't he?
Exactly. Yeah, and that is the key to this.
And
it's
you're doing
early
it on his
diagnosis.
behalf.
Just try
Fantastic.
to help people. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming,
Oh, well,
and
thank
it's
you for
great to have
having
you
us
here.
and
And
spreading the
good
word.
luck with all the work, and
Thank you.
we will spread the word as much as we possibly can.
Thank
and
you
I
so much.
hope it's been a successful day.
Yeah, it's
Katie.
wonderful. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for joining us.
bye.
Okay, bye. That was Katie Reeves, Bob Willis's daughter, who's here promoting the Bob Willis Cancer Charity. A great charity. Get involved. Go online. Ron's March or the Bob Willis Cancer Charity. You'll find ways that you can contribute. And also, if you are here at New Road and the bucket comes around again this afternoon, be generous. And if you're over 50 and you're a man, get yourself tested. That's the message. Thanks, Katie. Clive Eakin will now come back in for his afternoon stint, and we'll get our focus back onto the cricket. But a brilliant charity to support, and I hope you appreciate the coverage that we've given to them. Meanwhile, back here at New Road, it's 116 for 3.
I did buy one of those blue hats when I was at Chelmsford.
Oh, did you?
So,
Yeah.
I needed a hat as it happened, they were there, so
Yeah. You should have worn it today.
I should have. Yeah.
Although in here we don't need it, and it tends to we get a bit of a false impression in this commentary box that it's quite cool. Graham Van Buren is bowling from the Diglis end of the ground with his left arm spin, and Ethan Brooks and Kashif Ali are at the moment building quite a significant partnership. They've added 58 now for this fourth wicket, and they've done it pretty neatly, actually, without much risk. Kashif 34 off 43, Brooks 29 off 39, and they've done it, as I say, without much risk, and fairly comfortably. They needed to. Gloucestershire bowled particularly well early on, and Worcestershire were in trouble at 59 for 3. They're by no means out of the wood, but 28 overs gone, 117 for 3, and they're putting down a reasonable platform, Clive.
They are looking to get a competitive total on the board, but Josh Shaw, change of ends for him, going to bowl from the New Road end, having caused a lot of problems from the Diglis end early on with a new ball. That is just steered away for a single by Kashif Ali. And yeah, they'll get themselves into a position where they can hopefully set a target. Shaw's opening spell, none for 6 off 6 overs, 3 which were maidens, and he caused the batters a fair amount of discomfort. Whether they can get the same out of a ball that's rather older now, we'll see. That's a single to mid off. For Brooks is on to 30. Good crowd in. No run there. What Worcestershire need to do is what Hampshire didn't really in the first game here. Hampshire at various stages of their innings looked to be heading for something like 240, 250, but then didn't get there. They fell away. Were bowled out for less than 200, so Worcestershire should be mindful to avoid that. I think a score of that amount would give them a chance. These days, scores of 300 tend to be needed to win one-day cup games, but it does vary, and there have been 3 successful defences this season of less than 300, but they've all been at rugby school.
Right. Is that because the pitch has
Oh,
deteriorated?
possibly, maybe just a bit slow. I mean, 283 and 291 were 2 of them, but then the other day Middlesex defended 217 on there in the 3rd game there. Oh, that'll be a wide, yeah. Little too high. Bouncer from short. Fourth wide of the innings. His second.
Just watching looking at our live stream coverage, and if you have the live chat on, it's interesting because it's all in India. I think there's a couple of thousand people watching probably, but any live chat, it's all based in India. So I think
Hello, India.
I think the betting markets might be involved somewhere along the line. 120 for 3. I wonder what they'll be betting on for a final total. What do you reckon, Clive? Steady as she goes, I think. There's just small targets, isn't it? Get through the next 10 or so. She's just turned this on the leg side for a single.
I mean, if they can get to 260, 270, it's a long way off, but if they could get to that, I put them in a decent position.
They'd be very happy with that. I think 250 is quite a good score here at New Road these days, and T20 good score is about 170, something like that. This pitch. I just heard something.
No, that was me. I've just muted mine now.
This pitch, as Van Buren starts a new over. Oh,
he's got it.
He's taking the catch behind the stumps. Kashif's gone. He thought he dropped it initially, drove at it. Kashif edged it quite clearly, and Bracey fumbled it, but then gathered it at the second attempt. So the partnership is broken by Graham Van Buren in just his second over, and Kashif's gone for 36.
He did just about grab that, didn't he?
He edged it, it hit Bracey's gloves, it popped out, and then he dived forward and took it in front of the crease, but the first contact was behind, so it was all satisfactory, and that's a big wicket. And Graham Van Buren, gosh, he likes a celebration. So Kashif's gone, the partnership is over, and Worcestershire lose their 4th wicket.
It's his 8th wicket in the competition in 4 matches. He's played in 3 of the previous matches, taken 7 wickets, Graham Van Buren, so it's been effective. He'll be 35 next week. South African born player. 10th season at Gloucestershire.
Yeah, you don't get many overseas players who stay as long as that, do you?
No.
Big mates with Gareth Roderick, the Worcestershire red ball wicketkeeper, who's sitting this one out. Former Gloucestershire captain, of course, also South African born. And that's a big wicket because Kashif played a pretty un-Kashif-like innings, really, for his 36. He faced 49 deliveries, but he was just beginning to gain a bit of fluency, I thought. So it was quite an important wicket.
Yeah, the onus now, the rest of the batting is to keep going. Still got a long way to go in this innings, still 20 overs after this one. Henry Cullen comes to the crease.
Well, it's a good opportunity, isn't it, for Henry Cullen? This competition is a good opportunity for Henry Cullen. And he's off the mark.
Yeah, he's made. Sorry, Frank. He's made a 27 and a 26 so far.
Yeah,
11 and a 5 not out.
He's kept wicket pretty well. He's a bit of a throwback, I think, Henry Cullen, for me as a keeper. I'll explain what I mean by that in a minute. Just the way that he bats reminds me of the old-fashioned sort of keeper who sort of nicks it and nudges it and nurdles it and skips up and down the pitch and takes his quick singles and so on. He can hit big to get to single, but he's got that cheeky chappy sort of air about him, really, which so many keepers used to have. These days, often I think you get keepers who, like Jamie Smith, who comes out and smashes it left, right, and centre, and times have changed a bit. Cullen just pushes this one out on the offside.
Well, nurdling a few ones might be the right thing for him to do right now, with Ethan Brooks at the other end.
Yeah, big partnership this. Matt Waite and Tom Taylor still to come. That one a little bit short from Van Buren, and Cullen has plenty of time to cut it away for a single out to the cover boundary.
Good over there from Van Buren, just 3 offered in the wicket. So 30 overs bowled, 124 for 4. The last 10 overs have yielded 48 for the loss of 1 wicket. So they have been the most productive 10. The first 10, 32 without loss. The second 10, 44 for 3. They're slightly more productive, 48 for 1. But they'll need to pick up on that. The last 2 batches of 10 overs. Short to continue. This will be his 8th over, so he's almost done. And again, a little push and run from Cullen. 3 off his first 4 balls. Are you giving us a question yet today, Frank? Are you not?
I haven't got one today.
No.
I've let myself down, really, because I remembered last night. I was at Molyneux yesterday covering the Wolves Manchester City game. I didn't get home till quite late, and then I remembered I had to get my stats up to date before this one. Having been at Repton purely as a spectator the other day.
Oh, he's taking it.
To catch. Substitute Tommy Borman, I think, and that is a magnificent catch. Diving forward, short from shore. Ethan Brooks picked it up beautifully, and Tommy Borman, I think it is, substitute on the leg side boundary, running in. And he might have even thought about not offering for that. As it is, he's dived forward and caught a magnificent catch. That's a second wicket taken by a catch by a sub.
He is actually in the team, Tommy Bourne.
Oh, is he? I beg your pardon. I thought he was a sub.
But it was a terrific catch, wasn't it? And that's a big blow.
He's in the team. I haven't got him down, so there we go. It was a great catch anyway. Well done. And he is in the team. So brilliant catch, Tommy Borman. And Ethan Brooks going very well on 31 is dismissed, and the 2 really important batters that you felt, didn't you, that one of those 2 would have to go on and make something highly significant if Worcestershire were going to get that score that we were looking at 250 or so. But Ethan Brooks has gone for 31. Reward, it must be said, for Josh Shaw, who's definitely deserved a wicket and has bowled really well. But suddenly, after a partnership of 62 for the 4th wicket, Kashif and Ethan Brooks have both gone, and Worcestershire 125 for 5.
I mean, he could almost have done himself a disservice with that catch. He crashed into the ground as he took it.
Yeah, it was a brilliant catch. It really was. It really was.
No, Worcestershire got to be careful. They're not bowled out for sub 200.
Yeah. Interesting that 3 players have been caught in the deep. Matthew Waite is the new man. Solid as a rock. For his first ball pushed out on the offside. But Josh Shaw, say he's deserved it. He's in his 8th over, 1 for 11. Doesn't come much better than that, does it, in one-ball cricket? Very, very good effort indeed. He's an old-fashioned, isn't he, Josh Shaw? Broad in the beam, broad shoulders, good bit of pace, and he certainly delivered today for his captain after Gloucestershire won the toss and chose to bowl first. Don't forget to go online and have a look at the Bob Willis Cancer Charity and look at ways that you can contribute. Great to have Ron Headley. Ron's March is the other thing to Google, apparently. Ron Headley, not that Ron Headley, joining me, and also Bob Willis's daughter Katie to talk about the charity. I hope you enjoyed that. Didn't get in the way of the cricket too much. Such a great job they're doing, and a way of honouring the memory of a great former England captain. Lovely day here at New Road. Big crowd, lovely sunshine, not too hot, pretty hot I would imagine if you're in the Dollavera stand, but there's plenty of shade around. And a single to Matthew Waite to get him off the mark, just runs that behind square on the offside. And that's the end of the over. Tidy one. Just the 1 run coming from it, no, 2 runs coming from it, and the wicket of Ethan Brooks. 126 for 5 Worcestershire after 31.
So 19 overs to go. What can they get to? Graham Van Buren is also ball from the Diglis end.
Yes, so going back to the quiz, I got home and I thought I must get a quiz question sorted out. I did all the stats from Friday and put them all in my bucket, and then it slipped my mind. So I'm afraid no quiz question today. I could try and come up with one off the top of my head. I usually try and get one that involves both counties.
Defensive there from Waite.
So I even started to think about players that had played for both counties and what I could ask about them.
Ollie, a run. Ballman coming in from the sweeper position.
There aren't that many that spring to mind, actually.
No,
there are a few very obvious ones, like Tom Gravely,
I was about to say him.
Gareth Roderick most recently, and Brian Brain. But I can't think of a huge number. But if we want to encourage some involvement from viewers and listeners, you send us names of players that played for both counties. That'll do. Not quite a quiz question. You could say name 10, but not quite a quiz question. But send us names of players that played for Gloucestershire and for Worcestershire. And we've got Brian Brain and Tom Graveney and Gareth Roderick, obviously. Currently, send us the names of a few more. At Frank Watson 58.
X,
Twitter.
Extra Matthew Waite just beating the wicket-keeper there. Gets a run. And that one was a bit short, but it'll just be 1. 130 for 5.
I've got a quiz question.
Okay.
I've got a quiz
Go
question.
ahead then.
Okay. Which player who played for both these counties is profoundly deaf?
Oh.
There you go. If you know him, you will get this. If you don't know him, you probably won't. But there is a player who played for both these counties, and a very, very fine player he was too. Well, not especially successful at county level, profoundly deaf. Who is that? Okay, 130 for 5 at the end of that over. 4 runs came from it. A bit more rebuilding work needed. 18 overs remaining. I reckon that 250 would be. They'd snap your hand off now, but I think anything over 200 might be more realistic. As Josh Shaw begins a new over, and Henry Cullen just steers him out on the offside for a single. So which player who played for both these counties profoundly deaf and may well be watching? Oh, I've got some answers already. Well, no, I haven't. I've got a couple of people follow, but no answers yet. It's Shaw again. Bowl short, swivelling pull shot from Matthew Waite. Rolled his wrists on the top of it. And they take a single.
Good controlled shot from Waite. Ballman still marshalling that deep boundary. Front of the ladies' pavilion. It's actually standing right on the rope at the start of the bowler's run up.
Oh, Matt's got a good one. Obviously, Kadir Ali. Obviously, Alex Goodman in recent years.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Alex never really got going here as a player, did he? Having made the move, I think injury was a problem. But Kadir went the other way from here to Gloucestershire. Now back here as a coach, of course, although not for this competition because he's away working with one of the teams in the 100. Josh Shaw bowls and Matthew Waite drives into the covers. I reckon Josh Shaw and Matt Waite might have a bit of history, you know, because they're both former Yorkshire players, aren't they? I think they probably would have been at Yorkshire together at some point. Just check their relative ages. It surprised me if they've got a bit of background playing cricket for Yorkshire together. Josh Shaw was born in 96. Wait forward to this one. Played out on the offside. And Matthew Waite was born in 95. So if they were at Yorkshire together, I reckon they probably might have been in a similar age group. Played a bit of second team cricket together, etc. I don't know. I'll have to try and find out later on. Probably a few years ago anyway. Shaw in once more. Bowls and Waite cracks this away on the offside. Beautiful shot. Really good, aggressive, square cut. And even though there's a fielder out on the boundary, racing around to his left, couldn't get anything on that one. And at the end of that over, Worcestershire are 137 for 5. 7 runs came off that over. There are 17 left, and steady as she goes as far as Cullen and Waite are concerned in these next 10 or so, I would say. If they could score 4 and over, 5 and over for the next 10, then maybe have a little bit of a launch. I might still hope they can get to that 250.
Graham Van Buren continuing. Almost got that one through. No run there again, keeping it tight, Van Buren.
Lee says Kadir Ali, yeah, we've already got that. Matt says, how about Mr. Spray it all over Shannon Gabriel? I didn't know Shannon Gabriel had played for Gloucestershire, but yeah, it's another one, I suppose. There must be a good few.
You would have thought.
Next door neighbours, aren't they? But nobody's got the deaf one yet. Which batsman who played for both counties is profoundly deaf?
neatly placed for a single there by Waite. Rappers almost having to start again after the two batters in the partnership both went.
He's quick on his feet, Cullen, isn't he? But even though he's able to get inside that and give himself room, he can't beat the fielder on the offside boundary. Tommy Borman, who took a brilliant catch to dismiss Ethan Brooks a few minutes ago. Really good effort. Apart from anything else, Clive, risking a mouthful of cricket ball, he's diving forward on a bone-hard dry outfield as well. Tremendous catch. Tidy over from Van Buren. 3 runs coming from it. 140 for 5 after 34. One person's got the answer.
Okay.
But I'm not going to give the answer out yet. But yeah, Guy Fenney, former school friend of mine and cricketer with Harborne in the Birmingham League. He knows because he will have played against this person probably. Well, I think he definitely did, so I might have played in the same game. Anyway, correct answer. Which player who played for both Worcestershire and Gloucestershire is profoundly deaf? And Andrew Salter has got it as well. Well done, Andrew. Brilliant player despite his slight disability.
Joshua's final over.
Nice little steer from Cullen, dealing exclusively in singles at the moment, Henry Cullen. But, a busy player, as I say, always looking to score, always looking to rotate the strike. Also capable of some decent hitting when he gets in, but there hasn't been much to go at, to be fair, this morning, what we've seen this session. I think they bowled pretty well, Gloucestershire, especially early on, and none better than this man. And if I were out there now, I'd be saying, let's not get out to him in this over. It's his last over. He's bowled really well. Let him bowl his 10 for 20, but let's not make it more than 1 wicket. Matt Taylor's only got 3 left. He was also pretty tidy. Miles was a bit more expensive than Charlesworth, and some of the other bowlers have got to fill in. Don't get out to the big guys. That's a cracking shot from Matthew Waite. A bit like the one he played in the previous over. Just given a bit of width by Josh Shaw. And I've tried to find lots of ways, Clive, of describing the way that Matthew Waite plays that sort of short arm punch shot off the back foot. Sometimes in front of square, sometimes behind. I can't find a better way than that. A short arm punch, but he times it so well. Hits the ball very hard generally, and that was a cracker away for 4. Still 1 this time. He first came to prominence with the bat for Worcestershire, Matthew Waite, and played on loan, of course, and then made his move permanent. But it was at Cheltenham in a championship game about 3 years ago when he came out just before lunch, I think, on the second day, and out of nowhere hit, I don't know, something like 5 boundaries in an over, I think, and an over just before lunch, and then carried on after lunch, made runs in both innings of that game. That's a runner ball or quicker in a championship game, and I'm really impressed.
I remember him batting well earlier this season in difficult batting conditions against Warwickshire here, when only 2 or 3 batters really made any impression in the game.
Yeah, Sam Hain probably was
the
most impressive. But yeah, he is capable of. Well, you probably remember he hit George Garden for 5 sixes and a 4 last over of the T20 last year. But in all circumstances, but he does. It's that crisp striking of the ball which is most noticeable, and we see it again there. This time he'll only get a single, but nicely hit, punched away with that firm positivity that he brings to his game. End of the over, end of the spell. 8 runs came from that over, probably his most expensive over. 148 for 5 off 35 Worcestershire, and Josh Shaw finishes with figures of 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27.
That's the most economic 10 over spell anyone's bowled against Worcestershire this season by some distance. In those last 2 overs both went for a boundary each, courtesy of Matthew Waite. Actually the joint 3rd most economic 10 over spell in the competition by any bowlers this season. Mitchell Keeleen has the most economic. He took 3 for 15 in 10 overs for Durham against Kent.
He's on the move, isn't he, Mitch Keeleen?
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
What's that?
I think where it's been announced that he's on the move to. I was quite surprised actually, because I know they think very highly of him up at Durham, and his dad, of course, was a Durham bowler.
That's a single there.
Might be Leicester, I think.
Essex.
Is it Essex? Essex, there you go. Yeah, good signing, I think. Good signing.
Yeah, 150 up. So the 150 coming in 212 balls. So yeah, let's slow down a bit. No run there. 65 balls for the 3rd 50. The 2nd took 55, and that's when the partnership was at the strongest. First took 92. Wait, rather frustrated with himself, not able to get that one away. And just 2 off the over, so Van Buren continues to be miserly.
He's a good bowler, isn't he? And it's all done with a minimum of fuss, isn't it? Van Buren, short run up, gets through his overs really quickly. The only time he makes a fuss is when he gets a wicket. He loves a celebration, but like a lot of left-arm spinners, he does his work tidily and efficiently, and he's pretty efficient, shall we say. Now, here's an interesting move. There's Jack Taylor coming on at the New Road end. And don't see a lot of Jack Taylor bowling these days.
He didn't bowl the last game against Glamorgan. He has bowled a few overs in the other games, 4 wickets across 3 games. Took 3 for 16 against Surrey.
Pushed out on the offside this one. And there's an occasional off spin, but he's not. Yeah, I mean he's not a kind of, what do you call it, decoration bowler. He's a proper bowler, but he just doesn't bowl that often these days, really.
He's had a checkered career with bowling, because he's been reported for an illegal action 3 times. The first time was here in 2013. He's been called twice since. At one point had to serve a 12-month ban from bowling.
Well, nothing wrong with that,
no.
What I can see. As he's cut away by Clive. Good knowledge, Clive. Good knowledge. How do you know that?
I just looked him up.
How did you know it was here, though?
It's in one of his biogs.
Oh, okay. Very good. Well, he started well here, I think. He's bowled pretty nicely so far in this over. And doesn't look to be anything wrong with the action. And this one is driven up to mid-on. They're going to have to hurry. Oh, they do hurry. He's very quick, Henry Cullen. In fact, he got in very easily, didn't he, at the end of that? So 3 runs from the over, 153 for 5 at the end of it. 37 gone, and probably time for me to go. Or
we'll get Brian in.
Back. And it's an hour since I came back. I know I've not been doing entirely cricket commentary in that time. Bit of prostate cancer research as well. Well, not research, but work, advertising. 153 for 5.
So 13 overs to go. Van Buren, 16 runs off his first 5 overs. Into Cullen. Oh, goodness, he's beaten him with a quicker ball there. And there's no run. And it's played out to long off for a single by Cullen, who's now on to 15. Accumulating steadily is Henry Cullen, doing an important job for the team. We've got to make sure that they make good use of their 50 overs and don't get skittled out. Wait, we'll get a single to long on. What do you reckon now, Brian, in terms of what score they need?
I think they're still like 250.
Yeah.
It's a question of fiddling it around and, as you say, making sure that they occupy the 50 overs. But Gloucestershire bowled really well, haven't they, and fielded really well, and they look like a side destined to go far in the competition.
That's short. Oh, he almost hit that to mid-wicket there. Cullen just bounced short of the fielder. I think for a moment he's thinking, oh, what have I done?
I think he'll be thinking that should have gone over the field.
Yeah. He's got that one through, but we picked up by the sweeper, so it's just 1 run. 156 for 5, so he got away with 1 bad ball there, Van Buren, almost got him a wicket, just 3 off the over. So they're not getting him away at all.
1 for 19 off 6 for the spinner, who is backing up excellent stuff from the seamers. A deserved wicket for Josh Shaw in his second spell. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. Very, very good bowling by the former Yorkshire player. 156 for 5. Do you agree that they'd still be aiming for 250, or do you think they might have lowered the target a little bit?
Yeah, I think we'll obviously hope to have a few overs at the end where they can score runs, and I think if they get 230, 240, they'll feel it'd give them a chance. Whether it'll be enough, we'll have to see. The odds will be against them, I think, but they'd have a chance if they could get to that. 2 runs there to Cullen. Good feeling by Cameron Bancroft. That one played to Bancroft again. Well, that's gone all the way. Terrific blow that from Cullen. Where's that come from? He's been dealing with singles up to now. Well, he really got hold of that one.
Yep, the third 6 of the innings, and very nicely struck.
He's
very straight.
His 4th of the competition.
Rapids could do with 1 or 2 more of those. Just 11 overs to go now, so assuming they can rattle on at 6 an over, which would be the minimum the side would normally require from the last 11 overs, they'll be around 230. couple of big overs might just still get it up to 250, and then we'll see whether the pitch flattens out, which Gloucestershire would love to happen, or whether it continues to encourage the seamers, in which case 240, 250 could be a very interesting score.
They're trying to get something from the change. I'm not too sure what's Gloucestershire are asking for something to be brought on.
That's beautifully reverse swept right in the gap. Perfectly executed reverse sweep by Cullen. There's a man at short third man and one at point, and that was split them perfectly. Really good shot.
Yeah, Cullen's obviously decided to start pushing the foot on the accelerator.
I can report, Clive, that the ice cream van is in excellent form.
Is it?
Rum and raisin particularly
Rum
strong.
and raisin? I haven't come across rum and raisin for a very long
Get
time.
yourself over there. £2.50 as well. Well, pretty good, that is. Well done, Worcestershire County Cricket Club.
Well, I've just been on holiday in Devon, and you struggle to get an ice cream for £2.50 there. I have
Yeah,
to
I think
say.
you would most places. What's not to love about New Road?
A few chances of catch, but it's fairly well short of
A bit of
a
bounce
good
there.
point.
The spinner nearly got the batter into a tangle.
Doesn't quite get that one through. Matt Taylor cuts it off. Substitute fielder Phillips is at backward points, already taken a catch.
That's the ball absolutely races over the outfield, doesn't it? And despairing dive there from Matt Taylor, but usually you can see the fielder gaining on the ball, but on that occasion the ball's just accelerated down the slope over the lightning fast outfield. And 4 more runs to the Rapids, who haven't really had a major contribution, have they? Several players have got in. D'Oliveira 26, Kashif 36, Ethan Brooks 31. Nobody's gone on.
I'm just trying to work out who the Gloucestershire field is off, which Gloucestershire player is off at the moment. I'm just wondering whether the discussion here is about how long he's been off, whoever it is, and whether that'll impact on where he can bat, because the umpires have been in quite lengthy conversation with a couple of the Gloucestershire players, and there's been looks to the changing room. I might be misinterpreting what's going on, but I just wonder who it is has gone off and how long they've been off for. Phillips is still out there.
Well, there's a conversation going on now. The umpire coming over to talk to a member of the Gloucestershire coaching staff, I think.
Yeah. It looks to me as if the umpires are concerned about how long a player's off for. Doesn't look as if the Gloucestershire coach is too enamoured about what he's been told.
His body language suggests very much that he isn't. A bit of chuntering going on there.
Is it Josh Shaw who's gone to change his boots after finishing bowling? I wonder, because he bats quite high up.
He may have gone to get himself a rum and raisin while he's off.
Yes.
He's earned it. Super speller bowling. 1 for 27 off 10, and he really could have had 3 or 4 wickets in his first spell. 6 overs for 6. Incredible bowling from Shaw, and so many times he beat the battle. Forced a false shot of some description.
Well, Gloucestershire are delaying the game a little bit here, perhaps to resolve whatever the issue is. don't think they have to worry too much. The cut-off time is 2:37, so got just under an hour to go. They've got 10 overs to bowl, so that's not going to be an issue. We're going to see Craig Miles, change of end for him. Did go for 31 runs in his first 5 overs, but did get the massive wicket of Jake Libby. That's a good shot for nothing, straight to mid-off. From Waite. Again, a nice drive. He does get 1 run, a slight misfield from Bancroft. He stopped the ball, but it deflected off him, and they're able to get through for 1. 176 for 5.
Elsewhere in Group B, Middlesex challenges to these two teams, 129 all out against Yorkshire. So whoever wins this match is going to be in a very strong position indeed.
Be a single there. The fourth 10 over spell from 31 to 40 was the most productive in terms of runs, slightly, not much in it. For Worcestershire, they just scored 51 for 1, 48 for 1 in the third 4, 44 for 3 in the second. So there's been a very slight acceleration. And there's a single there. Could be an interesting contest. This could be one of those relatively low scoring games that intrigues. Oh, that's been mishit. Where's it gone? It's gone straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves from Cullen, top edge, and the ball obligingly floated off the top edge, and I think James Bracey had to take about 1 step back to allow the ball just to drop into his gloves. And Henry Cullen had begun to get going, useful 35 of 39 balls, but he's gone 178 for 6.
Yes, the third Rapids batter to get into the 30s and then to perish on the offensive. It was a pretty good ball, good length ball, which he tried to muller over to the leg side and looped obligingly into the hands or the gloves of Bracey. Fulham 35, and that's quite an interesting blow, that, for a big blow for Gloucestershire, because Cullen is just starting to unfold 1 or 2 big strokes, and the Rapids need 1 or 2 big strokes. And here's a chap capable of delivering them.
53 in 10 overs, the partnership. But it's been the case that when Worcestershire batters have started to get going, it's not really lasted all that long before they've got into trouble.
Tom Taylor marches to the crease. He can hit the ball a long way, and the Rapids would love to see 1 or 2 disappear into the new road in the next half an hour or so.
His first game in the competition this season. He's been rested for the first half of it. Ben Allison rested for this one. What teams have tended to do with their sort of senior bowlers, the ones that aren't involved in the 100, they've tended to play them not every game, but some games.
Second wicket for Craig Miles, who, as you say, Clive, has been a little expensive, but he's got 2 wickets
It was mistimed, we know Ron there.
And that is the way Craig tends to operate. Can go for a few sometimes, but he is an attacking bowler and he can take wickets, which is always a good way to slow the scoring. Worcestershire 178 for 6 with 9 overs to go, and I think Gloucestershire would be pretty happy having won the toss, chosen to bowl, and at the moment it's looking like they're going to be chasing something which way they will fancy getting, but an explosive cameo from somebody in these last 9 overs and the Rapids are back in it.
Just beyond the reach of Van Buren there from Waite. His innings feels important now. He's been in for a while, played some good shots. Van Buren bowling his 8th over. Single to long off. Not quite the same as 77, bowling to 77, but we do have number 12 bowling to number 12 now. Well,
nice symmetry.
stopped on their weight a bit, didn't it? Just short of the fielder. It's another tidy over from Van Buren.
Matthew Waite looking a little frustrated there.
And he gets one there.
That's another good over from Van Buren, though. Really good over. And there's only 8 of them left, so the Rapids need to work out whether they can afford to go for broker. It's a relatively short straight boundary here at New Road, certainly from when the bowling is from the Diglis end, and the Rapids could probably do with landing a couple in the crowd, but as we've seen all through the innings, it's one thing to bat normally on this track, but trying to accelerate has its risks, and quite a few batters have perished as soon as they've tried to climb into the bowling.
Greg Miles again. That will be stopped, will it? Yes, it will. They will get 2. Two fielders working in tandem down there. Phillips, a substitute fielder, who's still on, so whatever that issue was, it's not been resolved in terms of the player who's off, who I think is Josh Shaw. It's a strain on the leg side again, Miles, and he'll go for a single. Tommy Borum, who's the other fielder in that dual stop earlier, stops that one. Miles here, that's a quickly taken single. Okay, just a little bit down the leg side, Miles. Not sure that's come off. It's another single.
Just exploring Frank's side of the press box, Clive. There's a very eclectic collection of reading material here. We've got a Playfair cricket annual, fair play. Henry Porter's A Spy's Life, a good old spy thriller, and the Wolves versus Brentford match programme. Diverse reading material.
I know he was at Wolves yesterday for their defeat against Manchester City. I'll get him back in soon, actually, since probably to the last half hour before the end of the innings. It's fielded on the bounce by
Gloucestershire will be happy with this, won't they? Worcestershire keep finding the men on the leg side boundary. They can't get it through. Just ones and twos. A ring of 3 men right on the rope in front of the pavilion and the chestnut tree on that side of the ground. It's a long hit to get it over them. So they're challenging the Rapids batters to take big risks if they're going to get the boundaries they need. 4 men on the leg side boundary, of course. There's a Taylor's just in front of us at long on, so there's a long on, and they're all being moved about 5 yards around. So long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and long leg.
Yeah, well, they scored off every ball in that over, but it's a 2 and 5 singles, so it's 7 off the over, which at this stage Gloucestershire might not feel too unhappy about. If they carry on at that rate, well, they'll get 236. I want a little bit more than that.
Conversation between the 2 batters. I wonder if they're going to say, right, we've got 2 more overs potentially of the spinner. Are we going to go for it? Try and lift a couple into the well populated seats at the Basil de la Vera stand.
Tried to, but Waite's been caught and bowled. Low, driven low, back to the bowler, who makes no mistake. And Waite goes for 28. Another batter getting to a score, but they're not going on. And with still 7 overs to go, Worcestershire are down to their last 3 wickets.
A sharp return catch there by Graham Van Buren. I think Waite had aggressive intentions there. He probably was looking to launch it, but in fact got a bit too close to the pitch of the ball and could only drill it back to the bowler. Van Buren collects his 2nd wicket, 2 for 32, doing a really good job for his team, and Gloucestershire enjoying a drink while Jack Home walks to the wicket, and Gloucestershire will be thinking, yeah, this is going our way at the moment. 188 for 7 with 7.5 overs left.
Yeah, still a battle to see the innings through here for Worcestershire. And again, it's 2 new batters at the crease. Tom Taylor's only faced 4 balls.
Jack Home comes to the wicket not long ago, playing for England under-19s on this ground, which he was very proud to do. Now his county needs him as he takes guard out there.
Jumped up at him a little bit. He Is it the backward point?
And Buren may have his eyes on a wicket maiden here, which would be quite nice for Gloucestershire in the 44th over.
Will be a double wicket maiden. The appeals turned down. Two balls left of the over. Well, it's not going to be a maiden because there's a single there for home to get off the mark.
Just dropped a fraction short. Van Buren and the batter to work it away, but just one off the over and a wicket as well, and that's lovely stuff from the left armour. 2 for 34 from 9 overs.
Frank Watson will join you, Brian.
I'm delighted about that. Not that I'm not delighted to commentate with you, Clive, but I want Frank to talk me through this really gorgeous pencil case, which is so old-fashioned. I haven't seen a pencil. It's a bit like the one you'd have at junior school, and I didn't know they still made them. They may not still make them. It may have been at Frank when he was at junior school. It's a little furry purple pencil case. Where did it come from?
I think it was one of my daughters when they were at school, and it was kind of left behind, and it's been in my cricket / football reporting bag for the last few years.
Well, it's very stylish.
Yeah, well, you need a few little highlighters and things, don't you, from time to time, as Matt Taylor comes back into the attack.
The Rapids could do with a few highlights right now. Need a couple of big blows, don't they, Frank? It's
well, the trouble is, and it's a bit of a cliche, but every time they've got into a position where they're threatened to do that, so, you know, partnership of 62 for the 4th wicket and nice little partnership of 50 odd for the 6th wicket, they've just then lost not 1 but 2 wickets. And therefore you've got 2 batters at the crease again who are both new to the crease. But, you know, as Taylor gets a single off the edge down to third man, I'm not sure 225, 230 wouldn't be a reasonably competitive score if they can get there.
I agree. If the pitch doesn't change and doesn't flatten out, then
they'll take some getting, but
yeah, if the sun continues to beat down, who knows, the pitch may quieten a little, but if not, no, 230 would be an interesting target.
I suppose the frustration for Worcestershire looking down the card, Brian, is that, you know, 26, 36, 31, 35, 28 people have got in, nobody's gone on, and even in difficult circumstances, if you get to 30, you probably fancy your chances of going on. I thought Henry Cullen played pretty well for his 35.
He did. And even Isaac Mohammed only got 15, but he was there for 52 balls, wasn't he? Only Jake Libby hasn't made any sort of stat.
Yeah.
But nobody has gone on past 36, which they'll be disappointed about. But it probably does say something about the pitch. And it's not an easy pitch to score quickly.
No, I think they've bowled really well too. You know, just 4 wides. And they were all off 1 ball, I think. So only 1 delivery has been delivered wide. No balls. Tidy. Good running between these two to pick up a couple there. So yeah, it's been a very disciplined performance, I think, by the Gloucestershire bowling attack. All of them, really. Charlesworth is a bit expensive, wasn't he? The youngster, but pretty tidy, the rest of them. Especially, I think, Josh Shaw, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27, and I think quite a few of those came in his last couple of overs.
Yeah, 6 overs for 6 with a new ball, and that really set the tone of Worcestershire struggle and hard work. Gloucestershire chose to bowl, and they've been really on it in the field. Very sharp.
Yeah, they have.
Field.
They have.
And bowled well and fielded well. And Worcestershire with 5 overs to go, sort of eking their way to hopefully to 220, 230. But there's always that, when there's quite a lot of wickets down, there's always that extra element, isn't there, of you cannot go for broke, because you need to make sure that the innings runs its course for 50 overs.
Van Buren bowls, and Taylor plays a reverse paddle, which is not a shot. I've seen him play a great deal, and it's not a great shot to play when you've got 2 fielders behind square on the offside, and he didn't find the gap and didn't get a run. Van Buren bowls again, goes in front of square this time, drives up to long off for a single. Last over then for Van Buren. He's bowled really nicely, I think. Very, very economical. Takes home on the pad with this one. Been a great servant to Gloucestershire over the years, Graham Van Buren. 10 years with the club. Home gets a bit of room this time, just dances inside this and cuts it away on the offside. Good shot, picks up 2 as Tommy Bullman runs round the boundary. Good footwork. And another one as he drives this uppishly on the offside. It's not a minefield, this pitch. It's batters have been able to play shots, but just a sense that the odd one sticks in the surface a little bit. Batters have struggled to time it, as indeed Taylor does there. So the end of Van Buren. 199 for 7 at the end of that over. 4 runs came from it. And Van Buren's figures: 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 37. Top effort from him, given when he bowled. And it has epitomised the whole Gloucestershire effort, which has been focused and efficient, occasionally spectacular. One thinks of Borman's brilliant catch to dismiss Ethan Brooks. And just well, they look like a team that knows its roles, knows its sort of each individual knows their job, and you can see why they're top of the table.
And 200 comes up for the Rapids, rather later than most of this very good crowd would have liked, but they're there now. With 4.5 overs still to add. The Rapids, of course, have left Ben Allison out today after his 9 wickets in the last 2 games, and they're going to need to take wickets, aren't they, frankly? I think if Gloucestershire bat their overs, they'll win it. So it's one of those, isn't it? Yeah. Well, that's a good shot, isn't it, from Tom Taylor in the slot from Matt Taylor. Tom Taylor, probably the best shot of the day, actually, the most dismissive thump straight down the ground for 6. That's a super shot from Tom Taylor. I asked a quiz question earlier today, Brian, off the top of my head, because Clive was telling me I hadn't prepared one. Which batter that played for both Gloucestershire and Worcestershire was profoundly deaf? 1 or 2 people have got it right, but it'd be a good one if you want to get in touch with an answer. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. Which batsman who played for Gloucestershire and Worcestershire was profoundly deaf? And the other one I said just threw out there was players that have played for both counties, because there aren't that many, or there's some obvious ones, but not that many. Or at least not that many that I could think just straight off the top of my head. So
There we go. 207 for 7.
Has anyone got that one correct yet?
Yeah, 2 or 3 people have got it correct. People that knew him or played against him. Taylor in, bowl short, swivels, trying to pull this again. Jack Home, but doesn't get anything on it. He's not a bad batter, Jack Home. More known as a quick bowler, but in age group cricket and league cricket and school cricket, he's got some pretty big scores to his name. I think he got 100 in the second team actually earlier this year, but hasn't got much time to have a look at it. He's faced 11 so far. He's got 7 runs. And beaten again as he tries the tennis shot from that short one from Matt Taylor.
Tried to fetch that one, didn't he? He might have been better off just trying to carve it over third man. Third man is up.
Yeah, the undercut. But it's, well, I suppose he's early in his career. He's got to learn to play those sort of shots and work out the percentages.
And it's a sort of shot that's much easier to play in the press box, isn't it? When you're out there.
Oh, and he's going to get. Well, he's not going to get a single. They could have done, but Tom Taylor says no. I got in the way of the bowler, so I'm not going to take one. So 8 runs from that over. 3 left. Worcestershire 207 for 7. I said when I went next door during my little break a few minutes ago, Brian, that I thought if they could get to 230, they would feel not comfortable, but it would be at least reasonably competitive.
Yeah.
And I'll stick by that, and I say that 23 needed off 3 to get to 230. They'd probably be quite happy with that.
Yeah.
Ben Charles was coming back into the attack now. He was quite expensive earlier on, so they might see it as an opportunity to try and find the boundary a few times in this last 3 overs. Son of Graham, of course, former Warwickshire player. Taylor goes for the scoop, the reverse ramp, doesn't get anything on it. And Graham, who he played a fair bit of cricket for Warwickshire, but found more distinction as the coach at Oxford, didn't he, in the UCCE programme that brought through many players, one of whom was Charlie Morris. And we had a bit of a celebration when Charlie retired and had a bit of a dinner here at New Road, and Graham came back and spoke about his role at Oxford. 2 sons playing at Gloucester. This is Ben, one of them. Short. Taylor swivels round, top edge, but it's gone all the way over Van Buren down at long leg. Not fully in control of it, but banged in short, and fast hands from Taylor. Big bats these days, even a top edge goes all the way. 213 for 7. I beg your pardon, it's Craig Miles. There's me waxing lyrical about Ben Charlesworth, and it's Craig Miles bowling. Thank you for that correction, Brian, and not embarrassing me out loud. I'll tell you why. I have an excuse. Well, pathetic as it sounds. There's Miles again. And once you say it, bottom edge this time, down to fine leg for 1. Once you say it, you watch him running up, you think, well, how could I have possibly thought it was anybody else? He's wearing 34, and Ben Charles is wearing 64. And as they walked back, I could only see the 4, and I thought that was Ben Charles. But then I now look at him running up, and I think, Craig Miles, very distinctive, very tall, very slim, wiry, and why would you bring back a bowler who'd been expensive at the beginning? It all makes sense now. Anyway, it is Craig Miles, so he's turned to experience really, and that's a cracking shot from Jack Home, banged in short outside off stump, and Miles perhaps paying the penalty for a little bit of error in length in this over. Might be better off pitching the ball up, but he's got his mid off up, banged that one in short outside off, and fast hands from Jack Home as he cuts it away to the boundary.
So this is Miles' 8th over. He'll probably finish then, one would imagine. And Matt Taylor will finish from this end. Miles in again, home, digs out a Yorker. They run 1. Taylor thinks about coming back for 2, but decides against it.
I think the Rapids are going to have to bowl really well, today, frankly. There's a little bit in it for the seamers, but that shot there that thundered across the air, if it's a fast, anything loose can be punished. Gloucestershire haven't bowled very much loose stuff at all.
I'd agree with that.
So
they've been very tidy.
They have. If the Rapids can emulate that, then it's game on. But they need to bowl pretty much near their best, I think, to win this game.
There have only been 16 fours in the innings, and 3 sixes, 5 sixes, I beg your pardon, but only 16 fours. That is very, very low number of fours in a 50 over innings, I think, and that tells its own story. 13 off that over though, 220 for 7 with 2 left, and it will be Matt Taylor to finish off at the New Road end.
Wasn't Cedric Boynes, was it?
No, it wasn't.
I know he didn't.
Cedric only played.
I know he never played for Gloucestershire. Whenever I commentate on that, I love.
Yeah, you like to get the name in. I'll tell you what. Here's an interesting one. So this is a big clue, but be that as it may, Taylor short, hammered away off the back foot by Tom Taylor. They'll get 2. I played in the same league team in the Birmingham League with Cedric Boynes and the player that I'm talking about. So that's a clue. So he played in the Birmingham League. He also played quite a bit of club cricket in Worcestershire, and he was giving it away now. He was also an MCC young cricketer. So he started with Gloucestershire, became an MCC young cricketer, eventually came to Worcestershire. Never really played that much first class cricket, but was profoundly deaf. And I still see him now and again. We still get together every now and again and go out for a bit of lunch, a few of us. But to have overcome that disability and played cricket to the level that he did is absolutely remarkable. And he was a prolific scorer in league and representative cricket. This one is short and it's hammered away on the leg side, and it is out. Caught by Cameron Bancroft just inside the rope at long leg, at deep mid wicket, just inside. Watched it really well, checked his footing. It was literally 8-10 inches inside the rope, but he watched it carefully and took the catch. So Tom Taylor just didn't quite get enough on that, and he is another one who's got in. And I can't say got in and got out, because obviously he had to play the way he was playing in the last few minutes, but he's another one who's managed to get past 20, and that's when you look down the Worcestershire card, that's the characteristic of it really, that lots of players have got to 20 or 30 and nobody's gone to 40, but there are various reasons for that. And that's a first wicket for Matt Taylor, and you can't say he hasn't deserved it, because he's bowled pretty well. Taylor's gone for 25, double Nelson has struck, 222 for 8, and I think my sort of 230 is looking about right. And it will, it's not a massive score, but it's a score that Worcestershire will feel has kept them in the game, let's put it that way.
Yeah. They'll have to bowl well to win this game, but then Gloucestershire will have to bat well, because it's not. It's a good contest, isn't it? A good cricket wicket, as they say, because it's certainly, as you say, not a minefield. You can score runs on it, but there's a bit to encourage all the bowlers, spinners and seamers alike. And the fact that, as you say, Frank, so many Rapids batters have got in, 6 of them have got between 25 and 36 It's just when you start to take liberties with good balls, which is always a risky business, of course, but on a pitch which is just giving a little bit of assistance, that risk is higher. So the Rapids have just got to bowl a lot of good, accurate balls and force to put the pressure on the batters.
Fateh Singh is the new man. Swing and a miss from him to his first ball. Yeah, you're right. I think that's the challenge for the Worcestershire bowlers. And Jack Home, one of them, is that's the next step in his development. Really, is talking about this the other day when he was bowling. He's got plenty of pace and he makes things happen. He's a wicket taker, but he tends to be a bit expensive at the moment. He's got to learn to sort of stack up his accurate deliveries. Another good pacey one from Matt Taylor just goes through Fateh Singh as he tries to sort of flick at it. Tom Taylor will lead the attack in Ben Allison's absence. Matthew Waite has been opening the bowling in this competition. He's been quite tidy. Ethan Brooks has been useful with his pace off stuff. And Fateh Singh's bowled pretty well. Brett Dolliver has been expensive. And Karam Shazad, well, a little bit expensive. Bowled better on Friday in the game at Repton against Derbyshire. Singh is again beaten for pace, really. I think you'd have to say those three deliveries have gone right through Fateh Singh, and that's an excellent over from Matt Taylor, who finishes the figures of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. Shaw 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. Ahmed 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 21. Charles with 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 22. Van Buren 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 37. Jack Taylor just 2 overs for 12, and about to finish off Craig Miles, who has so far bowled 8 overs and taken 2 for 54.
I think high on the objective list for the Rapids will be no wides, no free runs. They haven't got any real runs to play with. That's what Gloucestershire, as you were saying, Frank, have done well. Just 4 wides, and that, I think, from all one delivery, only 10 extras in all. Yeah. And sometimes in 50 over cricket, you look at a side conceding 30 or so extras. That's quite a significant contribution, especially in a low scoring game.
Absolutely. And a dot to start the last over from Craig Miles. Yeah, I think you're right, and I think, well, I'm sure most coaches, if not all, say to their teams, you know, if we can actually improve in this area, tighten up, not bowl many wides, not give away many runs, it's so important. Yeah. You know, just like taking 10 or whatever off your target. Very, very important. They've been really straight. This one is short from Miles, and it's well played by Holmes. He sort of slaps it down on the leg side, but straight to the fielder at backward square. Just a single. Now Fateh Singh, who's faced 3 and not hit one yet, needs to get something on this. 4 balls left in the innings. 7 needed to reach my target of 230. I've been impressed with Gloucestershire.
I think if Fateh has a swing and a miss, I might be tempted to go for a bye here, you know. Home on the
Craig Miles bowls. It's a swing and a hit from Fateh. He's got a thickish outside edge on it, and he's picked up 2 because there's a good bit of fielding by Bourman out on the boundary, but he's picked it up and then lost his footing. So they get a couple. Yeah, he can clear the ropes, Fateh Singh. It's not unheard of, but Matt Taylor is deceptively quick, actually. Matt Taylor, I think he hits the deck pretty hard and just fizzed a few through at Fateh in that last over, and he didn't quite cope. I feel that Matt Taylor, of whom we speak, is moving into the circle down in front of us. As Craig Miles comes round the wicket now to Fateh Singh, and he goes for the big heave, and he's beaten by the bounce really as much as anything. I think And that's something that struck me about this pitch. There's been quite good carry on it.
There is. Yeah.
A lot of balls banged into the pitch have climbed quite steeply.
And certainly with the new ball, Isaac Mohammed and Brett D'Oliveira were troubled by it, weren't they?
They were. James Bracey's kept wicket well too, hasn't he?
Yes.
Very tidy. I always felt he received quite a bit of unfair criticism when he did get a little go with England, and it didn't go well for him, and he was given quite a bit of stick, and he didn't deserve it. And there you are. I said Fateh could clear the ropes, and he does. This one from Craig Miles. He's in his half. It wasn't full, but it was in his half, and he's just hit through it, and he didn't really time it perfectly, but he got enough of it to clear the rope at long on.
And that's your 230.
And that's the 230, so it's competitive if nothing else.
What the Rapids would really like is 237.
Yes.
Another 6 off the last ball of the innings. And he's done it.
And he's done it. He has, into the ladies' pavilion. So well done, Fateh Singh. 12 off 2 of the last 3 deliveries. And Worcestershire finish on 237 for 8. 10 extras in that, as we said. There were 4 wides, 2 no balls, and 4 byes. Jack Home finished unbeaten on 13. Fateh Singh unbeaten on 14. I've already given you the bowling figures with the exception of the final ones. Craig Miles finishes with figures of 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 69, and Worcestershire total 237 for 8. Gloucestershire will need 238 to win this game. They will begin their pursuit of that target just after 10 minutes to 3, and we will be back to bring you live coverage of that. Until then, have a very good afternoon, and we'll speak to you later.
is bowling to the Gloucestershire keeper James Bracey, who is forward and pushing out on the offside the first ball. My name is Frank Watson, and alongside me is Brian Halford, and we will also be joined later by Clive Eakin. Very good to have you with us. Earlier today, as I say, 237 for 8 Worcestershire. A decent effort. We think probably 30 or 40 short of what they would have liked, but that is great credit to Gloucestershire, who bowled and fielded extremely well, and their first run is now on the board as Bracey steers this one down to third man. 30 or 40 short, Brian, you'd agree with that, I think?
Yes, I'd say so, Frank. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to everybody. It's strange though, Frank, that even those 2 sixes off the last 2 balls of the innings just made a little bit of a difference.
Yeah.
The Rapids would definitely have liked a few more than 237, but even the difference between 225 and 237 can be quite significant.
Taylor bowls, and forward comes Cameron Bancroft and plays this out into the covers. Yeah, I agree, and I think the other thing about that is that the team in the dressing room just feels a little bit buoyed by the late events of the innings, and there's a little bit of a boost to morale, I think, before they go back out there. Whereas if they sort of limp to the end of the innings, they're probably thinking, well, we finished a bit short, and they just feel a bit down. Early wickets help too. Taylor, and he nearly gets one as Cameron Bancroft drives at this one outside the off stump, and he's quite fortunate. We've been talking about the bounce in this pitch, and that one did bounce, took the outside edge and flew high past second slip. Wasn't catchable, but it wasn't far away from being catchable, as Isaac Mohammed is in there at second slip. I've not seen him in a catching position before, but away down to third man it went for the first boundary. Ben Allison's been in at slip for most of this competition, but he's not playing today. Good from Taylor. This one nips back and jammed onto his pad by Bancroft.
It's a powerful opening partnership. Bracey and Bancroft, both capable of playing a match-winning innings. The Rapids need to get into this Gloucestershire batting lineup pretty quickly.
Well, Tom Taylor, the leading wicket taker in Division 1, so no mean performer. First appearance of the season in the One Day Cup. And almost gets the breakthrough with an absolute jaffer last ball of the over. Bancroft beaten. So the end of the first over, 5 without loss. 238 the target.
Gloucestershire will be thinking really just 1 or maybe 2 significant stands of 80 or something like that. That's what the Rapids will reflect upon with regret. They had a couple of 50 stands and quite a lot of batsmen. I think half a dozen batsmen got to 25, but nobody went on. And that's full credit to Gloucestershire. The bowlers didn't relieve the pressure throughout, and that's what the Rapids have got to do. You can't really afford any of the bowlers to have an off day. They need to be right on it if they're going to win this game.
Karam Shazad from the Diglis end starts with an over-pitch delivery on leg stump, which Bracey clips away through mid-wicket, and Fateh Singh chases it back to deep mid-wicket, flicks it back just inside the rope, and they're through for 3 runs. So nice start for James Bracey, clipping that one away. Karam Shazad has been a little bit too full, in my opinion, when he's bowled in this competition with the white ball. He's got driven quite a lot. That one is a little bit shorter, and he's cut into the gully where D'Oliveira fields. But he's been, I mean, it sounds easy to say this, he's been either too full or too short. He's been pulled a lot, cut a lot, he's been driven a lot, and just seems to have struggled to have found that ideal length to bowl in this competition. Probably not the only bowler who's struggled to find the ideal length to bowl, but he's got plenty of pace, and he has been quite expensive. Bowled one outstanding spell in the Championship in the first innings at Edgbaston when he got a 6 foot. Good pace this time, tucks Bancroft up. But other than that, he's been a bit inconsistent in his performances.
Well, the Rapids need him to blow hot, don't they? They can't afford to let Gloucestershire off to a flyer.
No, it was I don't know how many people were still watching now. They were watching this morning, but that first 10 overs this morning, Worcestershire 32 without loss, a real struggle for the two openers. It really was. Shazad bowls good pace, and Bancroft just uncertainly steers it up to mid-on. And Josh Shaw in particular bowled with vigour and venom this morning, hit the deck hard, bowled with good pace, got good carry, and conceded just 6 runs I think from his first 6 overs. Eventually 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. Those figures probably don't really do him justice. It's outstanding this morning. And he wasn't badly backed up either by Matt Taylor at the other end. Bancroft pushes Shazad into the covers. Jack Homefields got the length right that time. That's the sort of length that I'm talking about, that I think he should be looking for. Possibly just strives a bit for extra pace and just over pitches. I don't know. Or maybe that's the policy. The white ball will swing a little bit early on, but when he gets that length just about there, I reckon he's a decent prospect. And that hurt. That was a real nasty one. Bancroft taken in the guts basically by that, in the abdomen, and he's crouching down. That hurt. And it's pretty pacey. And I think what we're seeing, Brian, here is that the second time around, what we saw earlier on was a pitch that is not easy to bat on, particularly when the ball's new and hard, I think.
No, I think if you have to, as a batter, if you have to go out of your comfort zone to score runs,
yeah.
If you're not given loose deliveries, then it is hard work, and that gives the Rapids a real chance here.
That hurt, you know. You can tell. I mean, you can put a brave face on it all you like, can't you? But that ball's hard, and if it hits you on an unprotected area,
and he's brisk, isn't he, Shazad?
Yeah.
I saw that spell you referred to at Edgbaston when he took a 6-for, and he looked really dangerous, and I thought, oh, Worcestershire have found one here, but he hasn't really consistently backed that up, has he? So I noticed there when he struck Bancroft a very painful blow, the bowler just turned away and got on with his job. No emotion out there.
Taylor outside the off stump, first ball of the third over. Yeah, and I'm all for that, to be fair. I think that's absolutely fine. No reason. I mean, unless, you know, if somebody's in real trouble. I think when we saw Tom Alsop get hit the other night in the 100, and it was a nasty one that went between the bar of the visor and the peak of his helmet, and he got cut, and there was blood, and there was great concern. But I think fair enough in the heat of the battle, or a blow like that, not to be too concerned. Taylor balls down the leg side, and that's a wide, first wide of the innings.
Yes, I think it was fairly clear, wasn't it, that it was one of those that is painful but not really damaging.
Yeah, I think so. But upsetting if you bat it. I mean, that, you know, he'll have a big yellow bruise there in the morning, and middle of his tummy, and a batter like an experienced player like Cameron Bancroft, and any experienced batter really, once he's got settled in the game, you don't show that you're in trouble unless you really are. You don't show any kind of pain, but sometimes you just can't help it.
Taylor in, bowls, Bracey drives, up to Libby at mid-off.
Cameron Bancroft, very experienced player, of course, and his form in this tournament is getting better all the time. He started off with 1, made 18, then 40, and then 143 not out in the last game against Glamorgan. So his form arc is very much upward, and with the dangerous James Bracey at the other end, the Rapids need to strike here.
Clipped away this one by Bracey down to long leg. Matt's been doing his research. He says others that have played for both counties: Steve Adshead, Jason de la Penna, Ashley Nofke and Bill Athy.
Have you answered the question yet for the...
No, I haven't. I've had a few more right answers. I will answer it now, shall I? Well, let's deal with this first. Yeah, I don't think Steve Adshead played first class cricket for Worcestershire. He played youth cricket for Worcestershire, of course, and Leicestershire. He played first class for Leicestershire before going to Gloucestershire. I'm not sure he played first class for Worcestershire, but Matt's obviously had there. He's been on Cricket Archive, I reckon, or something like that. Certainly Bill Athy and Ashley Nofke. But yes, okay, the answer, which batter played for both these counties? Not very much, I must say, at first team level. MCC young cricketer, brilliant league and minor counties and representative cricketer, but he was profoundly deaf. The answer is Bob Lanchbury, who still around. Bob. Oh, that's a beauty from Taylor. Beats Bancroft outside the off stump. Struggling a bit with mobility these days, but also a very good golfer. But he played. I remember playing in a game at Tunbridge Wells with Bob Lansbury for the Worcestershire Cricket Association in I think it was a final, which we won to win the sort of national competition against. It might have been Suffolk or something like that, and he got 100, and we were celebrating afterwards. A few bottles of fizz and whatever. Let's break off as Taylor bowls. No run this time. And he just said, I've got something to tell you, chaps. And he said, what's that, Bob? And he said, that's my 100th 100. And it was his 100th 100 in league or club or county or whatever cricket. He kept a record, and it was his 100th 100. It was pretty impressive. He hit the ball a long way, and was an absolutely brilliant cricketer. He may well have had a more substantial first-class career had he not been afflicted by quite serious deafness, but just a brilliant cricketer and a great bloke, and still around. Living out in the Cotswolds, and so we'll see him from time to time. Bob Lanchbury, then, that was the answer. 10 for none of 3.
Again, good pace and carry there, isn't there?
Yeah.
2 slips in. As the Rapid seek a breakthrough. At the moment, Mid-innings starting similarly to Worcestershire's. There's no early damage, but also I think too comfortable for the batters.
Ooh, now then. Just gets lucky there, Bracey. Clipping that one away on the leg side. Top edge, Jack Home running back. Unable to get his hands on it. Not going to be tied down, Brian, I don't think. James Bracey.
No.
Likes to keep it moving. That's a wide. Good take by Henry Cullen, but already the real discipline of that Gloucestershire attack not being matched very early on by Worcestershire. We've sent down 2 wides. There were just 10 extras in that Worcestershire innings of 237 for 8. 4 wides, but that was off 1 ball. 2 no balls and 4 byes.
Nicely played, soft hands, skillfully played.
Very good crowd in, I would say. In excess of 2,000, I would think, here today. Perfect weather. Bit hot maybe if you're in the Basil Oliveira stand, but most people there pretty experienced to take their hats and get their sun cream on. Another single for Bracey. Working up a fair bit of pace here for Shazad.
He's just a little off straight, isn't he? Just allowing the batsman just to nurtle a single here and a single there, and that's a wide. Gloucestershire were very happy to do that in the early overs, just to put a platform down. That's straighter. Good delivery. Met by Bancroft's solid bat. Cathedral bells in overdrive. Sun beating down. Lovely light breeze. Gorgeous day to visit Worcestershire New Road. And a fine cricket match.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? I think I saw somebody had put something on social media at lunchtime. Nothing to do with me or the club or anybody. I don't even know who they were, but it just put anybody who doesn't think county cricket's popular needs to be at New Road. And there was a photograph to accompany it, and I can see why. Good shout for LBW from Karam Shazad. Last ball of the over, and the umpire Russell Warren says not out, indicating as he walks away that he didn't give it out because he thought it was done a bit too much, bounced a bit too much. I thought it looked pretty straight. I think so did Karam Shazad. And that was my quibble with the one that we saw given in the Worcestershire innings when Jake Libby was out. I thought that bounced quite sharply and might well have been going over the top, but it doesn't matter what I think. That is what the umpire says. Here's Taylor.
That wasn't the worst shout in the world, was it?
No, it looked a good shout to me. I think he's a little bit unlucky perhaps there, Karam Shazad. Had a good long look at it, Russell Warren, before he gave a judgment, and he just saw him indicate to somebody at the end, maybe to Jake Libby, the Worcestershire skipper, that he just thought it would be doing a bit too much, which would probably not have gone down well with Jake Libby if he thought he himself had been given out at LBW by one that was a bit high. Good solid drive, but straight to the fielder. Pretty good from Tom Taylor so far. Just 8 runs off his bowling. He's in his 3rd over. Gone past the bat a couple of times. Found the edge. Went to the boundary. Flew past second slip. He is capable with the new white ball of quite extravagant movement into the right-hander, Tom Taylor. I've seen him do it several times. First few overs with the white ball, he can get that one to dart back. It almost looks like a sort of late reverse. It isn't, of course, but that's the shape he's capable of. This time working with the swing. Bancroft clips down to long leg for a single.
So you'll be a little polish there at mid-off. Skipper just needs to work out how to break this opening stand. Taylor's bowling well here. It's a good over, preventing either batter from attacking, and that's what the Rapids need to do, just build that pressure.
Yeah, 16 without loss off 5. Worcestershire were 18 without loss. I'd say the difference is that we've seen fewer play and misses from the batters this time around. But that's not to say that Shazad and Taylor haven't been accurate. And that's just a question of how many overs you use up of Taylor at the beginning of the innings. She's had bowls. Bancroft pulls him round hurriedly, it must be said, to wait at fine leg for a single. Waits open the bowling in most of the games in this competition so far, but of course Taylor hasn't played. This is his first game. Ben Allison having a rest today, having bowled well in all the games, including getting a 6-fer the other day. Best figures in this competition by anybody up to that point. And Bracey is gone. Caught at slip by Ethan Brooks. Probably didn't need to play at it, just flicked at it. I had the binoculars on it and I was watching it and nothing else, and he's really annoyed with himself as he walks away. It was almost like nicks before the game, wasn't it? It was almost like catching practice. He just almost as though he was deliberately steering it, trying to sort of undercut it, and just succeeded in getting a nick on it. And Ethan Brooks pouched the catch expertly at first slip, so they've got the breakthrough.
Yes, well bowled by both the opening bowlers that have built that pressure. Bracey doesn't like to be tied down. And he probably could have left that one alone. Keen to get the scoreboard moving, and he's paid the price. Good catch by Ethan Brooks. Gloucestershire 17 for 1. I think we could be in for an absolutely cracking game.
We could, Brian. You know, the more you see of this, the more you think that maybe that 2-3-7 isn't such a bad score. Having said that, Ollie Price is the new batsman, and a fine young player he is too. Gone for a quick word with Cameron Bancroft before taking guard, maybe just to get a little bit of info as to what the pitch is doing, etc. But yeah, I agree with you. I'm beginning to think it might be. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll stick my neck out and say, given when we looked down that card and we commented on the number of Worcestershire batsmen that had made 20 but not made 40, if somebody gets a big one for Gloucestershire, that could be absolutely key. You know, a 70 or an 80 would be all it would take, really, I think. You mentioned a couple of partnerships, somebody that could play a part in both, you know, two significant partnerships perhaps. That might be the key. Anyway, see how Ollie Price gets on. Confident enough start, pushing out on the offside.
Gloucestershire have several batters capable of that sort of innings, but they'll be looking to Cameron Bancroft primarily, and the Rapids absolutely love to get him out. On 7 from 20 balls at the moment, the Aussie just taking his time as he can do. Run rate required is not colossal, but it's not easy to score quickly.
Ooh, good pace. I'm glad you like my pencil case, Brian. I've been giving it some thought, and I know why there are so few of them around now. It's almost become a collector's item, and that is because pencil cases nowadays tend to be transparent, because you can't take a pencil case like that into an exam. If you want to go into an exam, you have to have a transparent pencil case so that the invigilators can check that you're not hiding contraband. So it's a relic of a bygone age, really. Left alone again by Ollie Price.
And I guess as the world moves online, do people use pencils and pens less and carry less of them?
Well, yeah, I suppose you're right, really. During my teaching career, which finished just a few years ago, there were a growing number of candidates in exams who were allowed to use electronic devices, laptops, etc., owing to their perhaps dyspraxia or something like that, because they weren't very capable with a pen. But as far as I'm aware, they're still writing answers longhand in most subjects. End of a very good over from Karam Shazad. A wicket maiden, I think. No, 1 run came from it, but he also picked up that first wicket of James Bracey. And after 6 overs, Gloucestershire requiring 238 to win off 17 for 1.
Generous ovation for the bowler from the crowd over in the corner. Cathedral behind them. It's a great shame that the listeners can't actually see this pencil case, though, Frank, because I think it's stylish.
We have got a commentator cam, and it has been on a few times. If we notice it coming on again,
right,
in future, I'll wave the pencil case. I don't like the commentator cam personally, because you can't have food down your shirt or anything like that. We can't hide our indiscretions, shall I say? But
when there's something exceptional,
but when when there's a fluffy, what would you call it? Maroon,
definitely, yeah.
Yeah. It ought to have a little face on the end. I think maybe I ought to
Whiskers.
Try and buy. But I'll buy just for you. I'm going to go. In fact, I don't think I need to go to a craft shop. I'll just look in my grandson's box or something. I've probably got some eyes that I can stick on.
I think that
would be great, wouldn't it? And then it could move slowly around the commentary box.
And then you can give it a name. This is handsomely
it's
driven.
growing. It's growing. Handsomely driven by Bancroft, but only 2. Jack Home pretty quick across the ground as he pulls that back in. So 2 to Bancroft.
Perhaps a tail at the other end, I think, would just be nice as well.
That would. You've really. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's happening. I might get a bit of stick at Molyneux when I take it out.
Well, football takes itself far too seriously.
Yes, indeed. Taylor to Price, left alone this time outside the off stump.
It's a good leave, isn't it? Because that one did lift and could have got the batter into mischief with 2 slips alongside the keeper there, but got everything right high and out of the way. Batting from Price.
Any more suggestions for players who play for both counties? Gratefully received at Frank Watson 58 on X, on Twitter. Matt said a few less well known ones. Nice forward again to Taylor. So we've had Steve Ansted, Jason De La Penna, Ashley Nofke, Bill Athy. We mentioned the obvious ones earlier. Tom Graveney, among them. Kadir Ali, Alex Gidman. But there haven't been as many as you might expect, I don't think. Gareth Roderick, of course, more recently. Players who've played for Worcestershire and Gloucestershire. Brian Brain was another one I mentioned this morning. Price forward, pushing out on the offside. Home fields, end of the over. 20 for 1 then, off 7 overs. And at the same stage, Worcestershire were 24 without loss.
Tom Taylor none for 12 from 4. Karam Shazad 1 for 8 from 3. Good solid start by the Worcestershire seamers. But you get the feeling they need to uproot Bancroft. He is potentially the key.
Gets in behind that one. Good length again from Shazad. Having mentioned my perceived reading of the way that he's bowled in this competition as being a little bit too full on the whole, apart from when he banged it in short, but seeking the ideal length with the stock ball, maybe just short of a good length, is what he's lacked. I think he's doing that today, and he's done it again there, and it's good from him.
Quick, isn't he?
He's pretty whippy, isn't he? Yeah. Not always quick. I think he's. Well, I've seen a fair bit of him now, but obviously quite a rhythm bowler, and when it's right, when it all fits together, and he gets it right, then there is real pace there. And this is one of his better spells. And again he's troubling Bancroft here with one that nips back and takes him on the pad.
20 test match wickets to his name. Talented bowler. Slightly mercurial, as is the way with so many Pakistan cricketers, capable of really great stuff. And sometimes not so great. He's having a good day today, charging in from the Dickless end, as he does again now. Bancroft pulling out of that one, and again that was a good leave, a very different sort of leave to the one from Price in the last over when he just got his hands out of the way of a rising delivery. Bancroft tempted by the pull there, but realised the ball was onto him a little bit quicker than he thought and just dropped everything out of the way.
Oh, he's unlucky there, Shazad. Cameron Bancroft didn't really know a lot about that. He's felt for it outside the off stump. It's on him much more quickly than he anticipated, and he's got the inside edge past the stumps down to the boundary for 4. Could easily have played that one on, and he is, despite all his experience and his good form, he is at the moment living reasonably precariously out there. It won't bother him though, because he's a very phlegmatic sort of batter. Shazad can consider himself unfortunate. More solid this time from Bancroft. Turned round the corner. End of the over. 5 runs came from it, and goodbye for a few minutes to Brian Halford, and I will be joined very shortly by Clive Eakin. And I think what I'm going to do as Clive joins me is give you some scores from elsewhere in the One Day Cup. Somerset are playing Warwickshire at Taunton. Home side made 309 for 8. Warwickshire are applying
45 for 1. Playing a miss first ball of this over. So Warwickshire require another 264 runs off 41 overs. At a quick scoring Taunton. Could be a good game that. Northamptonshire playing Sussex at Wantage Road. Northampton made 295 for 8. Sussex have made a very, very good start. They are 70 without loss in the 9th over. Top power play that. Middlesex Yorkshire, it's almost over. Taylor again bowls. Price flicks him down to long leg for a single. At Radlett, Middlesex bowled out for just 129. Yorkshire are 51 short of that. They're 79 for 3. And Glamorgan are playing Notts at Sapphire Gardens. Glamorgan made 278 for 9. Notts 14 without loss in reply. And at Leicester, big score for Essex, 321 for 8. Leicestershire in reply, off to a bad start, 13 for 1 in the 4th. Taylor bowls, and this is driven by Price up to mid-on. It was Bancroft who got that single, I beg your pardon. And that's it, I think. No, it's not. Kent are playing Lancashire at Beckenham. Kent made 315 for 8. Lancashire 49 for 2 in the 10th. So big scores in most of the games, with the exception of the Middlesex game and this one. This one a modest total for Worcestershire, but as yet it looks reasonably competitive.
Yes, it's slow going for Gloucestershire because they have the advantage of knowing what they need.
Yeah.
So they may not worry too much. The required rate not getting out of hand at all.
No, it's just
five, just over 5.
Laying a base,
over.
Isn't it? Yeah. And getting through the new ball and getting through the experienced Tom Taylor, I think, particularly. They know that the change bowlers have got to come, the likes of Ethan Brooks, Jack Home, less experienced. But Taylor almost picks up the wicket of Price with that one. Gets his length absolutely right. I think he had to play at it, and very fortunate not to get a nick on it. The one nick that we have seen so far accounted for James Bracey, caught it slip by Ethan Brooks. Cameron Bancroft edged one earlier on, but it flew high and wide of second, stepping down to the boundary. End of the over from Tom Taylor. It was a good one. Just the one run coming from it. 9 gone, 26 for 1. Worcestershire were 30 without loss off 9, so it's been tough going for the batters at the top of the innings on both occasions today.
Well, Worcestershire are probably going to win the power play, which may not be that great news for them because they've lost the power play in all 3 games that they've won.
Oh, goodness me. Sorry, Clive, absolute snorter past Bancroft's edge.
Bancroft's the one they'd love to get out, isn't he? Experience.
What are you going to say, when they've lost the power play, they've won?
Yeah, the 3 times that I haven't counted the Notts game because the power play got messed up by the loss of overs, but in the 3 full 50 over games, they've lost the power play each time but gone on to win the match. I say they're going to win this power play. They got 32 from that 10 overs, so they've got 5 balls to go. Gloucestershire on 26 for 1, solidly defended by Bancroft. 10 tests and 1 T20 international. Never played a 50 over international, Bancroft, or hasn't. To play 1 T20 international for Australia, because his international career got interrupted by the sandpaper
Well,
scandal for a 9-month ban.
Forever be remembered as being stitched up a bit, really, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Having to take the rap. I don't think it was an episode that did the game any good whatsoever. Whether either the fact that it happened or the way that it was dealt with, I think. And I felt very sorry for Cameron Bancroft in the part that he was kind of forced to play in it, wasn't he? And he'll be forever tainted by that, I think, and it's probably far from fair. Perhaps. Allegedly. He's a good player anyway.
Yeah. Plays that from high on the bat. Not actually had quite a first 3 games in this competition, but then scored 143 not out against Glamorgan, having got 40 against Leicestershire. So it's a steady progression, up for 1 against Derbyshire, 18 against Surrey, then 40 against Leicestershire, and then that huge score. 143 not out. Won't need that many today.
Well, we were just saying, Clive, the key today could be just one player going on to 70 or 80 rather than 20s and 30s. Nobody's done it yet. So often the case that if one player can have a bit of luck, maybe, and I think he's had a bit of luck already, Bancroft. I think there was one shout from Karam Shazad that was very, very, very close. And I think the umpire, Russell Warren, gave it not out because he thought it was just going over the top, maybe. Saw him indicate that. And it may well be correct. It may have been a brilliant decision. Could easily have gone the other way. Karam Shazad was absolutely certain it was out. And that is the end of a maiden over from Karam Shazad. First maiden of the innings. And it means that at the end of the power play, it is 26 for 1.
Yeah, I suppose not having DRS, we talk about it from the player's point of view, but it's either an advantage or a disadvantage for the umpires, because anyone can sit at the ground and say he got that wrong, and he doesn't actually have the opportunity to say, actually.
Absolutely. And I completely agree with that. And Matthew Waite coming into the attack, by the way, to replace Tom Taylor. Taylor's figures 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. I agree with that, and I think it's also the era of the live stream, isn't it? So everybody sitting at home or even in a commentary box doesn't just get one look at it like the umpires and can freeze it and whatever. And there's a certain website as well that we use, NV Play, which shows all the highlights, the video highlights and the wickets and the boundaries, and you can look at a wicket and you can freeze it. I always find the little postage stamp videos they do just lack a little bit of clarity, particularly when it comes to where the ball hits somebody just in front or whatever, and height is very difficult to judge, but it does mean that people are tapping keyboards all over the country saying he got that wrong and he got that wrong and whatever.
So Matthew Waite in the attack. A couple of dot balls to start from him. So the power play then 26 for 1. That's 6 less than Worcestershire got. Worcestershire actually got to their power play without losing a wicket.
And then lost 2 fairly quickly.
Yeah. Well, field of his own bowling by Waite. Just 2 of 15 balls for Ollie Price. I wonder if his brother takes him out to dinner on the back of his 100 earnings.
Might buy him a lemonade. Two sets, unusual for two sets of brothers to be in. They're not in the same team today, but they often are, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
The Prices and the Taylors. Just talking about the Rue brothers at Somerset earlier today, both in the side at the moment. Oh, fantastic. That must be for their family. Two boys quite close together in age. One of them skipper in the side now, both wicket keepers. One of them captain of England under-19s and keeper. One of them captain of Somerset in this competition and keeper. I should imagine there wasn't much grass left on their lawn by the end of the summer. Brilliant players, both of them, I think. Saw Thomas here for England under-19s and he looks very exciting indeed.
Bancroft playing back to that, but no run, just the one run off the over. 27 for 1 off 11. Slow going for Gloucestershire. Worcestershire could just push that required rate up a little bit.
Yeah.
Might put a little bit of pressure on Gloucestershire later on.
But next couple of bowlers that we're going to see used will be Ethan Brooks, whose medium pace has been effective in this competition, but is hittable pace-wise, and Jack Home, who is, well, he makes things happen cricketer, an MTH cricketer, makes things happen because he bowls a lot of deliveries that batters fancy, but he's got a bit of pace and he can produce the unexpected, but he produces the unexpected sometimes because the batsmen do fancy having a go at him. Shazad in bowls and Price taken on the hip, I think, as this runs away to long leg for a leg bye.
Just looking at Worcestershire's innings, they were able to accelerate slightly throughout the innings. Each 10 overs was a bit more productive than the previous 10, but it was a fairly low curve.
Yeah. And every time they got to a point where they were just about to go, they lost a wicket or two. That happened a couple of times, didn't it? And that's why they didn't get 250, 260, I think.
Yeah, momentarily. Yeah, they scored 62 off the last 10 overs, but that did include 12 off the last two balls.
But you know, when they added 60 odd for the fourth wicket, and then they lost two in succession, didn't Kashif and Brooks both out quickly, and then the same thing happened after the partnership for the 8th wicket. So yeah, 30-40 short, we thought, but who knows? Competitive enough, and if they can pick up another wicket or two, could be very competitive. Shazad bowls and Price steers this one down to third man.
Cathedral bells ringing loudly across the ground.
Good bouncer from Shazad.
Bancroft wants it wide, he's not getting it.
No. Yeah, he played at it and he got reasonably close to it, didn't he? Let's have another look.
I suppose he might argue it was a bit leg sideish, but yeah, that's alright, I think.
That was okay. I think that was hittable, let's put it that way. It wasn't out of reach, was it?
No.
Best he's bowled for a while, Shazad. Slightly slower that one, worked away by Bancroft for a single. got 1 wicket. Perhaps unlucky not to have got a second. But as Clive Eakin alongside me was saying, no great scoreboard pressure when you've only got 230 odd to chase. You can take your time setting up the platform from which to build. Don't need to go hell for leather in the first 25.
You don't. Although I suppose as they get a single there, you've got to be a little careful you don't just let it drift too much.
Yeah, end of the over. So 4 coming from that one, 31 for 1 off 12. But I think they will have talked in the dressing room before, of course, and they'll have said, you know, they'll open up with Taylor and Shazad, and they've obviously got weight, but Brooks has been expensive. He's been effective, he's picked up wickets, but he has been expensive, although on this sort of pitch, it'll be interesting to see what Ethan Brooks is like with all his little variations. Jack Home, who's loosening up, will be fun to watch, as he usually is, I think, as weight bowls, and that's nicely played off the back foot by Ollie Price, standing up on his toes as a tall man, high left elbow, plays it right under his eyes. Lovely, lovely shot, Libby-esque off the back foot, wide of extra cover, and Home, the man we're talking about, who may well be into the attack shortly, doing the fielding. They picked up 2. Bouncer from weight, testing out the middle of the pitch and finding that it isn't very responsive for a bowler of his pace. And Ollie Price says, thank you very much. That's the first really bad ball of the innings. I genuinely think it is. We're in the 13th over, dragged down by weight, proper long hop, and Price doesn't miss out.
Only the third 4 of the Gloucestershire innings. Bancroft having hit the other 2.
Bowled well actually in this competition, Matthew Waite so far, taking the new ball in nearly every game up to this point, and 8 overs 2 for 52 against Notts, 7.2 overs 1 for 46 against Essex, none for 31 off 8 in that high scoring affair against Derbyshire, and none for 31 off 8 in that innings was a good effort on a very small ground. And then 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28 the game before that against Hampshire. So he's been pretty useful in this competition, but Worcester need wickets at the moment, I would say. Although, keep an eye on that run rate. I'm looking at it now, it's over 5.
Get over a rubber ball, that would be significant.
Yeah. Weight bowls worked away on the onside, but there's no run. Yeah, I think once it gets up to 7 or something like that, if it's over a long period of time, that sounds fine if you've got lots of wickets in hand on a good pitch. But this is it's not the easiest pitch to bat on, I don't think. I think it's offered a little bit of nip to the bowlers throughout. And we haven't seen many batsmen play with great fluency. Ball just sticking in the surface a little bit from time to time, I think. D'Oliveira sent out to backward point for the last ball of the over. Weight in. Price is blocking this one. So a boundary in the over, but 7 runs came from it altogether. It's 38 for 1.
See 1 or 2 people in the hotel bedrooms watching the cricket. The hotel over on the corner of the ground. They don't get a nice balcony like they get at Southampton.
No.
But then you do have to pay a premium for the for the rooms overlooking the cricket ground at Southampton these days.
Yeah.
I covered a few games there, first couple of years there, no problem. I had a lovely room overlooking the ground.
Yeah.
Next year went on, is there any chance of having a room look over the ground? Well, that'll be extra. X amount. Well, I'm not sure me.
Not sure the
Not sure the BBC
can
are going to
that.
accept that.
Yeah.
So I had to have one overlooking the golf course instead. It is going to be Jack Home then to bowl.
Well, if you haven't seen Jack Home before, if you're watching, if you're a Gloucestershire supporter watching this and you haven't seen him before, quite an interesting young cricketer. Gets a bit of pace. Not a huge man by any means, but gets a bit of pace generally. But he is a bowler, as I say, who makes things happen. And what I mean by that, as Cameron Bancroft gets a couple off his first ball, is that he gets batters into the frame of mind where they're going to play shots. And he can be quite expensive, and they like to get after him. Same in any cricket that he plays, really. And then he can produce something by way of a wicket-taking delivery. It can be expensive, can be effective, but he's got that makes something happen little X factor about him, I think. Young man, very inexperienced, played for England under 19s against India this summer. Got a bit of attitude and certainly lets the batter know he's around, but quite raw.
Looks like Ethan Brooks at slip is also preparing to come into the bowling.
Home driven through the offside by Bancroft for one.
Just first ball of the over, straight on the leg side a bit. There's a huge amount of room there. There's just two fielders on the boundary, so it's a relatively easy two if he does straight down there. There's a mid on, but then there's a boundary rider on the leg side, another one down at long leg. So quite a big expanse of grass. Attempted Yorker, kept out by Price. Again, just a little bit on the leg side. It will be a cut off, and this time they don't have time to run two.
Talking about we're Louis pointed out, of course, Gloucestershire also have the Charles brothers, Luke and Ben. We did mention them this morning. Steve Jones picks up on my comment about the Roux brothers.
Well, that's going to go for four down to third, but it was in the air. You don't normally have a slip fielder that wide at this stage in a 50 over game. Had they had one, that would have been snaffled. So unlucky they're home to go for 8 in the over.
But it is the most expensive over of the innings so far, which is sort of suggesting, tying in with what I said. And he says, Steve says, a link with Worcester for John Roux, owner of Worcester-based Scimitar Sport, is the boy's uncle. There's another link, is that my former colleague at Repton, Nigel Q, who's now down in Taunton. And it's an interesting one because you've got Roux, R-E-W, and Q, K-E-W. Nigel Q now lives down in Taunton, former colleague of mine. He's the godfather of one of them, I think, probably James, and a good friend of the family. Roux and Q.
unusually similar names. And his granddad, I think, was the chairman of Bristol City many years ago, or his dad anyway, down in the West Country. It's a small sporting fraternity down there. But yeah, the Roux brothers, I think they are two of the most exciting young cricketers I've seen for a long time, and I'll just pick up on that as we go through this over, because you mentioned Ethan Brooks might well be coming into the attack, and he will shortly, I'm sure, but it's Wait continuing. I talk about Ethan Brooks when he bats as being the epitome of a modern cricketer, the 360 degree batsman who can literally hit the ball straight down the ground or straight behind the wicketkeeper and hit the ball to all parts in between. Well, the Roux are like that as well. They really are. Thomas Roux, quite smallish character, both keepers of course, but one left. I think Thomas right-handed, James left-handed, but they hit the ball all around the wicket. They have a way, and it makes them very difficult to bowl at, because if you plug the gap on one part of the cricket field, as we see with Ethan Brooks, you put two men in behind square on the offside because he likes to reverse it, and he plays a conventional sweep, so you move a man over and he plays reverse. You bring them in, he plays a switch hit, gets underneath it, goes over the top of them. You put another one in, he decides to go straight behind the wicket keeper. It's just extraordinary watching these young lads these days. The capabilities with the bat. There's Matthew Waite bowls again, and in conventional style, Ollie Price picks up a single. Watching Harry Brook play that one the other day that he hit for six, literally straight back over the wicketkeeper's head, is one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen. One would imagine it's almost easier to hit it up your own nose than it is to do that, but to hit it and almost get out of the way and hit it straight back behind you for six, absolutely mind-boggling for a batsman 20 years ago. Waite bowls, Bancroft works this one away on the onside. Just a sense, Clive, that they're finding it a tiny bit more straightforward in the last 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, they've only taken 2 off this over, and Waite's only conceded 9 off,
but they're not
16 balls, but they're not
troubled, are they?
He's also having a problem with his boot here, Waite. Yeah, he's bowled well, but they may feel that they can score from the other end. They can quickly push themselves forward. So a breakthrough needed by Worcestershire. Trying to avoid their first defeat of the competition this season, as indeed by Gloucestershire. Something has to give unless it's a tie. We've already had one of those for Worcestershire this season, so it would be remarkable if we had a second. No run there.
It shouldn't have been a tie.
No.
I think Worcestershire will be the first to recognise that they threw that one away. The game was well and truly in the palm of their hand. And when I say they let it slip through their fingers, in a way that's a peculiarly appropriate metaphor, because some of the fielding was less than adequate as that game slipped away. 15 overs gone, only 2 off that over, 48 for 1. In a similar position, Worcestershire were 46 for 1, so there's almost nothing in it. The difference is, as Clive astutely pointed out a few minutes ago, Gloucestershire know what they've got to get.
Yeah. Worcestershire know they need to get wickets. Jack Home will try, and that's a well judged run. There is a shot at the stumps, a dive by Cameron Bancroft. Fancy he probably would have made it even if the ball had hit from Jake Libby's throw. They were decisive in going for that run straight away. Haven't had a run out yet in this game, have we? So
No, you can usually tell when they dive that they're a bit concerned, the batters.
Yeah, it would have been close. But, umpire positioned himself quite well. Didn't need to make a decision. That's a full toss. It will yield 1 run for Price.
You can see what I mean, Clive, already. I hope that the batters are already now against home looking to play shots.
Yeah.
Because they're thinking it's going to be quite full and there's plenty of pace on it. And we saw Bancroft slice one to the boundary earlier in that last over, but they're looking to play shots, so something might just happen.
Here's the thing, as home comes into bowl, Gloucestershire's 50 coming in 92 balls for the loss of 1 wicket. Worcestershire's first 50 came off 92 balls for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, there you go.
So they are absolutely all square from that point of view.
Can Jake Libby juggle his resources effectively? He's got Fateh Singh, he's got Ethan Brooks, Brett Oliver has been expensive in this competition. Doubt that we'll see him. So he's got fairly limited bowling options. But Singh and Brooks added to the 4 that he's used so far will probably be sufficient. Oh, and there you go. That's exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about. Exactly it. Bancroft in the frame of mind where he wants to play shots. Home gets one in the right area and he goes for the drive and easily could have nicked it. Henry Cullen taking it high up in front of him. Tom Taylor just having a bit of fun with Henry Cullen. I can see why. Because the wicketkeeper took that one. Oh, there we go, he's done it again. He's sliced it away, overslip for 4. It's a deliberate shot, but it's edged. It's not an uppercut. He's taken it on, basically. And that's what happens when Jack Holmes bowling. So 6 off that over. And as I say, he does tend to be expensive, but he beat the bat on one occasion and got an edge on the other. Yeah, Henry Cullen took that one in front of his eyes with his fingers pointing almost straight back up the pitch away from him and his thumbs in front of him. 90% of keepers would take it with their fingers pointing skywards, and Tom Taylor just had a little chirp at Henry and a bit of a giggle and started mimicking the one that he held his hands. Of course it doesn't matter as long as you take it, but it is quite unusual to see a keeper take one with his fingers pointing away from his body when it's above waist height rather than just going into a sort of fingers upwards and reverse cup situation. Not something I've really noticed before with Henry, but I'll keep an eye on it now. As Matthew Waite prepares to bowl the 17th over of the innings.
Yeah, we had a bit of a chat with Tom Taylor before calling Matthew Waite back in, so whether in need of wickets, whether he dare use Tom Taylor again at this stage in the hope that he might make the breakthrough that
it is something that he's done on a couple of occasions. Give him a couple in the middle. I think that's what they're discussing. I'm going to slip out and make way for Brian Halford.
Okay. Well, 5 overs so far. Tom Taylor bowled the 5 in the power play. Oh, that could be a tight run. It's a direct hit, no doubt. Oh, what a throw from Jake Libby. And what a bonus for Worcestershire, and it's Cameron Bancroft that's gone for 29. There was so much about that was impressive from Libby. Firstly, he chose the right end to throw at, which was the further end from him. And he lofted the throw. He didn't throw it too hard. He just lofted the throw accurately into the stumps. Umpire in a good position. raised his finger, and there we are. I said there hadn't been a run out in the match, but it has been now. It was hit straight to mid-on. There was a slight hesitation from Bancroft, which ultimately he paid for. Ollie Price went for it straight away. Bancroft wasn't so sure, and he didn't come out of the block straight away. Yeah, Frank's just asking who called. My gut feeling was it was Price. If you look at it, because Bancroft, I think, is watching the ball. You see it again now. Price goes straight away, and Bancroft just delays a tight one, but it needed the direct hit, and it got it. So there we are. That was a slightly different complexion on things. 54 for 2. Ben Charlesworth is next out for Gloucestershire. And he's been in pretty good form in this competition. A couple of half centuries this season. 19 is his lowest score. 196 runs from his 4 games. Scored 37 in the last match against Glamorgan. But the first 2 matches he got 60 against Derbyshire at Cheltenham and 80 against Surrey. 23 List A games to his name, yet to make a century, but he's got 650 plus scores. But a bit of drama there, Brian Halford.
Yes, indeed, Clive. Good afternoon. Hello, everybody.
Livened up the crowd a bit, that did. And a forward defensive back to the bowler from Charlesworth.
Gloucestershire far from hurrying along, but they were solid, weren't they?
Yeah.
That little bit of self-destruction from the visitors has just given the Rapids the lift they need.
We're just beginning to move things along. They're using the pace of Jack Home. I mean, both his boundaries came off edges, but the result of his pace, that will maybe put them in check. And Price, of course, has got to put it behind him. So I think it was his call from here. And possibly he will argue that if Bancroft had responded a little quicker, he would have been all right.
Whoever carries the can, it's a potentially huge wicket. Bancroft 29 from 50 deliveries and has the experience and the quality to see the job through on a pitch which requires a bit of batting skill. So to get rid of him is a real bonus for Worcestershire.
Price. Charlesworth works out a way to point, looking for his first run, doesn't make it. High numbers now in the Gloucestershire innings, 64 and 67.
It's a similar tale, isn't it, to the Worcestershire innings, Clive, of good accurate bowling, forcing the batters to work hard, and it's not easy to chase runs, is it, on this track?
No, it will be his first run to mid-wicket. Yeah, and every time that Worcestershire looked to accelerate, it sort of worked for a little while, but then a wicket would fall pretty soon.
It really is very, very difficult to call this one, isn't it? It's a super cricket match in magnificent surroundings, and as a St John's ambulance man has just said to me, walking around the ground, where would you rather be today?
I can't think of anywhere. Matthew Whitenell's gone for 10 runs in his 4 overs. When you consider 4 of those were from his one bad ball, he's otherwise been very accurate. Jack Home will continue.
And Charlesworth having a good tournament.
Yeah, that's a decent player. Again, another brother in the Gloucestershire ranks. Round the wicket, Jack Holmes coming. That's a hit hard and superbly stopped by Brett D'Oliveira, diving to his right. Many a goalkeeper yesterday would have been proud of making that sort of save.
And that saved 4 runs because it was heading for the gap between as men back at third and deep square, but that was going to split them perfectly. So if the Rapids win by 3 runs, Brett can say afterwards, well, did you see that piece of fielding?
It was a little bit wide by Home, who's responded now by going back over the wicket and beating the bat. He got away with that one previously thanks to his teammate, and then going back over the wicket. Much better delivery.
If she'd passed the age Super Bowl.
It could be an intriguing game, as I've said it many times before, but much as we like high scoring games where people are chasing big targets and hitting sixes and needing 10 and over, that sort of thing, there is something about a relatively low scoring game that has its own particular tension. As Charlesworth gets 1.
I think they're much more interesting, Clive, to be honest. When it is just a shirt front and you're chasing 350 and really the bowler's a little more than cannon fodder, then I think it. Obviously, you can have really exciting finishes, but until that finish, it can be quite tame. Whereas this is a real test of skill, isn't it, with bat and ball? No, it's not a bad wicket at all, but there is a little bit in there for everybody.
That's short from Home, and this time he won't get away with it. Might it be cut off? No, it won't be cut off. It's a 4 for Price. And that's the first 4 that Holmes conceded where he's just been well hit from a short delivery and punished for it, and that goes through for 4. The one result so far today, 2 teams near the top of the other group, Yorkshire and Middlesex. Well, Yorkshire have comprehensively beaten Middlesex at Radlett, so Yorkshire now are on 4 wins out of 5, so they're looking good to be involved in the knockout stages. Middlesex are now 3 out of 5, so still in it, but a blow for them today. Bowled out for just 129, Yorkshire winning by 7 wickets. There's no run that time, as Fatah Singh cuts it off. Again, and that's cut off at mid-on. Well, just that 4 slightly damaging the over. He did beat the bat with 1 delivery. 5 off the over in total. He's gone for 19 off 3, Jack Home. And Gloucestershire 60 for 2. Still need another 178 to win, and at 5.5 and over, just about. The half might be tricky, but
the match is perfectly balanced.
It is, isn't it? And wait to continue.
Fatah Singh doing the fielding from the last ball of the previous over. It would be interesting to see how soon he's brought into the attack, because Van Buren bowled a very important and a very good spell for the visitors. There's a bit of assistance there for the spinner as well. So Singh's 10 overs, and the Rapids will hope to get 10 overs out of him. Will be quite important.
Oh, it continues to be miserly. He must be kicking himself for that one long hop was hit for 4, because everything else pretty much has been on the money.
It does remind me a little, Clive, of Alan Richardson when Richo was bowling. in style and tiny little bit in action, but he's a good cricketer, isn't he? And an integral part of the Rapid side.
Yeah, he batted quite well in the context of Worcestershire needing runs from the lower order. Got 28 off 39 balls and was a victim of a particularly good Gorton bowled. It's going to go for runs here though. One bounce, 4. Very nice shot from Penn Charlesworth to get him going. Mid-on had come up.
A little bit over pitched. Charles was onto it quickly, as you say, Clive, mid-off up, so as long as he got decent contact he was safe, and he middled it nicely, so that will be good for Charlesworth's confidence. Not that he's short of it, he's having a really good Metro Bank One Day Cup.
We'll get more here. It won't be 4, but it will be 2. Isaac Mohammed making the stop down there. Uninterrupted sunshine so far. Got a few wispy clouds in the sky now, but nothing that's stopping the sun. That's a single. .67 for 2, Gloucestershire. The target is 238. Gloucestershire never found it easy, but they managed to bat through the 50 overs for 237 for 8. No half centuries. In fact, no one even got into the 40s. Kashif Ali's 36 was top scorer, but everybody did get into double figures apart from one player you'd probably think was most likely to on current form, Jake Libby.
And he might have a thought or two on his LBW decision. Frank was saying you think it might be a little bit high.
That's going to be 4. Again, using the pace of Jack Home and putting it past the slip Gordon. Yes, it did look quite high. The only thing I will say is he hit him on the back leg, I think, and he was quite close to the stumps, so obviously the umpire must have felt it was going to knock the bails off. If only we had DRS in every game, we'd know. That was a deliberate shot, that, from Charlesworth, maybe a little finer than he intended. No one there, just Oliveira Fields. It is the problem for Jack Home, the batters are able to use his pace.
Just a little flurry of runs, couple of 4s, and just the bowlers erring slightly for line, bit of width outside off stump, and the batters can just nurdle it away for 4, as in the case of earlier this over, or just 1s and 2s, and Gloucestershire will be very happy with that for the next few overs. Again, this is a little bit leg side, and a single scampered keeps the board ticking over, which is all Gloucestershire need to do. Jake Libby and his players have got to work out how to keep that wicket tally changing.
Yes, the bowlers have only had 1 breakthrough. They got the bonus of the run out. I say bonus, credit to Jake Libby, it was a great throw. No slips now for Jack Home. run scored by Ollie Price, who had done himself a mischief there. He stumbled in completing the run. He's just sort of, don't think there's any major problem, but he's just limping slightly. As if maybe he hit this poop with a bat or something. I think he's okay.
He's just given the thumbs up to the pavilion. I think the physio was primed to have a look, but he's been sent back.
Whoa. Another good ball from Jeremy. He has beaten the bat a couple of times. Bit of pace there. It was a bit of a shout from behind the stumps, but no real appeal. Beats the bat. Well, was that 1-4 again in the over from Jack Home? 6 off it, so his figures are far from disastrous, but in the context of the game, they are allowing Gloucestershire just to push on. But he's been unlucky, beating the batter 2 or 3 times. We are going to see a change now. Matthew Waite's 5 over spell, which went for 17 runs. It's going to end with Fatah Singh.
Gloucestershire need 165 from 30 overs with 8 wickets in hand. This game is really perfectly poised. And Fateh Singh's spell could be really influential here. If he can force the batters into an error or two, or just tie up an end for half a dozen overs so that they have to take risks at the other end, then the Rapids will move forward.
Took 3 wickets the last game against Derbyshire, though it was a little expensive, going for 58 runs and 8 overs.
Starts with a loose note, short, easy paddle down to long lead for a single.
Just moving long onto the boundary. Mid-off is up. And they're through for 2 there. As Kashif Ali does the sweeping.
At a length, the first 2 dragged down a bit by Singh, but that one was nicely drifted up there, and Charlesworth not really in control of the drive.
Well, that's going to go for runs. It won't go all the way to the boundary, but it is 2 off the bat. Chased down by Jack Home. So 5 off the over so far. Gloucester should be quite happy with that. Make that 6. The ramp shot going to yield 2 runs. Ollie Price, well, he was too far, he hit himself with the ball. He managed to beat his own head and it went through for 2.
Price and Charlesworth have added 27, just as start of a potentially important partnership. Quite a few partnerships today have started in that vein and then perished, but these two are playing it very nicely at the moment, patiently, not taking any huge risks, just working the ball around. And it's a partnership that the Rapids need to break. Can Jack Home do it?
Signal wide. Jack Home doesn't like it. Batter didn't attempt to play a shot at it. Offside wide. That was his third wide. Gloucestershire bowled just the 4. Oh, that's a lovely cover drive from Ollie Price. That's 4 runs. And Gloucestershire just begin to re-establish themselves after the blow of the run out. 86 for 2.
Yes, Charlesworth overtaking Price there. He's going at a run of ball 23, and not many players have scored at that pace, but Charlesworth has started in good fluent fashion here, and that was beautifully seized upon, a little bit over pitched, nicely put away.
Single down to third for Charlesworth. It's beginning to look quite comfortable again for Gloucestershire, isn't it?
Fatih Singh's first over going for 8, and if Gloucestershire can get on top of the spinner, then Worcestershire have a bit of a problem.
But umpire just looked at the square leg umpire for confirmation and got the nod that that's a wide for height.
Tom Taylor down here just in front of us at third man. Part of the union, is the fast bowlers union, gives a shake of the head, but I don't think the batter could have got any sort of a bat on that, which means it is a wide. It was just too high for him to even reach.
And a single to Price. It's already 8 off the over. Just wonder whether Sheikh Levy will consider bringing Tom Taylor back into the attack and try and get this wicket they need. Not that there'll necessarily be much there for Taylor now that the ball is as old as it is, or the balls.
Yes, they need to break this partnership, don't they, Clive?
Yeah.
Quite soon.
One more run, comfortably taken by Charlesworth. And Gloucestershire are 90 for 2 after. In fact, there's still a ball to go on the 22nd over long over this because of the 2 wides. Tennis style for a single. 2 wides that over the long shove, not quite as long as the Gloucester small over that I was discussing with Frank. I can't remember, was it the last game or it might have been a previous game, the famous Gladstone small over when he bowled 18 wides and repeatedly said to his captain, well, you told me you wanted 3 or 4 overs from it, so I thought I'd get them all done in one go. 91 for 2.
That was at Coventry.
I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was in an outground. It might well have been Coventry. Yeah.
Dear old Coventry. How sad that no longer hosts county cricket.
Yes, I did see a game in this competition. Remember when the cricket boards were involved? The Leicestershire Cricket Board, I think, were playing. Or was it the Warwickshire? No, it must be the Warwickshire Cricket Board against Leicestershire, and they played it at Coventry.
That's right.
And the board nearly won, actually. Anyway, so that was a nice occasion.
That's nicely played. Very, very fine. Too fine to be collected. 4 for Ollie Price, and a few alarm bells ringing for the home side here. Price on 28, Charlesworth on 25. 143 to win, and they're targeting the spinner a little bit, not with big hits but just with improvisation as Tom Taylor starts warming up just in front of us. I think he's going to replace Jack Home at the Diglis end.
It's in the air over mid-wicket, but it's gone for 4.
Poor delivery, which got what it deserved, albeit not middled by Price. It was a little bit lucky just to get it over short mid-wicket. If mid-wicket had been in the orthodox position, he might have been in trouble there, but 4 it is.
Yeah, Worcestershire have to change something pretty quickly. You hear the Gloucestershire supporters beginning to become quite upbeat. Making a bit of noise.
100 up for the visitors and the group leaders. 100% record Gloucestershire. At the moment, they are edging their way towards maintaining that, and of course that would shatter the Rapids' unbeaten record.
A quicker ball there from Singh, almost productive. Another single. 100 came in 135 balls, which is now 12 balls quicker than Worcestershire's first 100. And the first 50s were identical, so a much quicker second 50. Just 43 balls, in fact, for the second 50.
Tom Taylor makes the long trudge up from along on to the bowler's end, and he's going to return to the attack. The batter's having a little break. I don't think it's a drink break, they're just taking all their gloves and getting as cool as they can on this very, very hot day.
I think they're due a break in 2 overs, so Tom Taylor from the Diglis end, and Worcestershire really need him to strike, else this could slip away from them and not even be as close as they'd hoped. But a couple of wickets would change it quickly. Oh, they nearly got one with his first ball. Price with the drive.
I think I'd be tempted to get a slip in.
Yeah.
If they need a wicket, don't they? So
They do.
they've got 4 in the ring, saving. Also 3 in the ring. One of them's the umpire. He can't field the ball, but they've got 3 in the ring on the offside. I just wonder if they need a wicket, and it would be infuriating if one goes through the vacant slip. Not least because it would be 4 runs as well. But Taylor's probably bowled well enough to deserve a close fielder, I think.
It's his 6th over, Tom Taylor, so he could bowl a couple now and still have 3 up his sleeve.
And that's the dilemma for Jake Libby, because there's no point in keeping the better bowlers overs up their sleeve if they're not going to be needed because the opposition gets home. Good start back though, this by Taylor. One seagull overhead. Last time I was here, Clive, there were millions of them milling around. I wonder where they all are today. Just the one in evidence, circling over deep mid-wicket.
Perhaps I've gone to the seaside on this hot day.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
First run of the over onto the leg side. Price, who is on to 35. He's playing kind of the anchor role. 52 balls was 35. Charlesworth Square just short of a runner ball. But happy to leave that one. Well, he hasn't got the wicket in his first over back, Tom Taylor, but he has stemmed the flow of runs, just one off that. 103 for 2. 24 overs bowled. He's another 135 for victory. Jake Libby having a chat with bowler Fateh Singh.
They have rather milked Singh's first 2 overs, 19 off the 2 overs, and Worcestershire can't really afford for that to keep on happening. So
I was going to let Frank Watson join you, Brian.
So a lengthy conversation going on now between spinner and captain. And they just need to put a little break on this Gloucestershire innings. They've worked the spinner around quite skillfully, as they do here, with a reverse sweep for 4. And Worcestershire have got a bit of a problem here, as this 3rd wicket partnership approaches 50, 40, I know it's past 50 with that reverse sweep, 53, they've almost doubled the score, and Worcestershire have got a bit of thinking to do, Frank.
Indeed, they've doubled the score without having to work too hard, I think, and either now could go on to play that significant innings that we're talking about. Ollie Price now the highest score in the game. Can he go on and get 70 or 80 and be the linchpin? If Worcestershire don't pick up a wicket shortly, then Gloucestershire are going to be batting themselves into a position from which they can launch a real assault, I think. Very important that Worcestershire pick up a wicket. The run rate's just 5. Ethan Brooks not bowling because of a niggle in his back, which means that probably seen the 5 bowlers that are going to be used. Sheikh Libby's got a bit of a problem. Fateh Singh not at his best today so far, in my opinion. Dragging a few down.
Yes, that's almost been the majority of his deliveries so far, isn't it? Which has just made it very easy for the batters to hit it into the open spaces for a single.
Yeah.
And with a relatively low target, singles will largely do. It's a better delivery, nicely flighted, fuller of length, and it's rewarded with a dot ball. Partnership in 47 balls between Price and Charlesworth, and
easily the most fluent scorer of the game, isn't it?
It is. Very nicely played by the pair. Whether the pitch has eased in the baking sunshine, possibly that's the case, or was it just that Gloucestershire's bowlers were that little bit more potent and challenging as we have a drinks break.
Halfway stage, 110 for 2. Worcestershire were 102 for 3. So Gloucestershire ahead. Maybe not exactly in terms of runs, but in terms of Duckworth-Lewis, they would be adjudged as being comfortably ahead at this point. Possibly a good time while they have drinks to just give you some scores from elsewhere and just go through the other scores in this competition. Somerset, Warwickshire. Somerset 309 for 8. Warwickshire need 164 off 25 at 6.5 and over. It's quite a tough one, really, mainly because they haven't got a established batsman in. Hamza Sheikh on 8 and Kai Smith on 2 at the moment, so that could be a good finish in that one. And just elsewhere, Northants against Sussex. Northants made 295 for 8. How about this? Sussex flying 167 for no wicket, with Tier on 96 and Haynes on 65, and that's in 27.5 overs. So that's pretty impressive stuff from Sussex. And then we've got Glamorgan playing Notts at Sapphire Gardens. Notts 103 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 278 for 9. So game on there. Notts need 176 at just over 6 and over. Leicestershire against Essex at Leicester. Essex 321 for 8. Leicestershire in reply 92 for 4. Leicestershire require 230 off 28.3 overs. That's 8 and over. Getting to be quite a tall order, that. Lancashire against Kent at Beckenham. Lancashire 152 for 4, chasing 316 to win. So Lancashire need 164 at 7.45 and over. So that's pretty tough going for them. That's what's happening elsewhere. Here at Worcester, 110 for 2 is the Gloucestershire score. Price on 41, Charles with 27, and Gloucestershire in a good position to launch an assault on a fairly modest target of 238.
There's a break in play here, and I should say, Frank, earlier on we were talking about your pencil case. Since then I've been bombarded by emails.
Have you really?
Texts and letters and telegrams.
They want a picture, don't they?
And I have just tweeted a picture of your pencil case, so if I should have asked.
You should,
but maybe image rights issues.
I was going to say, the pencil case has an agent.
But if anybody would like to see a picture of Frank's magnificent pencil case, it's at Brain, Haldorf on Twitter, and if that doesn't get at least 3,000 retweets, I'll be very disappointed.
I shall find it and have a look. Brain held off.
But then that's the before, and then when you have attached legs, noise, and
we'll do that. We'll do that.
It can be the after.
Yeah, we'll do that for the next home game probably if we can find it. Actually, I'm fairly happy with that picture. That's quite.
Well, I like to think it does it full justice.
It does it, yeah.
Glory. But meanwhile, I mean, the Worcestershire players later on can admire the pencil case. Their immediate objective is to unlock this partnership, isn't it? They've had a drinks break and a time to have a chat and a think.
Yeah, they're sticking with Tom. They're sticking with the Tom Taylor approach, which I think is probably the best approach, but it is also perhaps an all or nothing approach, or as near as damn it to an all or nothing approach, because he is the key man. There's Karen Shazad as well, I suppose you could say. Shazad's bowled 6, Taylor's now bowled 6, about to bowl his 7th, but they have to break this partnership.
The interesting question, Frank, will be whether they continue with Fateh Singh, because he's being milked a little bit.
He has, and Taylor's cut for 4 with his first ball is short and wide outside the off stump and hammered away by the impressive Ollie Price, who has batted very, very well. 45 off 57. If he feels any kind of responsibility for the Bancroft run out, then that will only add to his determination to see this through, I think. Good young player. Forward to this one. So 45 to Ollie Price. Highest score in the game so far. Top score for Worcestershire was actually 36 from Kashif Ali. And we've been saying since the start of this Gloucestershire innings, if one player can go on to something of real significance by way of a score 70 odd 80, he is liable to finish on the winning side. Could be Ollie Price. Takes a single here owing to a misfield from an angry Fateh Singh, who punches the ground at mid wicket, having misfielded. Taylor will go round the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth.
Gloucestershire look a very capable, well-organised side, don't they, Frank? I think they're going to take a bit of beating in this competition.
Yeah,
they clearly do.
Yeah, I think I said this morning, it just by way of casual observation, really, that having won the T20 last year, and they appear to have set their sights on this one this year, having not perhaps played as well in the T20 as they would have liked, but they looked a good unit in the field.
They did. They look very sharp.
And I don't know whether it's my own particular approach to the game which is reflected in this, but I always feel quite pleased when I see a side, and I mentioned Northants in the T20 earlier this morning, a side where it appears that everybody knows their role and the whole team is focused on it and they support each other well, and you don't need superstars, you just need clarity. And they look like a side that has that to me, or they did in the field, and just looking at their games in this competition so far, that's the way they've been. Could be that I'm overestimating that, I don't know, but they've been very measured in their cricket today in everything they've done.
You're absolutely right, Frank, and of course added to that comes the confidence of winning a few games, and when a momentum like that is so precious as well, it just adds that little bit of extra confidence and assertiveness And when games are tight, as this one has been most of the way through, some teams will just think, yeah, we're going to come out on top here, we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
They are persisting with Fateh Singh. I guess Jake Libby's options are pretty limited, aren't they, without Ethan Brooks, who cannot bowl due to a back niggle. Brett D'Oliveira, perhaps.
Yeah, but he's not been bowling well in this competition, Brett, and he's a bit low on confidence, I think. Hasn't bowled many overs at all, actually, this year. Good shot from Ollie Price. It looked a bit like a top edge sweep, but any initial excitement was quickly swallowed, and that's the first half century of the game, warmly applauded by quite a few Gloucestershire supporters up in the D'Oliveira stand on their feet, and Ollie Price rewards them with a wave of the bat. Well played to Ollie Price. First 50 of the game, and it came off 60 deliveries, and it included 7 fours, and there haven't been many players who've found the boundary easily today, but he's just played another cracking sweep shot, beautifully executed sweep shot, not only beautifully executed but also hit with great power, and Kashif Ali running around the boundary didn't have far to go, but he had no chance of cutting that off. Ollie Price is cutting loose here a little
He
bit.
is, and that was possibly the shot of the day, wasn't it? It was absolutely gloriously timed, and it's a reasonably long boundary out there down towards the chestnut tree, but that absolutely raced to it, and the two guys on that boundary, not that far to go to cut it off, but they didn't have a chance. Fateh Singh responds with a full toss. He's under pressure here, the spinner. They've really targeted him, and at the moment Gloucestershire are easing themselves into a very strong position. That's short and punished again.
He is not himself today, Fateh Singh, I don't think. A bit of a just not really settled at all. 4 overs, and those 4 overs have cost 39 runs, I think.
Consoling pat on the shoulder from Ethan Brooks for the spinner, but I think he's going to have to come out of the attack, Frank.
Yeah,
if
I definitely think so.
Worcestershire just cannot afford to hemorrhage
13 off that over.
Yeah. So whether Shazad comes back on to try and unlock this dangerous third wicket partnership. Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth batting really well. Price first in the match, the 50, but Charlesworth actually, as soon as he came in, he's been batting fluently and in composed fashion very well.
Tom Taylor starts a new over around the wicket. I just received a message from my wife, and it said, "Not that old thing." I think it was Lucy's. It's about 30 years old, and I thought, what on earth is she going on about? Well, you know what it is, don't you? Because you've started all of this now. The pencil case. It's become famous.
Oh,
I think when we do get the eyes and the ears and the mouth and the tail attached,
I think you need to
and give it a name, I think it could be. We might have to start a series, Brian. Tales from Arbroath, or
if I may say
like
so,
that.
I think that's a little disrespectful from your other side. That old thing.
That old.
It's a glorious piece of cricketana.
Cricketana. Yeah. It is very special, I think. I hope people have now seen it in all its glory on Twitter. We digress, and probably unfairly from a Gloucestershire point of view, because they're playing really well here. Ollie Price in particular, the only 50 of the game, and he's been untroubled, and he hasn't allowed the run out with Bancroft to upset him, which he could easily have done. Made it 54 for 2 in the 17th over, and he might well have allowed that to get to him, but he's settled in and decided to shoulder the responsibility of this run chase, and so far doing a great job. And they're only 105 away from the target now. And it's not just the fact that he's stayed in, it's the fact that he's played with the poise and the ease that he showed on that delivery, pushing that out on the offside. And a very, very disrespectful comment has just come in from my wife. It's got mange. She says, well, that is very rude and unfair. It's not got mange at all.
Wow.
It's in fine fettle.
I think his coat looks very sleek.
Very. Not bad at all for his age. Driven square, this one, for a single. The other thing now about what's been so good about this partnership is that it's relieved any even suggestion of scoreboard pressure.
Yeah.
So you know, in terms of run rate now, it's below 5, and that's very manageable. Don't need to do anything at all. Just keep playing. That's all they need to do, these two. And then when they get within 40, 50 of it, they can cut loose, and they could end up winning with a few overs to spare. Very, very good cricket from two quite young players. And as I speak, Tom Taylor almost brings the partnership to an end with a really good one that bounces and just goes over the shoulder of Ben Charlesworth bat, and maybe just indicates that actually there's still a bit in this pitch. It may have eased a little, but there's definitely still something there. But unfortunately for Worcestershire, that's the end of 8 overs from Tom Taylor. He's only gone for 24. He bowled really well, but he is wicketless, and it's that spearhead that they lack. It's Matthew Waite who has been identified to replace Fateh Singh at the New Road end. A bowling change that was forced upon Jake Levy by the fact that Singh had been expensive. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 39. Home 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 35.
A little bit fortunate there. 2 runs to Price. Yes, this has really just delayed the problem for a while, because they've got to
they've got to go back to them.
But it is the right thing to do, isn't it? Because they
got to get a wicket.
Couldn't afford for the spinner to keep going at 8 and over. They need to break this partnership. Gloucestershire will pretty much be assured qualification, I think, if they win. It's just looking at the table, 5 wins out of 5. Of course, they'll need to keep winning just to make sure they finish top and go straight to the semi-final. But very, very strong position, and Worcestershire, of course, would still be in a good position.
Yeah.
All to play for the Rapids. Worcestershire looking a little bit short of sparkle here. They need to find something big quite soon. I am surprised that there's no close fielder. It would be a gamble, but at the moment they're just sort of drifting towards defeat. They need to pull something pretty special out. But all credit to Gloucestershire, these two are batting beautifully.
Yeah, I think it feels a bit like a sort of perfect storm for Worcestershire, in the fact that these two have played well. The pitch has maybe eased a little bit. Brooks can't bowl. Singh's had a real off day. Allison isn't playing, and it's just, do you know what I mean? I think Jake Libby looks around and thinks, I'm not sure that I've got much to work with here, and consequently these two are untroubled, and that's not to take away from the way they've played. I think they've played, as I keep saying, very well indeed.
Partnership up to 81, comfortably the biggest of the match.
Yeah, Matthew Waits decided to go around the wicket to the left-hander. But I agree with you, the body language isn't great, is it, out there at the moment? And that's not deliberate, it's not something you can just create, that belief and atmosphere. And there's a slight misfield at cover.
And that body language
Cost a run.
would change very quickly, wouldn't it, with a wicket? I mean, all of a sudden everyone gets a bit of momentum back, a bit of sparkle, but we just can't see where that wicket's coming from just yet. Where did you actually acquire this pencil case?
I honestly couldn't say. I actually think that when my two grown-up daughters left home, they inevitably left behind a lot of stationery, because they're both proper students and went to university and everything else, but they were both quite fond of a pen and a ruler and a rubber and a glitter pen and a glue stick and a pair of scissors and a piece of ribbon and all that kind of paraphernalia. Karim Shahzad is back into the attack to replace Taylor at the Diglis end, and he gets a leading edge which drops short of anybody on the offside. And so when they left home, they left a lot of that sort of stuff behind to be sorted out. And I haven't bought a biro or anything like that for years, because I've got hundreds of them. And I'm pretty certain it would have been in amongst that lot. And when I was putting together a bag to take to cricket probably about 7 or 8 years ago, and I wanted a couple of highlighters and a rubber and whatever, I thought, well, that little furry chap looks perfect.
I'm a little surprised that they were so cavalier. I would have taken it with me, quite frankly.
Yeah, but they probably had about 6 each.
Oh, there's only one like that.
And they're both teachers now, so they both still love a bit of stationery, to be honest. And anyway, so it was probably the one that nobody wanted, is the truth, really.
I find that amazing.
Well, so do I now. It's Shahzad again. Round the wicket, ball short, hammered away by Charlesworth.
Super shot.
Absolutely tremendous. Dismissive. I mean, that was just he's a tall man, and that was just cracked away, wrists rolling over the top of it. His dad would have been proud of that one. He was also a tall left-hander, and
pulled a long way in front of square.
Yeah, a long way. He had a lot of time, didn't he? Shahzad needs not to test the middle of the pitch. He needs to get that length again that he bowled in his first spell, where he got the batsman playing half forward, really, like that. It's much better. Charlesworth, of course, is nicely in there. Steers this one down to third man off the face. But yeah, I agree with you. I think the body language isn't good, and Worcestershire just, I don't know, there's an inevitability about it all at the moment, I think, as this pair build this partnership.
Yeah, the runs required under 100 now. That's a little psychological
absolutely
barrier that Gloucestershire have burst through.
Partnership's nearing 100. Short and pulled away again. I think it was you said, Brian, that it would only need 1 or 2 significant partnerships to chase down this score, and we've certainly got one of them here. And if they build it way past 100, it might be the only one that's really required. And it's been the best batting of the game. I don't think there's any doubt about that. There's some promising batting by Worcestershire players. There were occasionally impressive strokes, but nothing of this kind of application and expertise.
The pitch may have settled a little bit.
Yeah, it may have done. Oh, well, that's an interesting bit of cricket. Good bit of backing up at mid-on. Prevents any addition to the score, because Ethan Brooks, in saving 2 and making sure they can only get a single, produces an extravagant piece of fielding, rolls and throws, and only Tom Taylor backing up at mid-off saved the overthrow. So good work from Taylor, but a single still taken, and that was an expensive over from Karam Shahzad. Cost 7 runs, 4 came from the one before that, and Gloucestershire are looking very, very well placed at 144 for 2 off 29 overs. Worcestershire were 121 for 3 at a similar time.
Matthew Waite coming round the wicket.
30 overs gone, I should say, I beg your pardon.
Well, the third 10 over spell has been the most lucrative of the match by either side. 71 without loss in those 10 overs. Best Worcestershire manager was their final 10, which went for 62 for 3. This could well be the defining period of the game.
Yeah, that's 4 more.
Just a little tickle on that, Charlesworth. Yeah, they haven't been able to do what Gloucestershire did, have they? They haven't been able to get sort of 2 wickets in quick succession,
no.
2 or 3 wickets. And
they haven't, and they're a bowler short because of a niggle to Ethan Brooks, and they've looked it, haven't they? Really?
Yeah. Keeper standing up now to Charlesworth. They've got to keep at it, try and prolong the game as long as possible. Make sure the net run rate isn't damaged too much. Not that they've given the game up just yet, but actually net run rate may not come into it for Worcestershire because of their tied game.
Yeah, if they're level with somebody else,
Yeah.
and wins.
And that's clubbed in the air, but safely straight down the ground. Very good.
Well, both these players have played well. Both of them have gone past anywhere that the Worcestershire batsman managed, and we said that it only needed one player probably to get 70 or 80. It looks like it's going to be 2 that go past 50 as Charlesworth smashes that down the ground. And to be fair to him, he's played exceptionally well. 45 off 48 deliveries now for Charlesworth. That's the quickest scoring in the game. He's a big, strong boy. Big, tall left-hander, and it stays hit. He's played a couple of great shots, and that was a very good one. Just checking his guard now because Waite's decided to go back over the wicket to him. $152 for 2. 100 partnership is on the brink. Will it be achieved with this shot? It won't be, because it's stopped just inside the rope, and they get 2, so there are 99 they've added now. In fact, that is 100 partnership. They're 2 runs, yeah. So 154 for 2, and they've added exactly 100. Congratulations to these 2. By far the biggest partnership of the innings, of the game, and by far the best batting.
Second century partnership Worcestershire conceded in the competition this season, after the one at Repton was in Jewel and Montgomery, put on 150.
Well, that's another blistering shot from Charlesworth on the up. Only a single. It's Cashew Fields. End of the over. 11 from it. 155 for 2. And they are cruising. They are,
and 5 wins out of 5 is some effort. And,
it is some effort, but it's not that unusual because of momentum, isn't it? And we've seen it in T20s. I think Northampton won the first 6, didn't they, this year in the T20? I think before being slightly derailed, but not unheard of.
Even before this game, they were the only team to have won all their games. Gloucestershire. I'll extend that to 5 out of 5. That will now be the only unbeaten team left, assuming they win this.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say they're going to be involved somewhere in the knockout stages.
Yeah.
Shazad. Yeah, that's just chopped down deliberately down to 3rd.
A lot of time to play that. Yeah, we were talking earlier, Clive, I think it was when I was on with Brian, and we were talking about Karim Shazad's opening spell, which was very good. And we were talking about the fact that he hit Cameron Bancroft, he made them struggle, he bowled quickly. And now the pace of the pitch may have eased, the ball will be a bit softer, but these two, in this second Shazad spell, have appeared to have oodles of time to play the ball. Not hurried at all.
Again, Price runs that one down to 3rd for a comfortable single. They can do it in singles if they wish. Well, that's a full toss it straight to backward point. They still get a single. Travelling fast, and that is the 50 for Ben Charlesworth. So both batters have made half centuries. 52 balls for Charlesworth's 50. 6 fours. That's a bounce. Umpire's happy with that. Worcestershire next game is here against Glamorgan. Glamorgan pretty much out of the running yet to get a win, so that will be an important one for Worcestershire to take advantage of that. Maintain a good position. Another bouncer, and they want the catch here, they get it. Well, Price goes just a faint edge. He did in the end look at the umpire for a decision, but he did seem to have started walking.
He knew, didn't he? He knew. Good catch by Henry Cullen, not the tallest. Not sure he took it exactly cleanly first time, but he held on, banged in short. And it's interesting, you said the umpire said that's okay because he wouldn't have bowled another one had it been called as the one for the over. But he decided to let him have another one, and he gets his wicket. So a glimmer of hope for Worcestershire if they can pick another one up now. But the innings of the game so far, or at least one of the 2 innings of the game, 104 added for that 3rd wicket by Charlesworth and Price. But Price it is who has gone. in the 32nd over, so they added those 100 in just 15 overs, which is also very impressive. But he's gone for 66, and Shazad has his second wicket. He's the only wicket taker in the innings, and it's 158 for 3.
Well, I think it's always give you a little bit of hope, but it would need quite a spectacular collapse of Gloucestershire now, but stranger things have happened. Jack Taylor. There's a new batter in. She's had one more ball this over to try and go bang bang, as they say, and he's going to get a slip in for him. No run there. Plenty of bat on the ball. Dead of successful over them. 3 runs offered in the wicket. Gloucestershire 158 for 3. Remain favourites with, what is it, 80 more required.
Yeah, it's not a case of whether they can get the required run rate. It's simply a case of whether Worcestershire can bowl them out. Ben Charlesworth, Graham was his dad, is on 50 and on strike and on pole, you might say, because he's the key man. All he needs to do is keep playing the way he is and get a bit of support from the other end. It should be an absolute walk in the park, but that wicket has at least introduced just a tiny bit of jeopardy. What would you say if there was a wasp, a win predictor? 80-20?
Yeah, something like that. Not that I'm never convinced by the win predictors, but yeah, I would say that.
I think particularly given that the paucity of Worcestershire's bowling resources in this game as well. There's Waite bowls and Charlesworth tucks this one away on the onside. Matthew Waite already in his 8th over. Jack Home loosening up. He's gone for 7 and over in the 5 he's bowled so far. Fateh Singh gone for 9.75 and over. Not himself at all today. And Taylor, Shazad and Waite considerably more economical, but they can't bowl more than 10, and Libby will have to turn to the juniors again shortly. As Waite bowls a full toss, which almost produces a wicket because it was mishit by Charlesworth. It wasn't a very good delivery, but mishit it, and it dropped just short of Libby at mid-on. Heads in hands.
I wonder whether he needs to turn to Jack Home now, because, as you say, yeah, all right, he goes for runs, but he makes things happen, and that's what Worcestershire need.
Yeah.
Wasn't far short of Jake Libby. At mid-on, that would have been a bonus. Oh, good stop. They're still trying in the field, Worcestershire. I'm not going to let Gloucestershire just have this. And, Ethan Books with the stop. Now this could be out. This should be out.
Goodness.
It is. Charlesworth has given it away there. Caught in the deep. Wow. 158 for 4.
goodness me, isn't it amazing how often one brings two? Pretty innocuous delivery, really.
Mohammed took it. I thought he slightly misjudged it. Ended up
Yeah.
lower than it might have been.
Yeah, he did. He didn't look comfortable, did he? Bright sky, white ball, not the easiest, but it was a big one, and he had to take it, and he did. And well, when they threw that game away against Notts, Worcestershire, it was via some pretty shocking fielding, actually, from time to time. And what we've seen in this over with two good diving stops and a catch is that they're at least staying focused in the field. That said, the man coming to the crease has done pretty well against Worcestershire in the past, Graham Van Buren, and he's joining Jack Taylor, who's very experienced, but Worcestershire have at least got themselves back in the game with 2 wickets falling with a score of 158. And as I say, they're staying alive, aren't they? And Wasp has gone from 80-20 to maybe 70-30.
Yeah. Charles with out for 50, 57 balls, 6 fours. 2 new batters at the crease, albeit, as Frank says, very experienced ones. So wait. And again. Oh, he did get a double wicket maiden there. Swing and a miss. That's the best of first shots from Graham Van Buren, given the situation. And the home crowd applauding that over from Matthew Waite, which has just given this game a little bit of new life.
Yeah, really amazing how things can change, isn't it? I wouldn't say it's put it in jeopardy again, but it's, as you say, Clive, it's aroused a little bit of interest. Wicket maiden. It's only the second maiden of the innings, and well, Jack Home coming back into the attack. I think this could be quite interesting. Next 10-15 minutes, either pressure will be relieved or Jack Home will do what he sometimes does and make something happen, and the picture will become a bit clearer as he comes back at the Diglis end. Oh, almost. It's going to end up being 2 runs. It could easily have been a catch to Tom Taylor at third man. Top edge cut, flew away, bounced about a yard inside the rope. Taylor had 10 yards to go to his right, knocked it back in, which was good fielding. So he saved the boundary, but it could easily have gone into the hands. And it's just got everybody a bit excited again now.
So Henry Cullen has got his own back there on Tom Taylor, was teasing him earlier
Was
before
he?
he took
Yeah,
a catch. This time he had a bit of fun at the sort of tennis stroke that Taylor played to keep the ball in.
Wide.
Well, he's trying hard here, Jack Home. He's got to try and keep his accuracy. Will that be a wide? Yes. Wide for head height. Crowd don't like it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a correct decision.
Yeah. Again, the umpire looked across to a square leg umpire who nodded. So he's gone for 4 off 1 legitimate delivery here, albeit he was unlucky with the top edge that just evaded Tom Taylor. Oh, that could be, I think it hit the pad in it, so it's a leg by. 76 more required. Worcestershire needs 6 more wickets.
If that first ball had gone into Taylor's hands, then I think it would have been a proper game-on situation, wouldn't it?
I should say 75 required, and still 6 wickets needed by Worcestershire.
But stranger things have happened.
They have.
Just seen a bit of a conversation on social media where people are saying that they can't get this game on the radio. You won't get this game on the radio.
No.
BBC not covering this competition until the knockout stages. So we're bringing you live stream from home games, but not away games. And we got I thought we got a wicket. And that was Jack Home with real pace and venom there. Turned Van Buren round, squared him up, splice of the bat, lobbed down the offside on the glove, if anything, pinned the glove against the handle. Just didn't have enough on it to reach Brett D'Oliveira in the gully, or sort of deepish gully. Got away with one there, Van Buren, so maybe there's life left in it yet. What I will say, Clive, is that, probably about 45 minutes ago we were questioning the body language and whether Worcestershire had sort of accepted their fate a little bit. I think it's pretty clear they haven't. As Home comes in again. And that's short, and Van Buren swivels and pulls it down to long leg where Matthew Waite is the fielder. If I had a criticism of Jack Home, I think it's just occasionally that he just gets goes a little bit too much on the short side. I still favour that mid-length that Shazad bowled in his first spell. Not saying you don't bang one in. Shazad got that wicket with one, but not all the time. Into Taylor again now. Home. Taylor bangs this one in, and Taylor gives himself room, tries to slice it away over the covers, doesn't get anything on it. It's the end of the over. 164 for 4, 6 runs came from it. And the requirement is 74 runs, and they've got 16 overs left to get them.
Yeah, well, a couple of play the misses and a top edge in that over. Almost for Jack Home, not quite. So now Matthew Waite will try again in his 9th over. Good shot for 1 from Van Buren at the start of it. In the field, trying to keep themselves believing. We need a couple more quick wickets to really get into the game. That's what they're striving for. Oh, good stop again from
D'Oliveira.
D'Oliveira, yeah, Brett D'Oliveira. Taylor on 2. By Kashi Valley in the deep, it's 1 more run. Valley has to come round a little bit further this time, but still manages to keep him down to 1. I feel like it's a bit cross with himself for the delivery.
He's got a problem here, hasn't he? Because at some point He's got to bowl Singh again, I think. Now the two batsmen that went after him aren't there anymore. That's better from weight. But he isn't going to be high on confidence, and they will know that. Brooks is he's been quite a miss actually today, because although he's not a frontline bowler in red ball cricket, he's been a useful contributor in every white ball game, I think, with the ball. Almost every white ball game, I think, T20 and One Day Cup, he's had a bowl.
He's taken 8 wickets in the 4 matches in this competition. That is a big shot, just bounces in front of the ropes. It's a 4 for Jack Taylor, lofting it over the top, and that will ease any tension in the Gloucestershire ranks.
Yeah, he's bowled in almost every game, actually. 7 off that over, which is more than they need. And in this competition, as you say, he's bowled 10 in every game actually so far. So that's a massive loss actually, much more than you might think if you look at him as just an occasional bowler. But he's actually bowled a full 10 in every innings so far in this competition. Just over 4 and over, really. Pretty easy. Worcestershire have got a strike. I think I'd have a slip in there. Well, Van Buren, well, goodness me, he's gone for that, giving it an absolute kitchen sink outside the off stump. Missed it. If he'd hit it, where do you reckon? Over extra, sliced, something like that. Absolute wahoo.
He's done a couple like that, Van Buren. Looks like he wants to get on with it.
Banged in short again and pulled away again by Van Buren, but he didn't time it. It was on him before he expected it, and gets a single down to long leg. He's going to carry on with the short pitch stuff, I think, home. I don't think there's much doubt about that, and they're going to take him on. And this is what I was trying to explain before about the way that he bowls. He'll bang this in short. Taylor will try and take it on, probably, if it's wideish outside off stump, over the offside. If it's a bit straighter, he'll go leg side. And Worcestershire are hoping that he'll mistime something and it will go skywards. As it was, he's got enough on this to get 4. Tom Taylor running round. He's bowled considerable stint, to be fair. The big man didn't quite get down as well. He's usually as good a fielder as anybody, but didn't quite get down to that one as it hit the really dry, rough area right in front of the pavilion gate. So it's 4. And this is the problem that you face with Jack Home, the way that he bowls, I think, at the moment. Plenty of balls to hit. His strength is also perhaps his weakness in some ways. Just got to add a few more dot balls, I think. This one is a wide down the leg side, and he kicks the ground angrily at the end of his follow through. And it's all about, I think, such a complex game, isn't it? And he kicks the ground angrily there. He's obviously quite annoyed with himself, but at the same time, that anger and that passion is what drives him and what makes him the bowler he is. It's just about balance. Oh. And there you go. The uppercut. It was always coming. Van Buren this time on strike. Sorry, Jack Taylor on strike. Banged in short, and he knows what's coming, and he just leans back. And Home is hoping he might mistime it, and it goes upwards, skywards, and lands close to a fielder. But if he gets any kind of bat on it, like he did there, and it misses a fielder, it's a boundary. So the game is being taken away from Worcestershire a bit at the moment. And that's a silly response from Jack Home, who basically bowls one that bounces nearer to him, genuinely nearer to him than it did to the batsman. Clears the batsman's head by about a yard and is called wide.
Yeah, he's just getting a bit frustrated this over, Jack Home. Luck hasn't quite been with him with a few miscued shots.
And that is exactly what he can do. And it wasn't quite so short. I think it was a bit fuller and a bit straighter, and the pace is such that there's a terrible piece of cricket from Karam Shahzad. So the throw from Taylor comes in from third man. They've come back for 3, and it runs past the bowler, and then Shahzad at mid-on isn't really paying attention and doesn't back up properly, and they end up getting 4. Very, very ugly cricket. But that was a really good delivery from Home. In again now and bowls, and that's a really good delivery as well. Gets the Yorker in, which again I'd like to see him do a little bit more often, and particularly when he's got the batter sitting on the back foot expecting it to be short. But he's full of promise, absolutely full of promise, Jack Home, and the raw material is there for him to become a really special bowler, but just lacking a little bit of finesse and a little bit of experience at the moment.
So 52 required. Worcestershire still needs 6 wickets. That's what we're talking about. It's not really down to overs. 14 overs in theory to go. Matthew Waite to continue.
15 off that over.
Yeah. Bowling to Graham Van Buren. Quick single there. Taylor's changing guard there. This is Waite's last chance, his last over. He's got 1 for 40 so far. He's got 5 more balls to try and get. He could do with 2 wickets to be honest on those 5 balls. What's his point of view? He still has 5 more balls as he bowls a wide. Into Jack Taylor. Again. That was in the air, just landed just short of mid-wicket.
Brilliant work by Tom Taylor.
The chap is having to work hard down here.
He may have misfielded one a few minutes ago, but goodness me, he's made up for it since. That was brilliant. He's a top pro, isn't he?
He is. Just landed short of Jack Home there, who seemed to be telling himself off. I don't think he had a chance of getting that. It was pretty close, but I think it had died by the time
he
reached
I don't think
it.
It was a chance. I think the that little burst of energy that Worcestershire got from those 2 wickets has actually probably just been taken away by that over that went for 15. 28 off the last 3 before this. That's a great shot as well, isn't it?
Great stop too from Jake Libby. That ball was travelling. Libby prevents any runs from it. 190 for 4, 48 more required for Gloucestershire to be 5 and 5 in this competition using American parlances. Slower ball. Yeah. a little bit of a meal of that stuff, diving onto it.
I think, another thing about this competition, and that I'm very careful about saying these sort of things because there's been all this debate about scheduling, and there's a massive school of thought, including some, fairly well-known and fairly respected pundits who say, oh, this business of we play too much is nonsense. And in the old days I used to play this many games a season and this many days of cricket and travel up and down the country on trains and all the rest of it, and I've said repeatedly that is true, but the level of athleticism and energy that they now put into a day's cricket is unrecognisable from then. And these guys, most of this Worcestershire side played Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, so they've had just 2 days off, bit of travelling in between, staying away from home. This one worked for a single, end of the over from Matthew Waite. That's his spell completed. 10 overs, 1 made and 1 for 44 in the circumstances. Pretty good effort. And I reckon they probably are a bit tired. I would be. I think 3 lots of 50 overs in the field, really hot weather. Look at the way, I know Tom Taylor's only come in for this game, but look at the way that he's been throwing himself around in front of us, and I think it's pretty tough for these guys. And although people scoff at the idea of reduced schedules, if you're an Ethan Brooks, you've played an awful lot of cricket this season, played every game. Jack Home starts with a short one wide outside the off stump, which is smashed away for 4 by Taylor. It went past D'Oliveira at backward point at catchable height, not within reach. If it had been straight at him, he would have taken some holding on to. And I can't quite see what the home plan is here. Shazad has a word with him. Libby's at mid-off. He's in again now. And bangs that in short, and it's the same result. And this seems a bit pointless to me now. Either get the Yorker in or get that back of a length delivery in. They look to play shots. If you bowl good deliveries now with them in this frame of mind, you might slip one through. At the moment, he's just feeding that cut shot and leaking runs.
Well, Taylor's
he's gone for 63 off 7.2 overs
and 30 runs off 19 balls now for Taylor. Took the pace off that one a little bit,
but a better length.
Yeah, well, they get a bit of a break now. Worcestershire's the next game's on Friday here, and they're still in a good position. Probably need to win 2 of their last 3 games to be sure of, or to get into the next stages. It'll be a leg by. So that'll have to be the target. 2 of those last 3 games are at home, so still very much in their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the first time they haven't played pretty well actually in this competition, with the exception of maybe that last hour at Welbeck. Much better from home. It's almost as though going to the boundary twice focuses his mind and makes him get the ball in the right place, doesn't it? And that, I guess, is he's got to be able to get into that frame of mind without having gone to the boundary first, if that makes sense.
Another single there. Yeah. 200 came up in 226 balls. It compares to Worcestershire reached their 200 and 275, so I'm miles out of that now. The second 100 took just 91 balls. So Fateh Singh is going to come in. Good luck. 37 required. Going to have to do something very spectacular now. Oh dear, that's a full toss, which will cost him 1 in the end. Good. Sharp piece of fielding from Jack Home. Jack Taylor on 30 on strike. Oh, that almost went to hand. Didn't get a hand on that.
I think it might have been a bump ball. Tom Taylor loosening up in front of us before he bowls a hat trick.
Yeah, it was Ethan Brooks who was the bowler. Not sure that was a.
No,
well, anyway,
not sure.
It would have been a very, very sharp take, and that's 4. So, drops that in short. And there's just 31 more required. This could be tight. They make a good running for Brooks with the throw. Crowd's thinned out a little bit. It's been a good crowd today, as it was on Wednesday. If you fancy coming along to the next game, say it is on Friday. And there'll be plenty to play for by then. That's 4 more runs, though. This one's going to finish pretty quickly by the looks of things.
That was very, that was a bit sloppy, wasn't it?
50 partnership between the pair. 30 more required. So you say Tom Taylor probably needs 4, never mind a hat trick. It looks like he's going to bowl. End of the over. Not the best he's bowled this season.
No, that's fair.
Went for 11 runs in the end.
Yes, it's rather a faltering conclusion, isn't it, really? And Worcestershire are going to be left feeling that they've been well beaten here.
Yeah.
Tom Taylor will complete his allocation, one imagines. 2 overs left, 8 overs for 24 so far. If you look down the card, a seniority stands out in terms of economy, doesn't it? Because Taylor's gone for 3 and over, Shazad for 3.3 and over, Waite for 4.4, but then Home for 8 and Singh for 10. God, Taylor turns Van Buren round. We talk about that, don't we? We say he's turned him round a bit. Don't often see a batsman turn around quite as much as Van Buren was by that one. He's almost facing straight down the pitch with his feet at one stage. Just watching the replay of it now. Completely and utterly turned around. Had a little fiddle at it outside the off stump, but missed it. Could easily have nicked it to Cullen. Gets a bat on this one. Dot ball. I also think this is where you would hope that Jack Home, fielding down in front of us now, is watching Taylor, and obviously he's a different bowler, but just watching where he bowls, the length he bowls, how he varies his pace, how he varies the deliveries he bowls, and learning from it. Steep learning curve for a young bowler. Taylor himself is pulled away on the leg side. Good tumbling stop this time by Isaac. They're back for 2 though. As you said, Clive, this will be over pretty quickly now. Just another 25 runs needed. Could end in 5-10 minutes, couldn't it?
One match over in the other group. Seen Sussex comfortably beat Northants by 7 wickets, chasing down 296. Charlie Tear, or was it Tier?
Yeah, Tier, I think. Heck of a score. 159
he's made. Keeps Sussex just about alive. They've got 2 wins in 4 games. Probably puts Northants out of the competition. They've only got 1 win with 3 games to go. Earlier win for Yorkshire against Middlesex. Both those teams quite well placed in the other group.
That was a low scoring one, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Middlesex bowled out 129 there. Radlett. Bit of a dampener for the outground crowd.
Good shot from Jack Taylor, given a bit of width by a tiring Tom Taylor. Hammered on the up past the diving Brooks at extra cover. I'm just going through the motions now. I think disappointing for a big home crowd here at Visit Worcestershire New Road, but they've had their fair share of good performances in this competition. This is the first one that's been below par. Damaged by Ethan Brooks' not being able to bowl, and it's affected them. Having 3 senior bowlers only, and Ben Allison, who's been the pick of the bowlers probably in this competition, unable to bowl. Well, he's not playing. Can't bowl if you're not playing. End of the over. 219 for 4.
I'm presuming he's been rested, and I guess,
yeah,
with this result, they'll feel they have to.
Yeah.
Have to give players
I
a rest.
I think he probably needed a rest. To be fair, I think he's played every game. He's bowled a full-ish complement of overs, I think, in almost all the games.
I think he missed the first game but played.
Oh, did he?
The other
Yeah.
3,
Beg your pardon. Yeah. Just checking. Yeah, he did, but he was there and he fielded. Actually, he fielded as a substitute because he caught that brilliant catch in the deep. Good running. Good running and a bit of old-fashioned fielding, shall we say, from Karamchas. I haven't seen a fast bowler run round and put a clog on it, as they used to say, since the days of Bob Willis, whose daughter was with us this morning in the box talking about the Bob Willis Cancer Fund. But that's what Shazad did there, and not surprisingly, they came back for 2. He was not thinking about diving for that one, Clive.
I don't think so.
Fateh Singh again, bowl short. He's dragged so many down today, it's been extraordinary. I don't think I've ever seen him have this difficulty, but he's really struggled today, and that one again is halfway down, and it's just help yourself, and Van Buren does help himself. He pulls it round for 4 on the leg side, and they're now within 10 of victory, well, within 13 of victory. And that's another one that's a little bit short of the length, pushed through a bit this time and just pushed off the back foot out on the offside by Van Buren for a single. So early today, Worcestershire, if you're just joining us, and I'm sure people are, you might well have seen the scorecard. 237 for 8 having been put into bat. Good bowling, particularly from Josh Shaw at the top of the innings. 1 for 27 from 10, his eventual figures, but just 6 runs from his first 6 overs. Matt Taylor also tidy. at the beginning and the end of the Worcestershire innings. 1 for 43 for him. 2 wickets for Ahmed, 2 for Miles. No wicket for Charlesworth, 2 for Van Buren. Jack Taylor just a couple of overs for 12. Nobody went past 40 for Worcestershire. 36 from Cashies, 35 from Henry Cullen, 28 Waite, 25 Taylor, 26 D'Oliveira. Worcestershire 237 for 8 in their 50 overs. We felt they were 50 short, and it certainly looks as though they were at least 50 short. Gloucestershire have lost Bracey for 8, Bancroft run out for 29, Price for 66, Charlesworth for 50, but they are on the brink. 228 for 4, just need another 10 to win, and they have no end of time. And we are just witnessing the dying throes of this game as Tom Taylor is about to complete his spell from the Diglis end. So it'll be 5 wins from 5 for Gloucestershire. It'll be 3 wins, a tie, and 1 loss for Worcestershire. Both teams will be very hopeful of qualification, but the only unbeaten team in the competition have been far superior today.
Yeah, in comes Taylor, and that's tobacco point for a single. Worcestershire will still be second in the group, but that's because either Hampshire or Derbyshire have played today. Hampshire are away to Surrey tomorrow at the Oval. If they were to win that, they would overtake Worcestershire. I said Derbyshire. It's Leicestershire actually currently in actual fact, one's played 2 square leg. Where are Leicestershire? Yes, they're playing Essex, and they look like they're going to lose actually. Leicestershire chasing 322 to win, they need 202, so Worcestershire will stay ahead of them. This will be pretty well placed, you know, certainly in terms of finishing in that top 3. Gloucestershire, Worcestershire and Hampshire have kind of dominated the group so far. Taylor to Van Buren. Single. 7 required. Not a run, just turns it round. It's past Tom Taylor's head of field. 2 more balls for Tom Taylor to bowl. The other games looks like Notts are going to beat Glamorgan. Need 13 or 38 balls. Lancashire are going to lose to Kent. By the looks of things, they've only got 2 wickets left, needing 31 and 19 balls. The one that's most in jeopardy is at Taunton. That's hit into the ground. That's a lovely shot, and they are within 1 blow of victory. So just briefly, Warwickshire 262 for 6, need 48 off 42 balls. Beat Somerset. Kai Smith.
He likes this competition,
he
doesn't
does, yeah. So that's the one that looks like it's going to go down to the wire. This one, I'm afraid, isn't. Something very strange happens now. It could be over. Next ball. Jack Taylor, if he wants a half century, he's going to have to hit a 6. Well, you'll get a single there. So I suppose if he could get back on strike with the match still alive, he could now get his 50 with a 4. 236 for 4, 2 more runs required.
Tom Taylor, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 39. And Karam Shazad, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 27. Probably best he's bowled in the white ball competition for Worcestershire. Jack Home, 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 64. And Fateh Singh so far, just about to start his 7th over, is gone for 59 so far. So not a day he will remember with great fondness. And full toss is smashed to mid-on, where Tom Taylor, diving to his left, almost takes a miraculous catch. It probably didn't carry, wouldn't have mattered much anyway. Should have been the winning hit, really, I suppose. Instead, it was a dot, and that's another dot as Fateh Singh fires a Yorker into the block hole.
Well, he wants to get a 4, doesn't he, Taylor, so that he can gets his 50.
He's probably not too bothered.
No.
But he tries to get a 6 in the end and misses it, and Henry Cullen takes it. So is Singh going to end with a maiden? That would be quite ironic, wouldn't it? 3 dots so far. Comes in again now. Bowls, and 4 dots as Taylor swings away on the leg side and is taken on the pad. We haven't had hardly a dot for ages, and suddenly 4 in a row from Fateh Singh. And again bowls, and that is it. Straight down the ground, and it goes for 4, and Jack Taylor gets 50, and Gloucestershire have won by 6 wickets. They end up on 240 for 4 from 41.5 overs. Jack Taylor finishes unbeaten on exactly 50, and his partner Graham Van Buren finishes unbeaten on 25, and a thoroughly well-deserved victory from the only unbeaten team in the country in this competition. Gloucestershire have now taken 5 wins from 5 games. Outstanding from them today. They were tight and tidy with the ball, they were sharp in the field, they were disciplined. There were only 10 extras in that innings, 12 in this one, 3 leg byes and 9 wides from Worcestershire. And the one bowling figures we haven't given you: Fateh Singh finishes with figures of 6.5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 63. Worcestershire hamstrung by the fact that Ethan Brooks couldn't bowl, hamstrung by the fact that none of their batters went on to anything significant, although quite a few got past 20 or 30, and hamstrung by the fact that they were out-bowled, particularly at the top of the innings, particularly by Josh Shaw. A lovely moment as Tom Taylor's little child runs out to meet him. She doesn't care whether he's won or lost, and when he gets home, I don't think it'll be too much of a worry to him either. Worcestershire's still well placed in the competition, but well beaten today. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you to Clive Eakin, who's been alongside me, and thank you to Brian Howellford, who's also been commentating with us. And we'll be back on Friday with the game here against Glamorgan. Until then, very, very good evening to you. Thank you for being with us. I hope very much that you've enjoyed our live coverage on the Worcestershire live stream, and until next time.